'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Morning, ladies.
Ooh. Good morning.
Gang's all here.
Good. I just got here. Appreciate you starting it, and I appreciate everything you do, Donna. I don't tell you enough.
Well, I could not remember the name of the one we wanted to use, the Utah channel. I see his head there. I don't know.
I heard that Court TV
500-139
shows too many
Kouri
images.
Richins. Counsel for the state and the defense are
I don't know.
present.
So
Mr. Richins is present as well.
KUTV.
Mr. Burmester,
KUTV,
anything on the record before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, the state's first witness is Dr. Eric Richins. I was notified by counsel this morning that they intend to move to exclude or suppress his testimony, and I will let them make whatever. I was notified by counsel this morning that they intend to move to exclude or suppress his testimony, and I will let them make whatever motion they want to make.
Counsel, tell me more.
The volume is a little low, but it's lower than the other one. But
we have reached out to him I'm sorry. We have not been able to consult with Mr. Christians or Dr. Christensen. We've reached out numerous times, got on the phone with him once. He was unavailable, asked if we could get some time with him. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And haven't heard anything. Last week, we informed the state that we haven't been able to get in touch with him, asked the state to have him reach out to us. He has not reached out to us. So just based on just the rule, and he should be available to cooperatively consult with us. He did not.
I appreciate that. He's here now.
I understand. I think
Mr. Burmester, if we flip the order of events, can we allow Dr. Christensen to consult with defense counsel since he's physically present, and then we can use the time for a different witness?
I have no objection to that. Indeed, I asked counsel at time 15 minutes ago if that was enough time. That was not. So,
who else do you have on deck?
I don't know.
Your Honor, let me see. I don't know if we have anybody in until 9, but we'll see.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have an objection to another witness that the state intends to call today.
Let's do it all.
Okay, but let's stay focused on this one for the moment. Mr. Ramos, make a record for me. If I change the order of witnesses and just order Dr. Christensen to consult with you since he's physically present, anything further on that?
just assuming that we can take that break. I'm not sure who's next and whether it's my witness or not.
Understood. Okay.
Absent that, I will make do. Obviously, I didn't want to do that rushed before we got here. So if we can have an hour or whatever we need,
Right.
that'd be great.
Let's figure out what the order of witnesses is going to be.
Yeah, I just had the benefit of the record for
Sure.
like 1 minute. So I spoke to Mr. Christensen or Dr. Christensen this morning. He says that he received a call several months ago from Mr. Bertram saying, hey, we need to set up a time. He never heard from them again. He received a call warning that he would be getting an email maybe a month ago or so. No, a subpoena. He subsequently received it by email, and then he received a call with no message this over the weekend, and that's where we are.
We are where we are. We'll work it out. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about the other witnesses that are proposed for today.
Your Honor, I think that other witness is going to draw a motion.
Oh, who is it?
His name is Todd Davis. I guess, I don't know.
Detective.
Todd Davis. Your Honor, Mr. Davis was not on the state's witness list. They added him on Thursday, which I believe is in violation of Rule 16. And I would point the court to State versus Draper at 378 P. 3rd, 1261. In that case, the state had the manager of the store that was the victim of the theft on the witness list. And then later during trial added the assistant manager, and the Court of Appeals found it was an abuse of discretion for the trial court to allow that witness to testify without sufficient notice under Rule 16.
What was the amount of notice in that case?
I don't think it said exactly if it was during trial. It said it was during trial that they announced that she was going to testify. Okay. And I don't recall if it was the same day, but the state's had months and months. We've had 8 amended witness lists, and I think to continue to add witnesses during trial is not sufficient under the rule.
Help me out, Mr. Bloodworth. What is is it Detective Davis?
It's Lieutenant Detective.
Okay.
Lieutenant Davis, right?
Sure.
He, Your Honor, the state is calling him to authenticate the May 4th, 2023 interview video of Robert Crozier in rebuttal to Robert Crozier's testimony. All he's going to do is authenticate the video.
Is that
That's the first I've heard that that's all he's going to do. But
is that issue in dispute? I mean, you reserve your arguments about whether there are other bases to bar the admission of that video,
which I believe there are.
but authenticity probably isn't one of them. Do we really need to call a witness, or can we just stipulate that it's authentic and then the parties will reserve their arguments regarding admissibility?
I would agree it's authentic, but yes, we would have other objections.
So can we just have a clear stipulation on the record that the May 4, 2023 video recording of law enforcement's interview with Robert Crozier is authentic?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I add to that the transcript of the video as well?
Is it a certified
It
transcript?
is certified.
I think that follows from the rule regarding certified transcripts. Ms. Lewis, do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. So it sounds like we don't need that yet.
Correct, Your Honor. We may as well use this time to litigate, I guess, what other objections to admissibility the defense has on the video.
Forgive me, the state is offering the video under which rule or exception?
Your Honor, 801, it'll be D1A, and perhaps some of it'll be D1B. The defense's cross-examination of Mr. Crozier elicited testimony that, and the state's direct examination elicited testimony from Mr. Crozier that was inconsistent with his testimony in the video. The defense's cross-examination elicited testimony that he was kind of out of it because of withdrawal and pressure to say certain things. And the video, rebuts that testimony. The video itself is, I think, 13 minutes long. And from the state's view, the entire 13 minutes, pieces of those 13 minutes are direct impeachment, but the entire 13 minutes goes to whether or not he was high and out of it, and whether or not he was pressured into saying certain things. Those pieces of evidence are throughout the entire 13 minutes.
The impeachment pieces, or the more specifically, the D1A inconsistent pieces, those would be, I think, fairly perceived off a cold transcript. The second piece, I'm not sure I or defense or you or the jury would be able to evaluate whether he was in a bad way from the transcript. Is the state seeking to admit both or publish the video and admit the transcript? What's the scope here?
Your Honor, publish both. We have the transcript running real time beneath the video.
Okay.
So that the jury can watch, listen, and read all at once.
All right. Ms. Lewis, do you have the video with the transcript?
I don't have them together where it
Okay.
shows it under. No, I have them separately.
Right.
I would
Sitting
like
here today, are you prepared to make a record regarding this, or do you need a moment to go through the pieces of, or to make argument regarding certain pieces of the transcript versus other pieces?
I think I would need a moment. I would like to see the video with the transcript
Sure.
run under it, and then, yes, I would need a moment. I would need some time to look at that.
Okay. We'll need to play this out a little bit. The state makes a facially, if not valid, at least thought-provoking argument under D1A, 801 D1A, that the video and the transcript related to it are categorically not hearsay. But having not seen the whole 13-minute video or read the whole transcript, and without the defense having the same opportunity, I can't make a ruling sitting here at the moment. So can we provide the video with the running transcript to the defense?
We can, Your Honor. I believe we placed it in box yesterday, but we can, if they want to, perhaps we can go into a conference room here and we can just play it off one of our machines.
Sure. I mean, I would also understand if the defense said, hey, we just need an evening with it to go through it, collect our thoughts, have you make a ruling. Ms. Lewis, what's your request?
Depends on what is happening here next. I may be able to watch it now. I don't know where we're headed.
That's the thing, Your Honor. Those were our first two. That was our batter in the box and our on deck batter.
Okay.
So we are scrambling to get our in the hole batter here.
No, that's fine. These things happen. We're going to let Mr. Ramos continue to consult with Dr. Christensen. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, if you would have a conversation with the state about the video with the running transcript, let me know where we end up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Before we take a break for that, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me know when you're ready for me. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Well, dang, you never know what they're going to throw around here. Ever. So we are recessing right now. I think Donna is tending to Brutus already. I'm stuck behind the damn banner. I need to change the banner. Let me switch it around. Good morning, everybody. Glad you're here. Let me change the banner and let everybody know who's coming in, that we are in recess right now while at the moment.
How long are we in recess for? I'm back.
I don't know. Indefinitely. No, but
Oh,
just
wow.
for them to consult whatever. I don't know. You know, I don't do good with short-term memory. You might want to rewind it just a little bit,
Okay.
if you will, and we can
Okay.
listen hard this time.
We'll need to play this out a little bit. The state makes a facially, if not valid, at least thought-provoking argument under D1A, 801 D1A, that the video and the transcript related to it are categorically not hearsay. But having not seen the whole 13-minute video or read the whole transcript, and without the defense having the same opportunity, I can't make a ruling sitting here at the moment. So can we provide the video with the running transcript to the defense?
We can, Your Honor. I believe we placed it in box yesterday, but we can, if they want to, perhaps we can go into a conference room here and we can just play it off one of our machines.
Sure. I mean, I would also understand if the defense said, hey, we just need an evening with it to go through it, collect our
An
thoughts,
evening?
have you make a ruling. Ms. Lewis, what's your request?
Depends on what is happening here next. I may be able to watch it now. I don't know where we're headed.
That's the thing, Your Honor. Those were our first two. That was our batter in the box and our on deck batter.
Okay.
So we are scrambling to get our in the hole batter here.
No, that's fine. These things happen. We're going to let Mr. Ramos continue to consult with Dr. Christensen. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, if you would have a conversation with the state about the video with the running transcript, let me know where we end up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Before we take a break for that, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the
Break.
record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me know when you're ready for me. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Let me know when you're ready for me.
Yeah, the video is 19 minutes, I think they said. So it's going to
I
be
thought
at
he
least,
said 13,
okay. Well,
but I could be
13
wrong.
minutes.
Could be wrong.
Well, it was some teens in there. I got that part.
Yeah.
So it's going to
The
be at
legal
least
debate. I was kind of typing that stuff down. It said the legal. I put it into my chat GPT to kind of give me more context. And it
Yeah.
says the legal debate over whether a video constitutes hearsay is a common but complex hurdle in criminal trials. While we usually think of hearsay as he said, she said, the legal definition is broader. It is any out-of-court statement offered in court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. In the context of a video being submitted by the defense, the court has to determine if the content of that video is being used as a statement and whether it falls under any specific exceptions. And it says why a video might be considered hearsay. I swear it writes a book every time you ask it a question. It may be assertive conduct. If a person in the video is speaking, gesturing, or acting in a way intended to communicate a specific fact, that is considered a statement. The truth of the matter test. If the defense is showing the video to prove that what is being said or shown in the video is 100% factual, it is hearsay. Lack of cross-examination. The primary reason hearsay is generally excluded is that the person making the statement in the video cannot be cross-examined by the prosecution to test their credibility or memory at the moment the video is played. And then common exceptions used for videos are like the state of mind. If the video isn't being offered to prove the facts are true, but to show the defendant's or someone else's mental state, intent, or emotion at that time. Impeachment. The video is being used to show that a witness who already testified said something different in the past. Present sense impression. The video captures someone describing an event while they were perceiving it or immediately after. And then excited utterance. It says the video shows someone making a statement while under the stress of a startling event. And it just says the role of the judge will ultimately decide if the probative value, which is the importance of the evidence, outweighs the prejudicial effect or the hearsay concerns. If the video is admitted, the judge might give the jury a limiting instruction, telling them they can only consider the video for a specific purpose, like state of mind, rather than as absolute proof of the events depicted. It sounds like a critical moment in the proceedings. Would you like me to look for specific updates? Anyways, that's what it says.
It seemed like to me that there was videos or stuff that we thought should have came in to Lori and them's trial that didn't come in that we knew about, but probably for these same reasons. Like,
right. Yeah. That sounds right. I mean, that's what I was kind of feeling.
Especially if somebody has passed away, then they really can't give permission or whatever or say. And
we learned that one the hard way.
and none of these people really should be taken for the truth of the matter.
Right.
I was
yeah.
I hope they get themselves together soon because I really think that Kouri did it, but the way they've all presented this, I can see where people would have a doubt that maybe he had, you know, if he had bought drugs before that, he just accidentally got something that killed him. That's, and how lucky for her, since she was wanting him dead anyway. But that's just not very nice, was it?
All right. No, yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is for
Same for me, Paula.
Katie is no Kay Woodcock. When his sister gave testimony, she did
Yeah,
not
back
come.
way back or just recently?
The one that gave testimony the like first day, Katie.
Okay, yeah.
You know, she exaggerated things, and it didn't really help her. If she had have tried to have been, you know, more straight and not exaggerate things, she would have come up more truthful.
She kind of reminds me of how I am in certain sticky situations that I've been put into over the course of my life, where like if it was my parents, not Larry, but my dad, my stepdad and my mom and my brother and me, I would like try to make jokes and just lighten the situation because it was just awkward. And, you know, but that's what she kind of reminded me of. Like she was trying to kind of make light of things, but then realize the severity of it. I don't know. And I didn't go back and review it or anything, but yeah, I
Well,
agree with Paula.
she might probably came off, and I don't know if you'll appreciate this after what you just said, but by how Annie would come off talking about her brother. She
Yeah.
might be truthful, but she would exaggerate it, and she's, you know, I shouldn't
Right.
say that, but Annie is a victim. No victims, families, or
Right.
victims are
Mhm.
perfect, but they don't
Exactly.
deserve these things.
Yeah, it's like Angela says, it's a coping reflex. It's just a coping mechanism to try to wade the waters you're currently dealing with, and that can change at any moment. You know, when you kind of grow up in kind of a volatile or I don't know. I've always tried to read the room, or I've always been one to read the room. You know, I'm like feeling people out, and I'm just like, I don't know. But that's me. I could just be.
It seemed like the daddy, Eric's father, and the housekeeper lady are the two most sincere people. But you know, that's I bought a car from a scammer, so I do have a gap. I think that I have a, you know, a phobia of people who can scam you, but clearly some of them get through sometimes.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out landscape here. Right.
All right.
Um,
That's me. I was like, do I want it this way or that way? Or
I feel like I'm up in the damn clouds. Like, wait a frick up here. Whatever. Anyways, I am kind of close to this damn thing. So I overloaded my butt, yes, or then whenever we went live Saturday for our members only, I was like, I'm gonna do this, and I started getting into that, and that, and I was like, oh my god, okay, wait, this is a bigger undertaking than I thought. So yeah, I mowed a little grass and then I passed out is what I did. So
that's what
I
I did too.
apologize.
I wasn't feeling well anyways, and but our yard is we just did not do it right in the fall, and so I'm trying to clean it up. But I came in and passed out about 7 too myself. I thought,
Right.
I'll do what I got to do here, but I feel much better after sleeping for 12 hours.
Yeah. Oh God, it'll do the one, wonders for you. It just, so yeah, I mean, just know I'm going to schedule that for this evening. I just wasn't quite ready. I just finished my thumbnail right before coming back here, and you're under Kresha. That's funny. She was. I just moved her.
You know, Kresha,
Yeah.
whenever, you know how you keep saying, and I'm not trying to derail our conversation here, but a missing week and somebody that you've been researching, a missing year, I mean.
Have I ever had one?
No, you
Like a
have
missing?
somebody has a timeline and you've discovered that there's a missing year.
Yeah.
And
Can you find that on Lauren? Because we're missing our 20.
well, we need to get Candace on it because Erica is also missing a year. And
Who are these people?
Erica,
Candace and Erica. I don't know who you're talking about.
Candace Owens, and Erica.
Oh,
Curtis.
I'm like, who are you talking about? Right.
No, I'm
right?
just saying
No, it
that-
makes sense though.
And her
I'm picking up
grandfather
what you're doing.
was a Jewish LDS person.
Oh shit, no. Don't tell
Yes,
me
that's
that.
what. Yes,
Stop. Stop it, Donna.
our stories
that
are
shit.
getting mixed together, y'all. And
Oh no. Girl, you just flipped my head. It's like flipped right now. It's
I know
inside
what
out.
I've been trying to figure out which one of those Candace videos, because she's like digging into her, past and where she went to school and stuff.
Yeah.
But when she went back to those grandfathers, because they
I
all
looked
have different names, they've changed their names, and they were in casino businesses and running
Oh
numbers.
shit, that's the mafia. Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god. That's like confirmed. And not to
Yeah.
mention that LDS started a lot of they were down there in Vegas with the casinos, just like the soda, Coke, and things that they forbid, members to drink with the word of wisdom and everything. But yet they make them, just like Russell Ballard with his e-meter, basically, that detects a person's impurities, which you can say that is whether someone's dark or light. And then the Scientologists took it over. Call it e-meter. Yeah.
Lamecia says, please beware of Candace Owens. That is a very good thing to say. I don't believe anything. I don't believe everything that anybody says. I take pieces of it. And when she tells me that, then I think I need to find out about that. It's
a rule of thumb. I watch people that I know are not Lauren. Okay. I've still watched her because she's had a big influence on people interested in this case. She has interviewed so many people, that have to do with this case. So no matter what, I still watch. I have to put my shit to the side, and I still watch, take what they say, because there's little grains of truth that also come out, and it helps. Yeah. To me, it helps. So I listen to everybody, whether she wasn't my cup of tea from way back, because about Candace, because she platformed him. And I was like, birds of a feather flock together is my,
exactly.
It goes on and on and on in my mind. And, some people do it by accident. Some people do it, they didn't know any better. I get it. I've done it, it just, you live and learn. But if that, you know what I mean? Like, you can tell if you look into the person's connections, into their character, if they haven't waxed the internet.
It's crazy.
But good advice. Mm-hmm. That's crazy, Donna. I can't believe you just dropped a bomb on me.
That's the reason I keep yapping about Candace Owens and them. It's not anything to do with their politics and stuff. I've been watching that whole circle of people, and they talk a lot of stuff that I just completely disagree with. But I want to know what they're thinking. I want to know where they're coming from. And maybe they got a few points in there that I need to consider too.
It's like the Julie Rowe. She's so batshit crazy, but she's part of this system, and so what she does say, it does fit in. Just where and how. And so kind of the same character, I don't know.
I don't know either. And I'm sure she's making big bucks. Somebody said
she is.
Well, and
For
she's
sure
got
she
people helping her too, because she's got a lot of people sending her
She's
information.
a mom and a wife and all the things. And no, I'm telling you right now, there's no way. I sit here and I'm like, how do they do all that shit? How do they just pump it out like it's nobody's business? How are they ever sleeping? I'm over here with bags under my eyes for years, and I'm just like, yeah. Like, I don't know if they're just really driven people who just have the knack to know everything about video editing and podcasting and stuff, and just being able to balance it all, but I don't think that's real. Okay.
I
It's
don't
not real.
understand it. I don't even
Okay.
understand it because, like, whenever I was in media, we had deadlines, but generally they were weekly or monthly. And you can kill yourself for a week, day and night, doing something in for a monthly publication. You may not sleep that whole week, that last week. And the same thing with a daily. You may not, a weekly, you might not sleep the last 2 days. But I don't know how in the world people keep up the pace that we have now to even, I know they got writers. See, that's what too. Real publications are not just two people. They have writers, they have editors, they have photographers, they have people who, they bounce those things. So there's probably 8 people in real, in just one little circle of.
Hey, Velveteen. Glad you're here, listening and working. We'll whistle while you work. Anyways.
And I don't even know how they do a daily because I did. I never worked for a daily publication, but I worked for weekly newspaper and monthly magazines, and I love a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
When it,
you got something to shoot for,
and when you're done, you're done.
Trying to keep up with these people to me, and I'm like, I'm not media. I'm not. I'm just a family member, just trying to figure it out. Doing the best I can, right? And I mean, I've had to remind myself that quite a few times. Like, this isn't a competition to me. Like it is Lauren. I believe this is a freaking competition with her, even Megan. And I mean, I thought maybe it was just part of their culture because there are way many other, for sure, the ladies who are so competitive, and I'm just like, good Lord, they have to answer first. They have to just. If you're not first, you're last kind of thing. And I'm just like, whoa. But I mean, I understand knowing the dynamics of the culture and the religion and the practices and all the things, expectations, all that stuff. But I mean, still lately I've been like, man, I can't keep up with the video editing stuff. They're too professional and polished looking, and I'm just like, transition. That's it. But
I tend to
and I did look up Thrive Beyond Religion. She did speak. Lauren did, and it was I want to say February 21st. I'll show that this afternoon. I don't have my hands on like actual video or audio of her speech, but I want to say she was up there for like an hour potentially. However, her speaker bio is a crock of shit. I was like, oh, I don't think so. I mean, for real, I've never seen one. I suck at holding surprises or secrets. Because I mean,
I leak.
Yeah, you do.
I'll say something. I won't tell you what it was you told me not to tell, but I'll tell something that makes you think about
it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, I couldn't believe it though. Because I mean, I've read plenty of their descriptions and just to see how consistent they are if they change over time, because a lot of people love to change over time. And anyways, Kelly, you're a wild child. All right.
Yeah,
you love the smell of accountability in the morning. That's cute.
I did notice that Gigi and Gossip and Innuendos did a collab. I couldn't find it.
They did? Gigi?
Yeah.
Lauren did. I watched it.
I didn't see Lauren with her, but
Gigi?
Well, being Gigi with Gossip is not the same as Gigi would be with Lauren. You know what I'm saying? You can't help you cannot help what other people do. If Gigi wants to collab with Gossip, she can do that. And if Gossip wants to collab with somebody else, she can do that. And it's none of our business, really. But
Michelle
I
says
mean,
it was canceled.
don't put too much stock into it
I don't.
about whether that makes anybody best friends or
Just like
anything.
Wordwise, how she was on with Web Sleuth and Lauren, you know, she has reached out to me, and I'm skittish. I'm just being honest. I mean, I don't feel, I'm not questioning her
Wordwise,
motive or anything. I just am kind of being still for the moment.
I think she
Yeah.
was too. In that thing with Web Sleuth, she hardly got to talk at all.
Right?
And she knew more details because
She did.
I had heard her tell the details.
Yep.
And they're important. And I don't understand. And she is bound to feel like she was dissed on that show. I mean, I don't see how she could not feel like they were not, that they, and why did they
I'd
even
like
have
to
her up
know.
there?
I'd like to ask her, you know, how, you know, first, and then share if she wants to hear it, you know, how it appeared, you know. But I mean, yeah, I'm definitely trusting my gut. I don't really know where to put that right now. You know what I mean? I don't know where to put the Tom Harrison, the portal, especially her last episode on Visions of Glory. We're talking about Kid at Wordwise, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just reminding everybody. And you know, I mean, again, that's when all this Lauren stuff was just busted wide open, and I didn't want to like. It was hard for me to get off topic, and I mean, it always has been. Like, I like to stay. I say on topic, and I mean, I'm the most one that goes all the way around the things, but it's still all these things that make up this, you know, like that's what I mean by that. But Lauren does fit into this system. She's part of this exploitative system or whatever. She's part of this case. She's embedded herself in the culture of the case. So however you want to put that. She's influenced a lot of people's opinions about the case, about her religion, basically. And that makes me feel also very validated because I know better. I know better. I know different. And that's why I was also shunned or whatever and treated like a redheaded stepchild. No offense. I've got red in my hair too. But just the motives, just the ulterior things going on. And like, I was watching hella Excited Utterance again this morning. I went back. I do this. I go back to different videos, you know, to remind myself of something or refresh my memory. And it was about Lori Hellis and Megan. Basically, Lauren talking shit about Rex and Adam and Megan and how they were getting her to do the podcast thing, because that's kind of what our show's about tonight, is about this podcasting element. So it'll be Sins of Our Podcasters, by the way, another continued whatever. But Hellis was catching shit from Lauren, it appeared, in what, you know, some of those texts. The one where she said she was going to roll her eyes. I'm sorry, that she hugged me in court at trial or whatever. And then she said she did the 3 rolling eye emojis. And then she was like, but I'm, you know, it's easy to go up to Crescia, Annie, Janice. She's like, but it's not as easy to go up to Lori Hellis. So she is scared of Lori Hellis. Oh, show, in my opinion. And, but what she was bitching about was that she said that Hellis like basically used the LDS people to help her sell her book, help her PR basically, and or promote. But she said, but then it's trashed their religion. And so just thinking about that again today, I was like, I mean, I haven't read the book by Hellis, but I don't think she trashed the LDS religion. I mean, again, if this is truth and they take it as like a threat, that's a big thing. You understand what I'm saying? That's anti. No, she hates us. Da da da. And so they mark people with this kind of behavior and this kind of thought process.
You don't really got to say anything wrong. You can just give them the stink eye and you get that same treatment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And yeah, you become marked. You become dark. Basically, you are not one of the fold. You're not for us, you're against us. It's just very black and white. She's displayed this even when I was analyzing her from the other day, how she was saying that, like Team Carmen, oh my God, and like all drug addicts are liars. And it's just, you're either this or you're that. She weaponizes every goddamn thing, everything. And I mean, that's not just in this case or on that day, it's everywhere. I believe, I feel, in my opinion, that she weaponized her son, whether it was true or not, his mental health. She weaponizes everything. And I mean, you got to be really aware of someone like her, in my opinion, because thank God it's come to the surface. Did it completely out her? No. But holy shit, there's a dent in there, okay? And she's gonna steer the hell away from us as far as she can, for as long as she can, because it's like y'all say, it's performative. It's contingent on how she performs, basically. How long they can keep up this act, because I believe it's nothing but an act.
And see, they're like, after what happened last year at CrimeCon, if I won a ticket to CrimeCon, I don't think I would go.
I'd sell
because
it.
it was such a mess, as far as I can tell. And so, but yet we're going to go to CrimeCon, knowing what happened last year. I will be very surprised if they don't have the police up in the building again this year.
Right. Right now we are in recess until further notice because of something. I don't even know if the banner I have going on is accurate, but they are discussing whether, I guess, would they say record a video or something is hearsay or not. Anyways, they're just, the counsels, defense and prosecution are talking to one another, and then the judge will decide.
They've got some kind of video, and they're trying to decide how much, if any, of they're going to let it come in with the transcript, because if it's hearsay, isn't that what you said? Hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not even sure what the audio is that we're talking about, video or whatever. But
I can tell you who it is, Lisa. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, it's longer than 13 minutes. Go ahead.
I will never go to CrimeCon. Who is sponsoring and getting that money? Follow the money, girl. And it goes. It's Glenn Beck. It's Glenn Beck's friends. It's that's his niche. He's got that cornered. Trust me. This is where I've been ringing around this thing for a couple months now. More so the latter part.
I suspect that lots of LDS people are involved in events type things because it's a real money maker. They make a lot of money
and they're okay with exploiting.
Exactly.
And I'm just saying, just from what I've witnessed with Ruby, Frankie, Jody, Hildebrand, and this brand of people, especially the creators and the influencers and yada yada, they are all about it. They don't care. I just think it's part of the culture there. Like,
I went to one of those conventions with the marching band, and I was like, so who exactly are the people who own these things and put them on? And they act like you're asking a personal, like,
yeah, how dare you question credentials?
And I was just wondering, because I thought this is a big undertaking, making a lot of money. And the kids love it, but it's a money trap for the parents. I mean, you really cannot afford it. Most families can't afford it. And even if,
Right.
they get to go on the trips, but then you gotta have hotels and it's a lot of money spent on all that. And the kids have a great time. But
What activity are you talking about? Or
I'm talking about the Bands of America.
right? We have one right now. Trust me.
Yeah.
and Winter Guard and all the things. I mean, he's got practice today till 8:30 again.
So Winter Guard, which thing is he? Is it guard? Is he a guard or is he in
both?
Okay.
He's in all kinds of stuff. He's in student freaking
Hayden's it's not Winter Guard though, it's percussion. She's a dancer or a guard person in the percussion. They have, the drums and all that stuff. And so the Winds didn't have enough money to go their own trip. And so the band director mixed the children who were in the Winds that wanted to be part of it into the percussion.
Okay. So just kind of, gobbled them up.
Yeah. Well, why not take their money, honey? They have to pay the money no matter which thing they're in, or however many things they're in. And two, with more than one kid, you might be, if you've got one in junior high and one in high school, you might be at different events on the same weekend.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. We had to cancel driver's ed, and we'll have to do it later in the year because it collided. Yeah, he's starting to learn that part. I'm like, well, just because you're watering the grass over here, you trust me, the grass is dying somewhere around in your orbit because you're neglecting it. And it's not on purpose. It's just you don't realize how much you put yourself into things, and it takes away. It giveth and it taketh.
Yeah, exactly. Your grass is going to take it over.
Yeah, I'm there to cut it. I'll cut that shit. All about it. So weird. I know. I've always loved cutting grass.
I started a fire yesterday because I had so many sticks and leaves. I had a huge pile of sticks, and so I put them all together and started a fire. And I'll start another fire. But whenever the trees start blooming, you cannot do that because it'll kill the trees above it.
Well, you just got to get in the open.
I have about 25 trees.
Well, the freaking hurricane, after it passed, and I guess because of the salt water or whatever that came inland, I mean, we were supposed to have a surge of 20 feet, but it missed us both times. But still, the rain, the wind, all that stuff. And the plant that was freaking the barge had ran into. We have a casino. They have to be on barges in the lake. And because it can't be on the land. Stupid. But
we got the same thing.
It broke. Yeah, it broke free and it rammed into no, that's the bridge it rammed into. Hold on. I'm trying to get my catastrophes right. I don't know, but there was a plant that was because I live right here by the refinery. We have a lot of refineries here, and it smelled like bleach. It was horrible. Gave you a headache. And like when we came into town for the first time after Hurricane Laura, it's like it thinned out the trees so bad. Like there were just trees just uprooted, just out, a lot of pine trees for sure. And I remember looking out on the side of the road and there was so much wood, just from trees, wood just on the side of the road. And I'm like, why can't they just run that back through the damn Mule? Get the shit out of it and just instead of just, it's just a lot of waste.
Cost a lot of money to do all that. And we have tornadoes up here quite a bit. And so when tornadoes hit, they just tear the trees and make them look awful for years and years. And nobody, I guess people who have the money to have their trees cut and trimmed and all that, but gosh.
Not everybody has that, right?
No, and you know, I asked
our
my,
wives.
my friend that lives in Memphis and part of the time at Cape Cod, and I asked her, do they get hurricanes there? And she said they have gotten, you know, the storms that come off the ocean. And she said when you have an actual storm like that, it kills all of the your grass and your plants and everything because the salt water,
Yep.
you know, kills everything.
So we have a lot of dead things right now. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
It's crazy.
So I didn't know if it was like a mixture of that with that plant, you know, just blazing for a couple days with that chemical. There's just, I don't know, just a lot of things died and since, and like the birds, just to hear the birds chirping again, I'm like, oh wow, the birds are back, because like we have to cut down the tree in we have like a tear shaped driveway, and there's a tree right in the middle of it, you know, and
500139.
oh
Yay!
Mr. Ramos, have you had an opportunity to consult with Dr. Christensen?
That's very helpful, Judge. We appreciate it. We're ready to go.
Okay. Mr. Burmester, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, anything before we invite the jury in?
No.
All right, let's do it.
invite them in. Okay, well, I'm glad they didn't take 5011 Sundays. What are we doing? All rise. I must ask you a question. If you know, you know. And we get to talk about the sketcher tonight, too, that was removed from the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat as you come in.
Okay, I got to figure out where to go here. Oh,
Sketcher gate.
Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
Dr. Eric Christensen.
Let's invite Dr. Christensen in. Doctor, if you would step in front of Brady, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
why they don't say, so help you God?
Drag that chair wherever you need to.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Eric Dean Christensen, last name Christensen.
Sir, are you employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
Did you were recently the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah?
Yes, I retired in 2024.
How long were you the chief medical examiner?
I began working as a chief medical examiner in July of 2016.
Did you then supervise Dr. Ulmer?
I did.
Are you familiar with the death investigation for Eric Richins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it from discussions with Dr. Ulmer over the time she was evaluating the case, as well as my subsequent review of the medical examiner's file.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
I did.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
I have many times.
Okay. I would like to first talk to you about cause and manner of death and the statutory requirement for that process. When you have a death investigation, could you please explain how, I guess, what the manner of death choices are and what's the purpose of that, and just
Sure.
describe that for the jury,
Okay.
please.
So two of the things that the medical examiner is tasked with doing under statute is determining the cause of death and the manner of death. The manner of death is a box that we check on a death certificate that is essentially a one-word synopsis of the circumstances surrounding that person's death. The options available to us, we can certify that a death is a natural death. It can be an accident, it can be a suicide, it can be a homicide, or it can be, in Utah, the death certificate reads could not be determined, what most commonly is referred to as undetermined. And in those settings, undetermined essentially means we don't have enough information to decide which of those other four options best fits.
What's the purpose of that whole exercise?
Again, it's something that's on the death certificate, and so it's part of the vital statistics function that the medical examiner's office provides. All of the deaths that we investigate and deaths that we certify provide information then back to the state. Sometimes that's public safety, sometimes it's Department of Health. Other people will utilize that death certificate data to evaluate the ways that people are dying within the state and attempt to intervene to minimize those types of deaths.
In this particular case, were you stuck between the first four you mentioned, such that you ended up picking undetermined or cannot be determined?
Yes, again, and just to be clear, I didn't sign the death certificate, Dr. Ulmer did, but certainly was involved in discussions around that. And the determination, making a determination of undetermined means that we generally can't decide between two. In this case, I would say actually generally most cases where we certify a death as undetermined, it's because in overdose deaths that we certify as undetermined, it's because I don't know enough about the person's own intent. We see it frequently in the setting, for example, of people that may have depression or other mood disorders, and maybe even prior suicide attempts, as well as they may have substance use history that they use to self-medicate their depression and things. And so if someone overdoses on a drug that they're known to abuse, but they also have depression, if they don't leave a note or something else, then I don't really have a means of, telling just from looking at that, did they mean to do this or is it accidental, incident to their normal drug use? That's the most common scenario in which we certify a death as undetermined. In this case in specific, we did not really have any concerns about suicide in this case, but there had been concerns related to our office that perhaps someone had done something to provide this to him and that he didn't just take it himself, but we didn't know. We had no idea how he got the stuff into his system. And so with that, we were left with undetermined.
So the choice there would have been, as opposed to accident and suicide, it was accident and homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury the way in which the body processes substances? In particular, I'm looking at opiates and the different ways they can be ingested.
Okay, there's a lot in that question.
Yeah, sorry.
Opiates can be consumed in a lot of ways. Even things, for example, like pills that you might get from your doctor for hydrocodone or oxycodone, opioid-related medications, those can be just taken by mouth as they're usually prescribed, but it's not uncommon for us to see people take those pills, crush them up, dissolve them in liquid, draw them up into a syringe and inject them. It's also not uncommon for us to see those pills crushed and then heated and people inhale the vapors from that, primarily as a means of getting the drug into their system more quickly. And there's lots of other reported ways that people use things, but those are probably the most three common ways that we see pills abused. People may directly inject just about any drug that's available in a liquid form. Fentanyl certainly is. Fentanyl is also available in patches and lozenges and other forms. And so it can get into the system in a lot of different ways. In terms of what your body does with it, fentanyl in specific is metabolized primarily by your liver. There's what they call a CYP enzyme that is primarily responsible for the metabolism of fentanyl in your liver. That metabolism is felt to be mostly determined by how much blood is flowing through your liver. So the more blood flow you have to the liver, the more rapidly it will be metabolized. There are other ways that, sometimes people will metabolize it more slowly, but based on what specific genes they have for metabolism or for that metabolizing enzyme, but mostly it's a function of how much blood is flowing through the liver. And it's then converted very quickly, has a very short half-life in the body, minutes, and is converted to a substance called norfentanyl, which then is eliminated in the urine. Don't know if that
Once
covered
it,
all
yeah,
your-
that's great. Thank you. Once it gets into the blood, then what's the intoxicating effect? I mean, how does that function?
Sure. So fentanyl in the blood distributes throughout the body. It's absorbed either through the mucosa, the lining of the mouth, or directly into veins, whatever. It gets into the bloodstream. And then from there, it gets into the brain, it gets into other organs, where it exerts its primary effects on the brain and the central nervous system, where it causes respiratory depression and or cessation. Can also cause central nervous system depression, meaning it alters the way you think, can make you groggy or less than normally responsive and things. But its primary lethal effects are related to its effects on your breathing, and it is dose dependent. So a higher dose will do this more readily than a lower dose, but it will either slow or stop your breathing, and sometimes that has lethal consequences.
The lethal consequences then are from stopping breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And when you stop breathing, death ensues. Does that metabolizing process continue to happen, or does that stop as well?
Generally, it will stop. There are, once your circulation stops and blood is no longer flowing through the liver, you're not going to have that continued metabolism through the liver. But there are a number of changes, large number of changes that are described in the way fentanyl is present in the body after death, that are related to changes in the pH of the body as you start to decompose, and other things that will influence what those levels look like.
When a person, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. So we have a decedent, and in the blood you and the lab personnel determine that there is quetiapine below the threshold of their tools. There is fentanyl at 15 nanograms per milliliter. And then in the gastric fluid, there is quetiapine at about 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, and fentanyl at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. My question then is, based on that hypothetical, is there sufficient information for you to determine whether those two drugs were taken simultaneously or sequentially, and if sequentially, which one came first?
I can't tell you that.
There's just not enough information?
No, you can't derive that information from those values.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up. You said there's drowsiness as a consequence of taking, I assume, opioids of any type. Fentanyl just happens to be stronger?
Yes, fentanyl on a weight by weight basis, 1 milligram of fentanyl compared to 1 milligram of oxycodone or of morphine is the usual reference standard because it is the classic opiate medication. Fentanyl is just much, much more potent, 80 to 100 times more potent than morphine.
So you said there's depression of the respiratory system, drowsiness. How quickly might one start to metabolize, given the fact that they take some fentanyl and it causes their death? Would they be able to metabolize at least some of it?
You would expect so, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of overdose deaths reported in the literature where the death occurs so quickly, and these are primarily in the setting of intravenous drug use, that no metabolism is able to be recorded because they just die too quickly. But generally speaking, we see some level of metabolism.
Let me see. I wanted to. But someone takes an overdose, a fatal dose of fentanyl. It's not then instantaneous death.
It depends partly. I mean, generally speaking, no. It's a function of the dose and the route of administration. So it's going to get into the system more quickly as an IV, or smoking will generally get it there pretty quickly as well. But ingestion would delay that somewhat. But however it gets into the body is going to determine how quickly that happens.
In this case, we have the two things, I think. One is there's some fentanyl in the stomach, the 20,000 nanograms.
Yes.
And also a measurement of, I know I'm saying it incorrectly, acetyl fentanyl.
Acetyl fentanyl, yes.
Does that information help you determine how it was ingested in this case?
It's suggestive that it's an oral ingestion. The presence of a large amount of fentanyl in the stomach, sort of the rough equivalent of several milligrams by volume is suggests that it was taken by that route, but there's not any way to definitely know that. There is some literature that suggests that the stomach will concentrate it, regardless of where it's from, but it is suggestive of that. And the presence of acetyl fentanyl in the stomach is also consistent with, is more consistent with this being illicit fentanyl than otherwise. Acetyl fentanyl is a variant of fentanyl that is, in our office, certainly we've only seen it in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
When a body comes in for autopsy, in this case, Mr. Richins' body comes in, is it routine to check for injection sites?
Yes.
And
in this case in particular, there was visible pulmonary edema described at the scene, foam coming out of the mouth, and that is most commonly in somebody who didn't drown or have a history of heart failure is concerning for an opiate overdose, and so we would, in that case, do a thorough check for those.
Oh, for
injection
sites, and none found.
Again, I did not do the exam. None are described, and none were discussed by Dr. Ulmer.
Okay.
And I didn't see any in the photographs.
When you in cases where you've seen an overdose death, particularly an accidental overdose death where you suspected inhalation, what's the sort of evidence that you would expect to see?
I'm not sure what you mean. Inhalation of the substance?
Of fentanyl or opiates.
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of look the same from that regard. You may see evidence that they've been smoking. Sometimes you see little burns on their fingers or other things from heating it up. to smoke it, because they're not actually smoking it in the same way that you smoke a cigarette where you light it on fire and then you're inhaling the smoke. What actually is happening is that drug is being heated up and vaporized, and you're inhaling the vapors.
So in those cases, do you tend to see evidence of that heating up? That is tinfoil or torches or
Certainly, yes, those things can be present at the scene.
Okay.
Commonly are seen at the scene.
Okay. Now, is it common for the people who are left behind to call the ME's office to find out what's happening in the case of their deceased person?
I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not uncommon. I mean, I spend a lot of time, most days I was in the office speaking with family members.
Typically, that would be whoever did the autopsy would be talking to the person who's calling?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ulmer retired in January of 2023?
Yeah, technically, her last day of work was the end of December of 22.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Kouri Richins then?
I did, subsequent to her retirement.
And did you return her call?
I believe I didn't return her call. I believe she was just put on hold and then connected with me.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that phone call?
Yes, I'm not sure where it came from either, but yeah.
Is it consistent with your recollection of that phone call?
I did not have any independent recollection of it until I heard it, but yes, it's me on the phone call.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at the transcript of it?
I have.
Okay. And is that accurate to your,
Yes.
when you listen to the
Yes,
tape?
it appears to be.
Okay. State would offer States Exhibit 2-60 and 2-61T.
He's reviewed it. Certainly we could ask questions if he needs his recollection refreshed. I think we could move to admit at that point, but if the state would just.
I think the state's admitting it as evidence of defendants' words and statements in the relevant time frame.
I misunderstood. Okay.
And so, okay.
We'd ask permission to publish it then if it's offered and admitted.
So 2-60 is the audio recording, correct?
Correct.
And 2-61T is the transcript.
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Those two are admitted. Scott, give me just a moment here, sir. Give that a try.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to listen to this. It's about 9 minutes long, and then I will ask you 3 questions regarding it. Okay, thank you. Can we advance it 30 seconds?
Right now, okay? Thank you
The
so
first
much.
30
Thank
seconds
you so
is-
much.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to transfer you right now, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No problem.
I'm not hearing it.
Did we lose it, Scott?
I think so.
All right, no problem. Let's start over. We're getting quicker at this. Scott, if you would disconnect and reconnect on your end, I'll do the same on mine.
I'm going to transfer you right now, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No problem.
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy. And so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of
Right.
you?
I do. Yeah, I got
Okay.
the file here.
Scott, did we drop that again? Yes. All right, I apologize, folks. Let's try that again. Scott, if you would disconnect from the system, thank you. Then reconnect, please.
Seeing if we do any additional microscope. I'm going to transfer you right.
So much.
Thank you so much. Is that Chris?
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy, and so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Yeah, I got the file here.
So can you?
So just so you know, so we issue supplemental reports, like if once the original report's issued, if we do any additional testing, if we do any additional microscopic examination, anything like that, then we include that. You know, we issue a supplemental report to include that additional information. And sometimes it does change the cause or manner, but in this case, it didn't.
Okay, it was just like extra testing done?
Extra tox testing, yeah. So originally the testing, the only toxicology testing that was done was on blood. And so then this was additional testing on stomach contents.
Okay, and so is there a difference in that, I guess?
Well, they just tell you different things in the sense of, it tells you something about what, was it, is it been there a long time? Is this something the person's been using for a long time?
Okay.
Is it something they ate? Is it something they, injected? Is it, whatever? And there's different things you can learn by looking at different substances. I mean, we fully expected to find it in the stomach. It's just a question of what was there.
So does this tell you, like, if it was like injected, if he ate it, is that what this, can you tell from this report?
Not definitively. I mean, it seems like, with what the amount that's there, that it probably was ingested. Probably taken by mouth.
Okay, and so the 15 ng, like, is that like a substantial amount? Is that like a trace?
That's a lot of fentanyl in the blood. Yeah, and that's, people die with half that amount or less in their system.
Okay, so that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
So what's the next one down, the norfentanyl?
It's a metabolite of fentanyl. It's what your body changes fentanyl into after you take it.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. And then, sorry, just the third one, the acetyl. I don't know how you say that.
Acetyl fentanyl.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just it's a form of, it's a variant of fentanyl that is usually only present in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
Illicit manufactured, like a pharmacy?
No. Most fentanyl that we see that, ends up leading people to die these days is related to, fentanyl that's manufactured by drug cartels as opposed to by pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, good Lord. So this is like more of like a cartel. No, I mean, that's not what it is.
You call this the street fentanyl as opposed to, hospital
Prescription.
fentanyl.
Okay, I see. And then is the ethanol, is that alcohol?
That's alcohol.
Okay, and is that like the 279? Is that kind of like a substantial amount, or is that like one drink? Is that 5 drinks?
You can't tell how much it is, and in this case, in since this testing was sent, quite a long time after the original autopsy, most likely that's related to, postmortem change, but it could be stuff that he drank. There's not really a way to sort that out. It could be related to decomposition of the stomach contents, or it could be related to stuff he drank. But either way, in the stomach contents, there's no way to know what that level means in terms of, if that was a blood level, that would be the same as a 0.28, which would be, that person would be pretty substantially intoxicated. But because it's gastric contents, you could in theory pull something out and it would be, 100% ethanol, if, depending on if they just drank a stomach full of, if they just drank a bunch of Everclear or something else. So it doesn't really tell you much about how much they drank or what they drank or anything like that.
I
When it's in the stomach, and it's not present in his blood. So
I gotcha. Okay. So it's not present in the blood, just the gastric or whatever.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just the last one, what is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a prescription mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha. Okay. And it has like 16,000?
16,000 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that, quite a bit? Like, can that...
That's a big number, but it doesn't really mean that much. So a nanogram is a millionth of a gram, and a gram is not very big. So even 16,000 of them is not a huge amount.
Okay. Is there could those have been mixed, or is that not kind of a...
What's that? Could what be mixed?
Quetiapine and the fentanyl? Or is that a normal, I guess, drug thing? I don't know.
It's not, most of the time if we see those together, it's because somebody was taking quetiapine as a prescribed medication and they were abusing fentanyl. But, do you have any indication he was abusing fentanyl?
No, that's why all of this is just what the heck is this and going on? So I guess that's why I'm confused just about all of this, honestly. So I don't know. So, I know it doesn't mean anything now, but just kind of something for me to, try and figure out, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming the acetopin, is that like a aspirin or something?
Acetaminophen, that's just Tylenol. Yeah.
Oh, that's fentanyl too?
No, that's Tylenol.
Oh, Tylenol. I was like, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So just like Tylenol, caffeine, and then the naloxone, I'm assuming is just something that they gave him while he was here.
Probably would be my guess. It'd be, somebody that's unresponsive. It's a very common thing for EMS to give people.
Okay. No, that works. So I was just trying to figure out, if this is anything different, if we found out anything new with this up.
Oh, come on.
Pause there. It's okay. We can fix it. Scott, don't change anything. It seems like if I do this, press play.
Yeah, like she said, it doesn't change anything in the cause or manner of death. It's still, definitely, death from fentanyl intoxication, and we still don't know how he got it into him.
Yeah. And is that anything you could ever find out if it was, do people normally eat that? Take it? Is that something you shoot?
It's not usually something people eat. Well, that's not even true anymore. So with illicitly manufactured stuff, sometimes people take pills that have that. So yeah, these days you can't really tell.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I do. Thank you very much. And
if you have other questions, don't hesitate to give me a call.
Okay. Awesome. What was your name?
Dr. Christensen.
Oh, Christensen. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yep.
I'd like to follow up on a couple things there. You mentioned to her about if the gastric contents were blood, it would be 0.28
Yes.
blood alcohol, but it's in fact, not in the blood, it's in the gastric. And so there's no way of conveniently figuring out how much it is, much less its source.
That's correct.
Are you okay? Do you need?
I've got water. I'm good.
Okay. You mentioned in that call, at first you said, we typically don't see it eaten, but you can't say that anymore. Could you expound upon that? How, in cases where there's pills, is it common to see them eaten?
So, yeah, okay. A few things about that. So over time, over, I'd say the last 20 years, we saw a rather dramatic change in the deaths we saw related to fentanyl. Until the early 2010s, pretty much all fentanyl deaths were related to prescription fentanyl being used incorrectly, most commonly by healthcare providers and other people who would, have access to it and would abuse it. And it was just not a common thing. We just didn't see a lot of deaths related to that. Once patches became available, which were designed, primarily for, treating cancer patients with bad pain and things of that nature, people became creative with how they used those patches as well. Some people would, put on multiple patches, or they would put on patches and a heating pad to sort of drive it into their system more quickly. Seen people that would smoke them, people that would insert them into their rectum, people that would chew them up. Sometimes we'd find, multiple chewed up patches in the stomach. And certainly other ways have been described as well with patches. But once the illicit drug supply and primarily the heroin supply came to be, either augmented and or replaced by fentanyl, we saw, we saw much less in the way of the, prescription abuse and much more of the illicit stuff being used. And some of that was in the form of what was heroin. Most heroin in this area was black tar heroin, which then became ended up having fentanyl within it. So people that had been heroin users would still be using what they thought was heroin, and it would have fentanyl in it, many times mixed with heroin. Eventually, some cases was not mixed at all, but was just straight fentanyl. Counterfeit fentanyl pills, or counterfeit oxycodone pills, fentanyl in pill form made to look like it was an oxycodone pill, also became a fairly common thing. And as we discussed before with other pills, people will abuse those in different ways. Sometimes they can ingest them directly, but they can also grind them up and inject them or smoke them. So they can be used in all kinds of different ways. But in the phone call, what I'm referring to, we mostly did not see anybody eating fentanyl before illicit fentanyl. With the advent of these counterfeit pills, we saw it somewhat, more often, or would assume that was the route. But we, even then, most of the time don't know how somebody gets the fentanyl into them, even if they have it on their person.
In this case, there certainly wasn't any injection sites noted.
No.
Are there tests, forensic tools that could aid in the determination of whether one is a chronic or habitual or a naive user?
It's a good question. So there's been a lot published on the assessment of fentanyl levels in people that have died, and ways that you can try and parse some of those things out. The bottom line for all of them is you can't look at a number in isolation and make a determination based on, this is a lethal level, so this level has to be the cause of their death. There are certainly people who, become tolerant. Most opioids, people will develop tolerance over time, and so they can have very, very high levels and not have the same effect as someone who doesn't take it all the time. We had no history in this case in particular to suggest long-term chronic use, but also didn't know. And there are things that could potentially be looked at to try and assess longer term use. The only published data I've seen around that revolves around comparing the fentanyl to the norfentanyl level, and levels where that ratio is more than 8 are believed to be consistent with an acute intoxication. Ratios of 2.5 or less are consistent with chronic use. In this case, that ratio is about 4.6, so it's right in between. So it doesn't really provide us helpful information either way.
That's the ratio between fentanyl and its metabolite.
Correct.
As you find it.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of pseudo-allergic reaction to opioids?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Sure. Most allergic reactions are because the body has developed an immune response to some specific protein substance, whether it's nuts or grasses or whatever, pollens of different types, and your body reacts to that and triggers a reaction through your immune system that elicits what we typically think of as allergy symptoms that can range everywhere from, a stuffy head all the way up to anaphylaxis and death. In the setting of opiates do not elicit a true allergic response, but there are many people that take opiates who have an allergic-like reaction, but it's because the drugs themselves are directly triggering those cells that cause those symptoms as opposed to going through the immune system route. And so some people will, that chronically take opiates and opioids for pain, will pre-medicate or medicate around the same time with things like Benadryl and other things to minimize those symptoms because they know they have that reaction. Certainly most people that take them do not have that reaction, but some do. And that's
if one didn't know and one took some opiate, could they have hives and those sorts of allergic-like responses?
Yes.
Given all the symptoms that you talked about, the lungs, the edema, and the data from NMS labs, do you have any concern about the cause of death in this particular case?
No.
And the 15 nanograms, as you explained to Kouri Richins, was a lot.
Yes, it's well within the range of levels that we see in people that die from fentanyl.
Do you remember when that phone call took place?
Do I remember what?
When that phone call took place?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Does your office take notes when you receive calls and reply to calls, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay.
That changed a little bit over the time I was there. It used to be we'd get a little scrap of paper with a note written on it, return this call. And we turned that into a digital log before I retired, but yes.
Would it help to look at one of those notes to refresh your recollection as to when the call took place?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Of course.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is from the log. Just said that an incoming call came to me from Kouri Richins, and she had questions. And that this is my notes.
And so what day did that phone call?
On January 12th of 2023, a couple weeks after Dr. Ulmer's retirement.
Thank you. That's all.
Could I get some more water?
Of course.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've spoken before. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions to Mr. Burmisters.
Sure.
I'll start off with that final thing that Mr. Burmester showed you. You indicated that you would take calls from different individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And did you receive other calls in this case from law enforcement?
I believe I did, yes. Mhm.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection, or do you recall a call around the same time in this case?
I don't recall the timing of it.
Yeah, I'm going to approach you with the same case notes. And it's that first one.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And did you in fact receive a call before Ms. Richins?
Yes, the day before.
And was that law enforcement?
It was.
And was that also regarding the supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay. And either your recollection or what's in your notes, do you recall if most of the questions were the same that Ms. Richins asked you on the 12th?
I don't have any specific recollection, but my general recollection was that we discussed the supplemental tox findings.
Perfect. I'll take that back. Now, the questions that we just heard Ms. Richins ask you, very similar to what we're asking today, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about the allergen discussion you just had. You indicated that perhaps an individual could have a reaction like hives.
Yes.
If someone is allergic, in this case to an opioid, as you indicated, does that allergy disappear?
I'm not sure what you mean. Does it go away over time?
Over time or within a certain amount of time? Or
I mean, allergies certainly are things that can fluctuate. People can receive treatment and their responses to different things will go away.
were there hives on Mr. Richins' body, to your recollection?
No.
We were talking about illicit fentanyl and counterfeit pills
Yes.
containing traces of fentanyl.
Milligram amounts.
Okay. Now, the tablets or pills that would contain these traces, what kind of pills would those be? Generally.
Objection. The discussion, if we're talking Oxycontin, is that what you were saying?
I've not said it. I've just said pills.
Okay. Well, there's no pills that they have that you can make.
Would you provide a little more foundation for your question so
Sure.
we know what we're talking about?
Absolutely. Your testimony just now was that in your experience, you started to see that fentanyl or fentanyl overdoses were coming in through your office, correct?
Correct.
And in those overdoses, you gathered information, and because you would see that there was a presence of acetyl, I say that right? Acetyl fentanyl?
Acetyl fentanyl. Acetyl is also fine.
Okay, acetyl fentanyl. that was more likely a result of illicit fentanyl, correct?
So it is a form of fentanyl that in some cases there were a variety over time of different fentanyl variants that were developed primarily in response to controlled substance legislation. If fentanyl is outlawed, then we'll add an acetyl group to that molecule, and then it's no longer controlled. And so we can distribute that as a non-controlled substance. And then that one gets controlled. And so then, there were dozens of variants of fentanyl that were developed over time. Acetyl fentanyl was one of the more common ones that we saw early in this wave of progression, but was one that we saw not infrequently.
Now, with that, what was the acetyl fentanyl contained in, usually in your experience?
I don't recall ever having seen acetyl fentanyl as in a substance form in any of our specific cases.
Because it was always inside whatever pill or however it was administered, correct?
I don't even know if it was pill administered. I don't know.
Or injection?
or I don't know how we would see it in people, but I don't recall ever seeing that correlate with a specific pill that we had tested that was shown to contain that. I know generally the crime lab identified acetyl fentanyl in some pills, but I don't recall a specific instance in my casework where those two were correlated.
Describe counterfeit pills.
Counterfeit pills are essentially illicitly manufactured pills, and sometimes very sophisticatedly, where people will buy the same kind of a pill press that a drug manufacturer uses, and they put their stuff into it and press pills that look very, very similar to legitimate prescription pills. The most common counterfeit pills that we've seen have been fake 30 milligram oxycodone pills that, when tested, contained only fentanyl. And there are also some benzodiazepine pills, things like Valium and Xanax and other things where those, what look like Xanax pills, have also contained fentanyl.
And you just indicated two different things, that in some instances, it was purely fentanyl. Those pills contained only fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And then there were other times where perhaps they were still traces, or there were still the other benzos, for example.
Those would be different pills. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm not aware of any where it was both fentanyl and benzos are, made to look like benzos that didn't have. We've seen counterfeit benzodiazepine pills and counterfeit oxycodone pills, both of which contained only fentanyl.
Correct. Now, in this case, you were provided, or your office rather, was provided with a hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, that bottle you keep in your office, correct?
We do, until the case is done. Eventually it's discarded, but yes.
You talked about would it be fair to say that fentanyl, right now you discussed how you would find acetyl fentanyl, and that was one part of it, and then you had to make sure that legislation got that specific one into the books so that it would then become a controlled substance, correct?
Yes.
And so I imagine that was really fastly evolving.
Yes. I mean, I was a member of the state's Controlled Substances Advisory Committee that would provide recommendations to the legislature to include in the Controlled Substances Act. And every year for, this time from the late teens to the early 20s, it seemed like every year we were adding things. They did eventually make some changes where relatedness became, if it wasn't changed enough, it was still covered. But it was an evolving process. And what we would see in the deaths that we saw related to fentanyl and fentanyl analogs also changed.
And with that, also peer review literature as to the effects of fentanyl, correct?
I would assume so.
That would make. You kind of hesitate? I would assume so.
Right. I mean, yeah, the peer-reviewed literature is evolving all the time, and so I don't know if there's a specific thing you're referencing. I don't know, but certainly, initially there was not a lot of. As the fentanyl supply changed from primarily pharmaceutical to primarily illicit, there in the early stages of that, there was not a lot of new literature to look at the postmortem levels in people that have died of this illicitly manufactured fentanyl as compared to the different ways that people used to take it as a diverted pharmaceutical before.
And that's exactly where I was going. The postmortem, these levels that we've been discussing. Mr. Burmester asked you about the postmortem levels, and you received from NMS reference comments, correct?
Yeah, that's part of their report.
Correct. And do you recall what those numbers were in terms of the femoral blood as it relates to accidental drug overdoses?
I don't recall specifically what the numbers were, but generally speaking, the levels that we see in accidental overdose deaths from fentanyl overlap the levels that are seen as described with, prescription usage.
And part of the reason for that is going back to the literature is that there is no, I'm trying to find the right words for it. There's no set number, universal number that the medical community can attribute in terms of what becomes lethal, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason for that, or part of the reason, and add to this, is both the individual's own use, prior use, if any.
Yes.
Perhaps the toxicity or rather the amount of fentanyl in it, correct?
The dose.
In the dose.
Yes.
The potency of that dose, correct?
Fentanyl is going to be relatively equipotent, but the fentanyl analogs may have different potencies.
Okay. A fixed fatal threshold? Does that sound?
Yeah, there isn't one.
Okay. You were discussing the ratio of fentanyl with norfentanyl with Mr. Burmester. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I got lost, to be frank.
Not surprising. I'm not always good as explaining as I'd like
No,
to.
I think it was just going over my head. But tying it together with the postmortem literature out there and this ever-evolving world that unfortunately we're dealing with now with fentanyl, is there any literature on how that ratio can be affected that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any specific literature that looks at the ratio of fentanyl to norfentanyl in determining, is it a cause of death? Is it a recent, a one-time use or multiple time use? I'm not aware of any literature that discusses that. There certainly has been some literature added over the years to discuss comparing, for example, the amount of fentanyl seen in the heart to that seen in a peripheral site. We call it like something like from the femoral vein, to try and assess, things, or looking at other, what we would call substrates, other sample types, fluid from the eye, testing the liver, urine, other things of that nature.
Let's talk about that. We discussed this when we spoke. You talked about things that you, looking back, you could have done.
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury some of those?
Sure. There is, I guess they say hindsight is always 20/20, but you can certainly, there are a number of things that are in the literature now suggesting that you might gain additional information if you test, for example, urine, which is not something that medical examiner's office routinely does in any case, because what's in the urine is simply a reflection of what has gone on before, and what we need to know is what's in the blood, what's in their system circulating at the time they die. So we don't routinely test that. There is some suggestion that that can help you sort out how quickly or not quickly a given death related to fentanyl might have occurred. And then there's been other evaluation of other substances like fluid from the eye, what we call vitreous fluid, as well as liver, and looking at both of those as a means of perhaps augmenting the understanding of what's going on in the blood as well. When you take something, for example, by mouth, it goes through, down into your stomach, gets absorbed, and then anything that gets absorbed goes through your liver before it goes anywhere else. And so an oral ingestion, in theory, might show up as a higher level in the liver than if it's taken IV or something in some other method. So there are other things we could do that would certainly, potentially help our understanding of how the fentanyl played out in Mr. Richins' case.
And you had also mentioned in our discussion, the brain, the heart, and maybe you mentioned blood. Are those also helpful? Looking back again, hindsight.
Yeah. So the brain, there's good literature that suggests the brain takes up fentanyl, and that is the cause of both the central nervous system and the respiratory depression. It's interacting with opioid receptors in the brain. there's not any published literature that I'm aware of that talks about what a given level in the brain would mean. Same with other solid organs. There's starting to be some literature discussing what a liver level might mean, but I'm not aware of any other specific organ sampling sites that might add light to that.
What about hair follicles?
Hair testing in the setting of drug use is primarily used as a means of evaluating drug use over time. Drugs do get taken up into the hair. And when we collect samples to send for hair testing, which pretty much we only do when we're requested to, but you tie off a bundle of hair. They want usually about a centimeter, so a little under half an inch bundle of hair. And we tie it off at the roots, cut it off, and then that gets sent to the lab, and they take sections of it starting at the root going back to see, based on how fast hair grows, how long has this person been exposed to this substance.
And you indicated unless you're requested, I imagine, for example, law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't done in this case.
That was not done in this case.
Now, as we heard, Ms. Richins, she indicated that Eric was not using fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And there was, going back to the initial conversation or the initial testimony regarding the different categories, when you're trying to really determine what to put down on the death certificate, one of the unanswered question was, well, was he using, correct?
Yeah, that was part of it, certainly.
And in our prior discussions, you've indicated that, at times individuals didn't tell family, correct?
That would be not uncommon, yes.
Okay. And certainly in this case, a hair follicle test, if it had been requested of your office, you would have sent it out.
We would. I don't know, and I think as I told you, I don't know what the literature says about hair follicle testing for fentanyl specifically, whether that's a useful endeavor or not. I don't know.
Fair enough. Certainly it wasn't asked of you, and certainly you didn't get the results back.
No.
Now, had that been done, had you gotten the results back and it did show long-term, that certainly would have played into your determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. The testimony has been.
Yeah, why don't we have a
Oh, I wasn't even on the stage. Stop speculating, says Lamisa. This is ridiculous. Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich. Okay. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, we can hypothesize all the live long day. It's what makes the difference between, truth and me and Connor.
You are not aware of a hair follicle test in your experience being done for fentanyl?
I am not.
Okay, you don't know if it can be done?
I do not know.
Had a hair follicle test just for any drug, including fentanyl, just hair follicle tests to be sent out to see if there's any type of drug use whatsoever, your office would have done that, correct?
overruled?
If we were requested to, that's certainly not something we would ever routinely do. Absolutely no, and I'm not implying that. And to be fair, the reason you wouldn't do that is because your office is tasked with what's at hand, which is what do you have in front of you to determine the manner and cause of death, correct?
Correct. Why is this person dead right now?
Correct.
As opposed to some other time.
And in terms of your checklist, the hair follicle just doesn't come in terms of what you do, correct?
I mean, it can, or it could in theory, but yeah, mostly no.
But if it were to be requested of you, you would or could do it.
We could.
Objection. I think the answer was for this particular.
What's the objection, Mr. Burmester? Asked and answered?
Asked and answered, and calls for speculation.
Sustained. Okay, that's a different question.
So I'm going to go back with all that in mind. If you send out a hair follicle test, is your practice generally when you receive the results of said hair follicle test to use those said results in your determination of whether or not to change a manner of death?
They would be part of, all the information that we look at to come up with our final cause and manner of death.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Fair. Mr. Burmester asked you about the sequence of items that were ingested or not ingested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that there's simply not enough information at hand to be able to determine that, correct?
Yeah, not just from this case. In forensic toxicology, generally, you can't tell when something was taken just based on a number.
And that's what I wanted to make clear, whether it was just in this case or just generally.
Generally, you can do that.
And that means that there are no tests or nothing else that you can go back and do to make that determination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm almost done. Okay. Now, in your involvement in this case, something unusual did occur in this case in terms of the investigation, correct?
In
terms
you'd
of
have to be more specific.
I'm sorry, yes, I will.
Yeah.
In
what
terms
are you
of me,
talking about?
I'm going to rephrase.
We're
it.
about to find out.
Yeah, I apologize. Poor question. I'll start all over. We saw your case notes.
Yes.
And there you spoke with one law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also received other communications from other law enforcement officers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall being invited to a meeting to have a discussion about this case?
Yes.
And do you recall if the DA was involved in that case?
I believe so.
And other prosecutors, correct?
I believe so, yes.
As well as other law enforcement agencies, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And that was unusual in your practice.
It's not common. It happens, but not commonly.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please. Oh, my apologies. Maybe not yet.
Apologies.
Do you have some more, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good.
We're good, Judge. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Mr. Burmester.
Just trying to figure out this meeting you said. Is it the one you had testified earlier when you got a call from law enforcement?
I believe so. From my notes that were in the log that I looked at, I was invited to a meeting. It was my recollection, it was some sort of virtual meeting. I don't know if it was WebEx or Zoom or whatever. And I believe it was with Mr. Hemingway's computer, but there were other people in the room who
You
were
don't-
introduced to me, but I don't recall exactly who was
You
there.
don't know who that was.
I don't know who. I couldn't give you
And
a
when
list.
defense counsel says the DA, presumably the Salt Lake DA was not interested in this case. DEA.
Oh, yeah, I don't recall. I misunderstood that. I thought I was asked DA as well.
So my apologies. I want to make sure I don't get involved in any confusion here. Would you please clarify what this testimony is?
I think you've said you received notice to attend a virtual meeting and law enforcement was there.
Yes.
And you don't know who specifically in law enforcement was there.
Besides Mr. Hemingway, no.
And this was the day before Kouri Richins called?
That's what the log says. Yeah, I don't have any recollection of that specifically.
Hydrocodone doesn't look like this M30 you talked about, imprint of M30 that
No, I've not seen any counterfeit pills made to look like hydrocodone pills.
in this case, there were no traces. That is, you testified there was a lot of fentanyl in the blood.
Yes,
And there was no traces of anything else related to fentanyl.
in the blood, yes, correct.
These other things you talked about, urine, vitreous, liver, brain, heart, blood, none of those, based on your understanding of the literature, et cetera, would give you a definitive forensic proof of long-term use or not long-term use.
Definitively, no.
I have no more questions.
Mr. Ramos, anything further for Dr. Christensen?
Yes, Judge, 1 second. I apologize. We're good. I apologize, Judge. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor.
Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes.
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. Thank
Thank
you. Please watch your step. Okay. You want to keep going, counsel? Or you want to take a restroom break?
Your Honor, may I just confer briefly with?
Of course. Yes.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break.
Okay, folks, let's take a restroom break. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, back to the video of the May 4th, 2023 interview. I think, I don't want to speak for him, defense had a chance to review it, but we'll still have an objection.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Yes. Your Honor, we still object on 2 grounds. One is still hearsay. There's not only just the statements of Mr. Crozier and Detective Davis and Detective, I think Hamilton maybe was the other one there.
It was Ben Carino.
That's okay, that's fine.
I'm certain it was Ben Carino. You can think all you want. It was Ben Carino.
All right.
We
doesn't
have
matter.
law enforcement side, and then we have the Mr. Crozier side.
Right, but then we also have law enforcement making statements to Mr. Crozier, statements from Nicole Cummings and Carmen Lauber. So there's those hearsay statements in there also. And the other thing is, it says that it can be admissible under 801D when the person is subject to cross-examination. I know Mr. Crozier was subject to cross-examination, but he's no longer subject to cross-examination. It seems as if this video should have been introduced prior, because then we would have had the opportunity to show him portions of the video and cross-examine him on the video. That opportunity is now lost.
Why?
Well, he's been released from his subpoena. We don't know if he's been out talking about the case, I suppose.
Well, you could ask him about that, but he's not unavailable.
Well, that's correct. We could subpoena him and bring it back in. That's true.
And I just want to make sure I understand the procedural history here. Defense had the video, right?
Yes.
To the extent it had wanted to cross-examine him regarding the video when he was on the stand, he had the opportunity, and there may have been good reasons to not do it at the time.
Well, the main reason was he had no memory of it, so that made it difficult.
Well, that's exactly the condition that triggers 801D1A.
Well, 801D1A is if there is inconsistencies in it.
Or has forgotten.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I don't have it in front of me.
I mean, I think that is the basis to have a discussion regarding admission of the video, his side of it, right? Under 801D1A is that he was testified numerous times under oath in open court that he couldn't remember the interview, even to the extent of saying that piece of transcript does not refresh my recollection.
Correct.
So I can instruct the jury to not consider anything other than Mr. Crozier's statements for the truth of the matter, that they can only consider the law enforcement half for context, as to provide context for why Mr. Crozier is responding. Other than that, any other hearsay concerns?
No other concerns.
Any other concerns?
No.
You had two reasons, you said.
Yeah, I gave them the hearsay of the other people.
And, okay.
They're subject to cross-examination.
All right.
On the video.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
How would you propose we do this, Mr. Bloodworth? Play the video with the scrolling transcript for the jury nowish?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe in 5 minutes-ish.
Sure.
Stay, drink a lot of coffee.
No, you and I both. Let me make a ruling here and see if either side needs clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Bloodworth, as I understand it, the state seeks to admit and publish to the jury a 13-ish minute audio-visual recording of Mr. Crozier's interview with law enforcement in May of 2023. The recording is accompanied by the transcript that plays below the video in real time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, and it is labeled 8-64, D as in dog.
Okay. Can you repeat that?
864.
Thank you. Having had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Crozier's sworn testimony in open court, and given that defendant had the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Crozier when he was on the stand, has had the video, and that there's no evidence before the court currently that Mr. Crozier is unavailable to be re-subpoenaed and brought back into the courtroom by defense if they determine it's necessary to do so. The court determines that Mr. Crozier's half of that interview with law enforcement from May 2023 is admissible as categorically not hearsay under Rule 801D1A, because he testified under oath that he couldn't remember the statements he gave during that interview. And therefore, these statements that he makes in the interview qualify as statements regarding which he has forgotten, quote unquote. The court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider any portion of the law enforcement side of that interview for the truth of the matter, which resolves any hearsay issue with regard to the law enforcement half of the interview. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor, nothing.
Okay. It will be. 8-64D, as in Delta, is admitted on that basis. Let's take a 10-minute break. This clock in here shows 20 of 11. We'll come back at 10 of 11. Thank you.
Before we
Yes.
may we get just the lineup, just so while we're on the break, we can take advantage of that. And prepare for whoever-
Who's coming in? after
Yeah,
that?
it hasn't changed from what I emailed you on Saturday, so I think.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, folks, 10-minute break. Thank you. Court's in recess.
I was trying to figure out what 10 out of 11 or whatever he said was, but I'm guessing he means 10 till 11, which would be 11:50. That's way too much math for oh, look at that. Somebody else is on top of it whenever I'm just like crazy.
Right on top of that, Rose.
Girl.
I don't do math, but I was just right there it was the right time. Planets lined up.
I was like,
I did it mountain time, so you know.
that's yeah. Somehow it's easier for me to figure out. I guess it's because it's only 1 hour instead of 2, like it was in Idaho, Iowa.
Lemisa's like, just 10 minutes from now, Donna. Just 10 minutes from
The
now.
way he said it, though, he said 10 of 11. I was like, what? Is he? How is it? Is he my grandma?
Oh my gosh. I love y'all's comments today. I mean, I love them every day, but damn. She's like, so yeah, give us 10 minutes to gossip.
You know,
Who's
I just
drive?
I just feel like they need to pray a lot or something, because none of them seem to be having their stuff together like they need to. Except for the Debbie Downer lady. She knows just how to stick it in every time.
Yeah, that is one thing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of her voice. Okay. The other one, the Miss Nestor, she reminds me of Rachel Smith a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're kind of spoiled to Lindsay Blake. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
trying
true.
for the fact of the matter, or the effect on the listener. That blew my mind.
Also, Trina K was so damn sharp.
Yes. Yeah, she was. Yeah. I didn't really care for Rob Wood. You know what I found out today before coming on? I was watching Unfiltered Rise podcast. I've had her on before, Heidi Love. And she had Jesse Zaboter on. And I was like, oh my God, yes. And so I was I was listening to that while I was putting makeup on. And Jesse said that most of your bishops are Mason members. And I was like, well, that fucking tracks. That tracks. So is Rob Wood a Mason? Not to mention he's in law. You know.
I don't know,
Makes
but
me
as I've always said about being a Jehovah's Witness and looking at these Mormons is hold my beer, because if I do know that in the times past there were the Russellites, that the one I talked about before, he was a Freemason. I'm pretty sure about it. But
yep. Oh yeah, he was. I looked at it.
But I'm not sure that continues on today, but it could, because it's just like, just because you're not offered the second anointing don't mean it don't exist, you know?
Oh no,
So-
that's just like, I think it's like with Catholics, it's the same as having your marriage blessed. Maybe I don't know. I don't pretend to be an expert, but it just kind of reminded me of that, like a confirmation, not a confirmation, but like having your marriage blessed, I don't know. Because I want to say the rhetoric was kind of, you can kind of pick the rhetoric out of it.
I know it, and it makes me feel self-conscious to speak, that people who might disagree with me on some things would be able to tell by my general conversation and make some decisions about how I speak, about how I believe politically, or about God, or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess everybody's that way. It's like,
yeah, they all have their little way of, I mean, for real, this is
code.
how I look at it. I look at it like they take religions, the major ones for sure that we have, and that's one way to like dupe people into, I mean, I just picture like a bunch of sheep and being corralled and just being caught. That's literally what goes through my mind, is what they use religious institutions for. So they're gonna have like the enlightened path in everyone, in my opinion. They've been exploited, they've been infiltrated and exploited forever.
You know, if I was just thinking about, people are so whipped up, or I don't even know what to say about it, but
Wrapped up, maybe?
wrapped up, it's like there's a lot going on in the world.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, not everybody is aware.
right. And I get it that you don't want to look away. I mean, you want to look away. And if you, but it's, I don't know. It's like you saw all these different things happen, and now we got to, what all will the elite do? Start
To
wars
do
and do all,
you.
to start wars and to get control of people, to keep them from seeing this stuff that we're trying
Yeah,
to.
that's exactly what's. Look at TPUSA, prime example. And how like warped it is, because I mean, if Jason Mao, his whole warrior whatever ethos bullshit, if it makes if it made it into a charter school and is being taught and government funded, vouchers and everything in Arizona,
Yes.
and they're teaching this warrior concept, I mean, that's TPUSA material all day, every day, literally twice on Sundays.
And see, I talked to my brother about that, about, some things, like if you're getting together with another religion to like hand out food or whatever, I'm sure they're all about doing that. But I asked him, I was like, he considered TPUSA a religious right-wing type organization. But if he was in like meeting with some people that he was in religion with and also voted the same way, he would not feel comfortable to include LDS in that conversation. My brother's a Baptist, and he was just saying that would totally not be right. And he can't imagine that, if you want to confer with somebody on a political thing about something, but you can't confer with them on a religious way. Because we already talked, it's not the same Jesus. Y'all, everybody can worship how they want to. That didn't really sound right. I didn't mean that to be that way at all. But everybody's entitled to worship the way they want to worship. This is a free country, and we can do that. And nobody needs to be talking about how somebody believes. But if you know about,
I'm talking. I'm just being. I'm joking.
If you know about things going on in any organization, whether it's yours or somebody else's, it needs to be dug out of there. You know what they say about one bad apple? It spoils the whole barrel of apples or whatever. The rot moves along. So I don't know what that is donging on. And because I have my things turned off. Anyway, if it's your religion and it's a good religion, sure, you would want to put anybody out that was trying to groom young people into doing becoming slaves to somebody, or off killing little animals or people, for God's sake.
Whether we're in a religion or, in a church or not, there's other ways to we're infiltrated. Okay. Our government, our churches, our schools, our hospitals, our military, we are infiltrated, and we have been. From what I'm understanding, I didn't quite see it that way. I just, you know what? I remember me and El Mom, we have a interview, or not an interview, or collab or whatever, that I still have never released because I say right, right, right. I say it so much I'm embarrassed. Okay. And I really think it would be funny just to watch now. But I remember telling her, like, I remember thinking in my mind, like, if like, who do I go to with this information? You know, when I found out about the second anointing, when I found out about just this kind of secret society and you know, Freemason, I didn't know how that worked, you know, at that point for sure. But I knew these things were involved. At least what I'm learning, you know, I'm having to go back and look and just kind of see what I'm saying. Like the first live stream me and Elmom ever did on my channel was like in October of 2021. And I mentioned all these things in that stream, and I was like, well, damn, I've been knowing about this for a long damn time. And I mean, it's no. But I remember telling her too, that I wondered where I could go for help with this information. If, you know, like you just kind of go, you know, processing things. And I'm like, well, where could I even go? Who would even believe me? And I was thinking, I could tell the prosecutors. And I was like, no. And then I was like, you know, what about the FBI? And then I was like, no. And then I was like, the other 3-letter government, no. And I didn't know about all their involvement in nefarious things, allegedly. At that point, I do now. And now for sure, you know, just going through that thought process with just minimal knowledge or grasp or grip on anything quite at that time, you know, it just, and then I was like, what about the president? And I mean, it was Trump then, but I mean, any president, I was just like, no. I'm like, well, where the fuck do you go with this? And I mean, I remember feeling like it was a sulking feeling because I was like, oh my God, you can't trust nobody. And I mean, I trust regular people more than I trust them now, you know, I'm jaded now. Like, you done effed with me and my family, you know, with all your chemtrails and shit and just all the things, you know, the poisonous fog. Remember that shit not long ago? Remember the, whatever alleged UFOs in the damn sky? Remember those things? I'm just saying, you know, this is not far-fetched. This is happening.
And it fills
Okay.
with your head.
Yeah, it really does. Cause I'm sitting there watching Jason struggle with his health. And then it really pisses me the hell off. And then, like, I was going to show y'all, I was getting some links together to show you guys videos that I have come across. And one of them was from Goel. I was just going to share a few things about what Goel said the other, I think last night, but it's been pulled down due to NBC. He played like some clips from Saturday Night Live or whatever. But, you know, so I can't even show y'all what he was saying, but it's just truth. It's just truth. And
Well, bless.
I'm sure he'll get it back up, but I mean, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, like Goel was saying, you know, if this doesn't piss you off enough, he said basically what they are doing is using, you know, he was talking about Life Touch or whatever, and how, you know, that's who takes our children's school photos, and what they're doing, they're in the Epstein files, and how they're basic, and I'm earmuffs for all you sensitive Sallys, okay? Not this fucking channel. But anyways, what he said was basically they are looking through our children's photos, wondering which one they want to fuck.
That's
Wondering which one they want to cannibalize. And I mean, it's the truth. It is the truth, and it does happen, and I'm here because it happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
until that really gets through our minds, what are we going to do? Are we just going to sit here and bitch about it? Or, I mean, I've never, you know, had to form any kind of militia, and I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying, like, I've never had to go past thought or, you know, seeing that work on paper, basically, you know what I mean? And I mean, this is not the first person I've heard talk like this. I've heard, I'm sorry, I've heard Bailey Sarian, she's like, what are we going to do? And I mean, I feel like that too. What are we going to do? I mean, we've talked about it. They don't care. They do not care.
They started a war, so they don't want to talk about it.
And whatever, do you, boo? Like I can't care about that because it's so obvious how much of a freaking distraction they're trying to do or cause, with all kinds of things, with orchestration of the Nancy Guthrie case, y'all. I mean, holy shit. That is a hot mess express. And I mean, I need to go back and look at what they were trying to do whenever this was happening with my family. Because I couldn't see anything at that point. It was COVID. It was just bullshit. It was horrific. I mean,
I hate to say it, but a lot of times, a lot of the true crime people who start rumors and stuff, who go out there, probably are not helping. And,
I really don't give a shit about them. I really don't. Like, it'll come out in the wash is how I look at it.
I know it, but what I'm talking about is things that come out that the family might hear about that would upset them, that it's just something that's made up. I wish that could stop, but there's no way to stop that because
I mean, really, has there ever been?
No.
They always find some goddamn excuse. It's never them. They're never guilty. They don't associate. They don't sweat. They don't. It wasn't that weekend. It was a good weekend. They weren't at the freak off. I'm just picking. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to know what's in the Epstein papers or files to know what's in the Epstein files and who is in the Epstein files. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
But
it
is good to.
I don't need the details to know what they're doing.
More horror stories, trauma bonding, and nobody's going to be held accountable. So it just sucks. But now I feel like Debbie Downer. And what reality show?
That's our life is a reality show.
It is. We're like, what is that, Ed TV? Yeah, with Ellen DeGeneres on it. Is the sound up? Yeah, it should be. I'm just,
they're just
being paranoid. He's mean mugging. Okay. Smell y'all later. Oh, that's the first time I've seen her smile.
All right, have a seat.
Except for you, Kouri. No, I'm kidding.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understand, will be admitting State's Exhibit 8-64D, a recording of a May 2023 interview with Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state moves to admit and publish 8-64D.
Ms. Lewis, any other objection other than the one I've already ruled on?
No, nothing further.
Okay. State's 8-64D is admitted. We'll get that queued up now.
So is Sheriff Mike Smith. Lamisa. Okay. I type slow.
Please proceed.
Robert, how are you? Good. I imagine you are. We'll get to why we're here in just a minute real quick. Let me just get a little basic information from you, okay? How about an address for you? 16 East, 350 South. What city?
Robert, I'm so sorry, but you were going to give an instruction?
That is true. I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crozier's side of this interview, this conversation, you may consider that for the truth, give it as much weight or as any as you determine it deserves. There are other speakers during this conversation. So the other side of the conversation, there may be 2 or 3 other people on the other side of the conversation. You cannot consider any of what they say for the truth. The only thing you can consider them for is to explain why Mr. Crozier is responding or to provide context for his responses. But the non-Robert Crozier side of this conversation is hearsay that cannot be considered for the truth. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please proceed. That's all right. I'll fix it. Scott, please give it a try.
And the phone number for you.
County.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
I'm about to say, I've been in Summit County.
I know you haven't, but you've had involvements with people in Summit County that we're looking at. That's what we're here to talk to you about. Phone number for you, Robert.
3855. I couldn't even tell you. I'm so confused right now.
Okay.
I really can't. My phone's new anyways.
Okay. Tell me your phone number then.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to why we're here to talk to you in just a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to advise you of your rights because you're obviously in custody here at jail, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney with you during questioning if you wish. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed for you before questioning. If you decide to answer questions now without having a lawyer here, you can stop questioning anytime until you've spoken to a lawyer. You understand those rights I've explained to you? Having those rights in mind, you want to talk to us today?
Talking now.
Okay. So we're here to talk to you about a transaction that you made a little over a year ago with a female named Carmen Lauber that Nicole put you in touch with. You met her at a Maverick and Draper on 2 separate occasions in February of last year, so a little over a year ago.
Okay. It's not
Ringing a bell at all?
not ringing. Specific bell, no.
Okay. Well, let me give you a little more information. And so we've talked to Carmen, we've talked to Nicole. We talked to Nicole yesterday, got her phone and downloaded everything we need off of her phone. You sold Carmen blues on 2 separate occasions there at the Draper Maverick. As a result, somebody died from that transaction. So we're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that. We're simply here for information. But we know that you sold those and we can prove that through cell phone records and that kind of stuff. But right now, your information for us is more valuable than you being charged federally with selling fentanyl that results in death. Now you're hearing in on some drug stuff. Do you know anything about the federal rules with fentanyl and 30s? And
I don't know anything. I know you have a distribution of a cop of 30 of them in December.
the M30s?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us what you know. Like I said, right now, your information is more valuable, but at this point, we can prove, we know that you met with Carmen at that Draper Maverick on 2 separate occasions, sold her fentanyl. That fentanyl is then used in a death case, basically. So we tracked it back to this point, but we're not interested in jamming you up. We're here to try and corroborate information. Validate.
I know
what Carmen and Nicole have both already told us. So you're in the position right now of either telling us what you know about it and basically not hurting anybody because Carmen and Nicole have both already talked to us. We're tracking you here and you're verifying information we have. Or if you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We will pursue it federally because we know that you sold them the fentanyl that resulted in the death. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm just kind of laying it out exactly how it is right now.
So I know who Nicole is.
Okay.
About a year ago.
February 5th and 25th is when Carmen messaged Nicole. Nicole gave her your information. Okay. Then you guys set up 2 transactions at the Maverick and Draper. Okay.
Of last year.
Yes. It's not this previous February, a year before.
Okay.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. And be honest with you, Paul, so I'm so quite a bit. So I'm not trying to be a douche about it or nothing. So it's hard, remember that much time passed. And do you have a number that she bought from me? Was it a quantity?
She said between 20 and 30 pills both times.
Okay. Then probably, yeah.
you remember going to that Maverick and Draper? Were you living down there at the time, or?
She lives, I want to say she lives pretty far away.
She lives in Heber.
Yeah, so like that was just where we were meeting.
Where were you coming from? Where were you living at the time?
Man, I've been living a little bit everywhere. Okay. Maybe the last couple of years.
So it's kind of ringing back. You're kind of getting a little bit more. Well, tell me what you can remember about it.
I remember Nicole calling me and saying, "Hey, can you be my friend?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then she was like, "Oh, she wants a lot." And I was like, "All right."
Is 30 a lot for you, or is that a lot for Nicole? Or?
I think it was a lot for Nicole. It wasn't a lot for me. But okay. I was like, all right. I didn't know anybody died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we didn't expect that you knew that. And like I said, that's why at this point, your information is we're not interested in jamming you up or the distribution of it or anything like that. We're doing our investigation. You're kind of just on the edges of it a little bit as kind of an involved player, as being a hook basically for it. We're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that, but we are interested in the information you have to provide to us that validates what people have already told us.
Okay, as far as I know, I met her just 2 times. I think I talked to her a couple more times after, but just to see, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, because somebody's spending, you know what I mean, $500-600 is
that what 30 would run about $500 or $600?
Yeah,
so
something like that.
Okay. And did you hit her up afterwards to see if she wanted more, or did she hit you up afterwards?
I think I asked her one other time, and then she just didn't.
She's like, "Hey, you looking for any more?" Or something.
Yeah, something like that. She just didn't respond to me. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how you contacted her? Was it through text messaging, messenger?
Well, I want to say it was through text messages, but I haven't had that go on her long last time.
What phone would it have been on?
My phone. Fuck. Maybe a 333-6156 number.
You still have that phone? Okay. The phone you have now is a newer one then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you contacted that Carmen at all with that phone or anything? Do you know where that old phone would have been that would have had those text messages on it?
No, I lost that phone a while ago.
Okay. Well, what did you think the phone number was, you said?
385-333-615.
Okay. So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted, you know.
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxy, or what did she ask for?
No. I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her at 30s, right?
Yeah, I told her she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that. She got the M30.
Right, no.
Okay. So she knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember where you got those pills from?
I don't specifically.
Okay. What else can you tell us about that? That's all we're here to talk to you about was that transaction, those 2 transactions, I guess, a little over a year ago. We don't care about anything else, but what else can you remember about those?
She was with the older guy.
You remember what kind of car they showed up in?
No. Well, I think one time it was like a truck. Like a white truck or something.
Okay. When you say she was with an older guy, do you remember about ballpark how old he would have been?
I don't know, 50s probably.
You thought maybe one time in a truck, but you couldn't remember the other one?
No, they were in a car the other time. I don't remember what car.
Okay.
The first time she was in the truck, though, for sure.
When you guys were to show up at the Maverick, where would you go? Would you go around back of the Maverick or just right there at
Just
the
right in
office? Yeah. Just a quick hand to hand.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's just about $600 or so is what you charge for those. Okay. Do you remember? So I think she would have ordered more the second time. Do you remember the quantity?
I don't remember exactly.
But you remember meeting her twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really remember meeting her twice because you told me I did it twice. I would have said once.
But do you remember now they're kind of
Yeah.
jogging your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you think of anything else about those meetings with her or anything?
No, that's the only 6 times I've talked to her.
Okay. How do you know Nicole?
This dude named Cam. I was staying with him, Roy, for a while. And she stayed there for a while, and then she took off, and then Cam just fucking right home, and we all take him up on one point or another. So,
Okay. So Nicole just hit you up and said, "Hey, would you want to be with my friend?"
yeah.
You're like, "Yeah, that's cool." We were in the
Yeah.
apartment. Did she call you or text you? Do you remember?
I believe she called me.
All the time or just that one time? Or
I think she was like, she would text me like, hey, what's up? And then one of us called the other one.
like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
How long was your
Like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long was your?
I think she was like saying with like two taking like, hey, what's up? And then one was probably the other one.
Would you press pause? We'll fix that.
Yeah.
My apologies. Go ahead, Scott.
Out there, or drug court or some shit, whoever she was living. She was on, yeah, she was either on AP&P or on drug court or something. I don't remember, and she had to hurry. It was always in a hurry, like, she was like, okay, well, I'm leaving here now, so I can meet you like halfway. Can you meet me halfway? Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And halfway was that Maverick there?
Yeah.
Draper. Yeah. Okay. You said one time she came with an older guy. Do you remember if that was the first time or the second time?
I believe it was the second time.
First time, do you remember if she showed up with anybody?
I don't.
Okay, I think those are all the questions we had for you. If we have any more follow-up questions, you want to talk to us again as we kind of progress with this a little bit further?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you talking to us, Robert. Like I said, we're not here to jam you up over anything. We're just here to try and get some information and see what you
I
got.
fucking one day wake up with some fucking manslaughter charges.
No. We're not going to pursue that. Like I said, if you didn't want to help us out or anything, we kind of have this view right now that the people we're interviewing, we've got enough information. We're just trying to verify it. You're kind of either helping us out or you're not. And if you're not, you might, honestly. But all you've done right now, so we've already talked, Carmen's already talked, and Nicole's already talked. So you're not telling us anything we didn't know. You're not protecting anybody by not talking to us. All you'd be doing is basically rolling the dice with your future if you didn't talk to us. Because when the deaths are involved, the prosecutors do get a little spun up over it. And with fentanyl in the federal system, if you don't know this, if you get caught dealing fentanyl that results in a death, you could potentially face federal charges. It doesn't matter if you intended to cause the death or anything else like that. They're cracking down on it. So I don't know how long you're in for. I know you're on possession with intent stuff, but if you are still dealing, don't be dealing with that shit anymore because the feds are coming down hard on it, and it's only a matter of time, especially with how nasty that shit is.
And both of them gave you my name.
Well, we'd already verified it through phone records. We already knew who they got it from. It wasn't like they told us anything we didn't know either.
Yeah.
We've been able to find everything we need through digital evidence, and all the contacts, all the messages on Facebook, all that stuff.
Yeah, we knew all of that before we made contact with anybody.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were diming you out or anything.
Yeah, but I don't think me and Carmen even were friends on Facebook.
We actually were the ones that brought up your name to Nicole because we already knew that Nicole had put you in touch with Carmen, and we already knew all of that information.
Oh, okay.
So we're just trying to verify stories is all we're trying to do at this point.
Okay.
So, do you have any questions for us or anything like that?
Other than is he gonna backdoor me here?
No.
All right.
We're not here to jam you up or anything like that. We don't give a shit about what's going on down here or anything like that.
Okay. I was just going to ask you: do any of your people ever tell you what they're going to use it for themselves? If they're going to try to sell it to anybody else? What their intents are?
Everybody that I deal with does it themselves. You know what I mean? Like I do it myself, they do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's.
Did Carmen ever mention anything about hooking it up for somebody else or anything like that?
Like I said, like she was just. Like I met her twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I figured it was a long shot twice. You met her a year ago. I knew it was going to be a bit of a stretch for you to remember. But anything else you can think of or anything else you can remember?
No.
Okay. As you think about it, if you do think of something, let one of the COs know or one of the investigators here at the jail know. They'll reach back out to us if you think of anything else you want to talk to us about or anything like that. Okay. Any other questions or anything like that for us? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead. All right. We'll go grab the CO and let them know you're ready. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Molly Crosswhite.
Miss, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
She's agreeing.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
My name is Molly Crosswhite.
And is the last name spelled Crosswhite?
Yes,
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
not personally, but through this trial, yes,
Okay. Did you purchase a home from Kouri Richins?
I did.
When did you purchase that home?
It was January 26, 2022 is when we closed on that property.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Your Honor, permission to publish. This has been admitted already.
It's up.
No objection.
Ms. Crosswhite, do you recognize that house?
I do,
Is that the home that you purchased from Kouri Richins?
yes.
Did you ever move into that home?
No,
Did you rent that home?
I did.
When did your renters occupy that home?
They moved into the property March 30th of that year. Their lease began March 1st, but they did not move here till the 30th.
You said you closed on that home, I'm sorry, the 26th or 27th?
I think it was January 26th.
January 26th, 2022.
Yes,
And was that home occupied between the date of the closing and the end of March when your renters moved in?
it was not.
Were the locks on that home the same as they were on January 26th when you closed to the time your renters moved in?
They were the same.
And did Kouri Richins rehab that home for you?
Prior to us purchasing it, it's our understanding she had done a renovation.
And did she have the keys to that home throughout that renovation process?
I would assume so.
Am I right then, as far as you know, that home was unoccupied between January the 26th, 2022 and the end of March 2022?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, oh, excuse me. Can I grab some water? So before you closed on the home, you entered into a real estate purchase agreement,
That's right.
right? And can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1024, Katie? Thanks, Alex. Ms. Crosswhite, do you recognize that as the real estate purchase contract that you entered into?
Yes.
And do you know the date that you entered into that?
Looks like it was January 14th, 2022.
Your Honor, we'd move to admit Defense Exhibit 1024.
No objection.
Defense 1024 is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Sure.
Okay.
And then, Ms. Crosswhite, you closed on the home January 26th, was your testimony.
Yes.
Between January 14th and January 26th, did you do a walkthrough of the home?
Yes.
And what was in the home at the time that you did the walkthrough?
The home had been staged when they were marketing it for sale. So at that time, there was furniture in it. I think by the time we did our final walkthrough, which was a couple of days before we closed, all of the furniture had been removed from the
Right.
property.
Was there anything else in the home once the furniture was removed, such as boxes?
Not that I recall. I don't remember exactly what was still there, but I do know that we had wanted the home to be fully vacated and all of the debris, and there was some garbage and things on the premises, like old cars even, that we had asked to have removed.
So do you recall if there were any boxes or cups or any items left in the closet of the home?
I don't remember.
Had there been, would you have asked that that be removed when you did the walkthrough a couple of days before closing?
I think that if it was something significant that we would really notice as a bunch of garbage or something that was going to be troublesome for us to remove from the property, we would have asked for it to be removed. Like a small item like a cup, I can't say would have stood out.
All right, that's fair. Now, you said the renters, their lease began March 1st. They didn't move in until the end of March. But was there work being done on the home during the time you closed and the time the renters moved in?
There was.
And particularly, was there work being done throughout February of 2022?
Yes, I think I provided a list of dates that was on record with our contractor. I think there was maybe 7 different days in February when there were contractors working on the property.
Okay. Would some of those dates have been February 10th, 11th,
Yes, that sounds familiar.
12th, 13th, and 14th? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And you think there were additional dates other than those 5?
I think there was 2 more dates the following week, maybe that the 19th and 20th, if that's, I'd have to look back at the records, but according to my contractor's records, there was 2 more dates in addition to those 5 that you named.
Okay. And when they were working on the house, do you know if they were there all day, most of the day?
I don't know how long they were there. We were having things like insulation added into the attic and mortar added to the pot rock because there was animals coming into the home and things like that. We needed to get it ready for the tenants.
Okay. When you closed on the home, did you take possession of the keys?
I think that the key that was provided for us to access the home when we toured the property and made our offer remained at the property. I can't remember if it was hidden underneath, like somewhere at the front door. And we left that same key there for our contractors to use while they were working on the property.
All right. Did they keep the home locked?
I don't know.
Did you ask that they kept the home locked?
I would expect for them to. I mean, that's the point of a key.
Right. And the key wasn't in a visible spot, true?
No. I remember us having it hidden somewhere near the front door, maybe under a pot or under where anybody would think to hide a key. Probably not a great place to hide a key.
And it was your expectation the home would be locked throughout that time?
Yes.
Is that fair? All right. After you closed on the home, did you have any further conversations with Ms. Richins?
No, I never had any conversations with her directly. She was represented by another real estate agent.
Did you have conversations after you closed on the home with that agent?
I doubt it. I can't remember, but I would be surprised if I did.
Would you have told them the work that was going on in the home and who was in and out of the home? Would they have been aware of that?
I think that prior to us closing on the property, we definitely communicated our plans. It was part of our negotiations because we discovered quite a bit of work needed to be done in addition to the renovation that Ms. Richins had done. So I definitely had communicated, hey, we're not going to be able to rent this out the way that it is. We need, I think it was a $10,000 credit so that we were able to, complete the renovations in a way to make the home habitable.
Okay. And is there any reason they would have known Ms. Richins or her agent that you were talking to when, in fact, renters were moving into the home?
I don't know. I don't know if we shared that or not. I know that we definitely communicated we could not rent it out right away. Okay. And we had to take care of quite a bit before we felt comfortable having people move in.
All right. If I have one moment. One or two. Do you recall Ms. Cressway being interviewed by Mr. Bertram, in this case, the defense investigator?
Yes.
And do you recall telling him that when you took possession of the house, there was nothing in the house at that time?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall telling him at that time that you actually turned the key over to the contractors?
I don't remember. I never met the contractors on site, so I'm sure I did communicate to them where the key could be found on the property.
All right. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth. Oh, Ms. Shervanek. I shouldn't make assumptions. I apologize.
Allison Wright, Your Honor.
Let's do it.
That Molly, she turns heads when she comes off there. Did y'all see how she was so cute just walking in that black sweater dress? She's a mess, I bet.
Yes, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in right here, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could please state your name and spell your last name.
Allison Wright, Wright.
Ma'am, where do you work?
C&E Stonemasonry.
How long have you worked there?
Since established in 2010.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I first met him in junior high. He was a friend of my sister's. They were both in high school. He spent time at our house, and eventually we ended up in high school at the same time.
And is your husband was his business partner? Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How did you know Kouri Richins?
When I met her when she was dating Eric.
I want to talk with you about a couple of handwriting items before I ask you a few other questions. That states Exhibit 8-49 for the record. Sorry, I've got too many things on my podium here. I'm going to hand you this booklet.
Okay.
Okay. If you could turn to tab 4 for me. Do you recognize those items in tab 4?
Yes.
Is it, and if it's multiple pages, you can look through all the pages. Is it just the one page?
There's multiple pages.
Okay. And the first page is the one that you recognize. Is that right?
Correct.
And go ahead and turn to tab 12 for me.
Okay.
And do you recognize those items?
Yes.
What are in tab 4 and in tab 12? What are those items?
They are returned checks from C&E Stonemasonry's banking account.
And are those checks that you gathered and gave to Katie Richins Benson?
Correct.
And you gathered those from C&E's accounting books and things like that, their bank records?
Correct. The check on tab 4 was collected on an online banking and the other ones were printed checks from our files.
What do you do for C&E?
Admin and bookkeeping.
Okay. So I want to switch gears. I want to turn your attention to February of 2019. Do you recall that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a time in February of 2019 that you took a vacation with Eric Richins and Kouri Richins and your families?
Yes. No, just the adults.
Just the adults. Okay. No kids were there. And do you remember a conversation during that trip with Kouri Richins that stood out to you?
Yes.
Go ahead and describe for the jury what you remember about that conversation.
On our vacation, Kouri and I ended up alone for a moment and just talking about our families, life, kids.
Your Honor, objection, can you approach?
Yes.
Well, good grief. Wonder what she was objecting to. I hope I'm not too loud because I had to turn off the moderate my mic in order to turn up the courtroom. Okay, here she comes back.
Please stand up and stretch your legs. We'll invite you out of court. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. We're still on the record. Ms. Sherbanek, if you would just ask me several questions, we'll see where this goes.
Certainly. And so now that we're outside the presence of the jury, we're just going to get a preview of how you would answer the question that I just asked you. So describing what you remember from that conversation with Kouri Richins from the vacation.
While we were sitting there, we were discussing life, and Kouri then explained how things weren't super great in her marriage, how she felt trapped. She explained to me that there was a prenuptial agreement that was put in place, and I had never heard of that. She continued to say how I think the trap was mostly due to financial, is Eric would, because of the terms of the financial agreement, Eric would end up benefiting financially and continue to live as they currently were, where she would be in a different circumstance. She explained how she feared that the kids would be drawn to Eric's life and felt like she was unhappy in there, but feared what it would look like if she ended the marriage.
And is it okay if I ask a follow-up question?
Of course.
Did that conversation kind of give you context or inform you about Kouri, kind of what she was doing with her business at that time?
Yeah, things started to make sense. Like I was impressed that she went and got a master's degree. Kouri's motivated, hardworking. I always admired that. And she was very motivated, it felt like, to become financially independent.
Your Honor, this conversation, can we get a foundation of exactly when in 2019 this conversation took place? Sometime in that year?
Mid-February. Okay. I think the trip started on the 17th. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure what day.
Do you want to have this discussion with witness
I
present?
do, outside that, if she could step down and step out.
Do you want any more for recollection before we have the conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting out in the lobby for us for a
Yes.
minute? Thank you.
Your Honor, may it please the court. According to Mrs. Wright, this conversation took place in February of 2019. 3 years prior, more than 3 years prior to Mr. Richins' death. In the interim, in between 2019 and 2022, the Richins attended marriage counseling and worked on their marriage and a bunch of water under the bridge. This, to allow a conversation on a vacation in a situation where two women are just chatting about the condition of their marriage, 3 years, there's certainly no allegation here that Kouri Richins was planning to murder her husband 3 years in advance. Outrageously prejudicial due to the temporal distance in the statement that is being made. No relevance because it's 3 years prior.
Why isn't it relevant to show that Ms. Richins was aware of the outcome financially that would flow to her from a divorce based upon the prenuptial agreement?
She's aware of that when she signs the prenuptial agreement. They've entered the agreement that she signed.
This is, well, I mean, I think you've answered my question. It is relevant to show she's aware of it.
No, sir. The conversation in 2019 certainly isn't relevant. They have introduced a prenuptial agreement that she signed. It's clear that she knew.
I apologize for interrupting you. It's not clear because it doesn't, I have no evidence that she read it. I don't have any evidence that she understood it. Here, I have a witness saying she understood it, was aware of it, was fearful of it, was taking steps to mitigate.
Okay. If that's going to come in over my objection, certainly respect your ruling. We've made our record, but I would ask that all the rest of that conversation be stricken as too far away about being trapped in her marriage, about being unhappy. Everything about that is utterly irrelevant and outrageously prejudicial. And we would ask that it be stricken and only be allowed to say that she discussed her prenuptial agreement and that's it. And we also would like a continuing objection to any questions of this witness about any conversation in 2019. We respect your ruling on that.
Okay, so defendant's objection to this series of questions of Ms. Wright is overruled. The testimony that was put on the record through the voir dire requested by defendant is relevant because it shows defendant's genuine subjective awareness of what she believed were the financial consequences that would flow to her if she and her husband divorced. It provides additional probative value because it shows that she was concerned about having less money than her husband if they divorced by virtue of the prenuptial agreement. She was taking steps to mitigate that potential, those potential financial effects. She was concerned about how her children might associate more with her husband by virtue of the lifestyle that he would be able to maintain in a post-divorce financial environment. That is all probative to the issues in this case, and it is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Your Honor, can I also get a ruling just to avoid having to take another break when the jury comes back? Obviously, I have a right to go into her credibility and bias at this point, no matter what's being asked on direct, correct?
That's a very broad statement. You can certainly go into potential sources of bias.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay. Okay. Folks, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 of 12. Thank you. No one is allowed to speak to Ms. Wright during this break. Please give her some space. Thank you. Court's in recess.
All right.
Good grief. What in the world? So we got 10 of 12. That's 10 minutes, Donna. He kills me with how he says that. Look at that. A lot of people use AI, and I have Grisha taking care of the super times. Bam. Exactly. So,
That was
wow,
funny. I'm
that
sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't
that's
gonna come up here,
great.
but then you made me laugh. All right, I'm
I
gonna go
know
paint,
it's
but I'm listening.
pain.
All
Yeah,
right,
be using
I gotta
use
move.
your brain, girl.
All right.
Okay. So that was very interesting. So they don't, I'm guessing there's something that's being said in there that makes her look guilty, is why they don't want it in there. And he's saying exactly why she wouldn't be in there, because that's the whole point of it, is that she had a motive. I tell you, that was crazy of her to marry him when they came in at the last minute with that thing. But of course, it may be that his family found out that she was a hussy, the night before the wedding, and they drew it up. Maybe it was not as nefarious as it looks. Who knows, These are rich people problems. We didn't have any of this stuff going on. None of my family have none of this going on. It's pretty funny, actually. I never even thought about that, and it sounds like a no-brainer. I guess it would depend on who it was. I used to say, if Prince Charles, blah, blah, blah. Now, if Prince Charles, oof, a whole bunch of them, all of them, everybody. It's like, you cannot trust anybody. At the same time, I say that it is not everybody. There are still good people. You need to be aware, use your critical thinking about accepting things, but there are still good people. There are still good people who are not part of this. I don't know where they are. They're not ruling any country that I know of. But there are some good people still. Let's see what these comments are. Y'all are just letting me babble on for the whole entire 10 minutes. Let's see here. People around here all sign prenups, says Lamesia. Well, I guess it's fine if you plan that ahead of time and talk about it ahead of time. But if you wait till like the day of the wedding, that's cutting it a little close. And I've been in a few things I almost couldn't get out of, and that would give me somebody give me a horse, I was going to be a runaway bride. Like, well, I can't remember that actress's name that was the runaway bride, but that's what I would be like. At least I have my cold Dr. Pepper. That hussy. Exactly. See, she doesn't look as much like a hussy. Julia Roberts. That's right. Julia Roberts was the runaway bride. I so get that. I mean, I didn't run away. I think if I could have drove, I would have drove away the day I got married. But when I would date somebody, it would take about 2 dates for me to say, "Hey." Then I run away immediately. I don't get serious. I guess I've never been around anybody that had enough money for me to worry about them taking mine or mine taking theirs. I was a runaway girlfriend. Julia Roberts was an American sweetheart until you read all about her background. I haven't read about her background, but as we said about the other time, if you tell me that, I don't even have to. Gretchen says same. 2 weeks and I knew he was a keeper. Or what? Yep. Which makes me scared to date because I am so irresistible that they fall in love with me and I can't get rid of them. I'm just kidding. It sounded serious, didn't it? That's what I'm scared of, but that's not true. I'm scared that they'll fall in love with me and I won't be able to get rid of them. Fancy Nancy, if I could just find a Danny boy. And you know, my ex-boyfriend that died, he's not my ex-boyfriend. I guess he's my late boyfriend. He was a Danny boy also. Yep. Yep. My granddaughter's other grandfather on the other, her daddy's daddy is a Dan too, and he's a good man. Has a good wife. He's the best, Lamicia said. Oh, Lamicia has Lester. Let's see, my hubby brought excess stress into my life, a lot of it via the, ex-wife, my permanent headache. I hear you. I have some
Is Nestor ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
headaches myself.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah. They can come in when they're ready.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, that girl's on top of it, right? Thank you. No, I'm big.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Sherbanek, please proceed.
So, Ms. Wright, before we took our break, I had asked you about a conversation you had with Kouri Richins on a vacation you took. When did that vacation take place?
February of 2019.
And what was that conversation? Describe for the jury what happened during that conversation.
Kouri and I were finally in a position where our husbands were no longer with us. We were just discussing life. We both have kids, our marriages, and Kouri opened up and shared that things were difficult at home. A word I remember is that she felt trapped. At this time, I learned that their marriage had a prenuptial agreement, and she explained that she felt like she was frustrated in the relationship, but also it would be difficult to leave. Eric would end up financially secure, and her the opposite. She feared what would happen in divorce. She mentioned that maybe the kids would prefer him with the lifestyle that they had, four-wheelers and toys and opportunities, where she would have less. She feared how she would be represented by him in the community. I felt for her. It was a hard conversation. I knew that things had been hard since their youngest child was born, and I was tender towards her current circumstance.
Thank you. And did that conversation give you any context to what was happening in terms of Kouri's business at that time?
Yeah, Kouri is super ambitious. She went back to school and got a master's degree. I was impressed. I had young kids. I wasn't sure I could do that. She then went and got a real estate license and was trying to build that business. That conversation kept playing in my mind as I think this is a way to become financially independent and secure.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some. Thanks.
Thank you.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
This conversation you're talking about happened in Hawaii, didn't it?
No.
Where was it?
Costa Rica.
I'm sorry, Costa Rica. And the reason you all were talking about her marriage, there was a reason she was upset in her marriage at that time, wasn't there?
Not that I know.
Think hard.
She was upset. What I understood from the conversation is things were frustrating at home.
And that's because she believed he was having an affair with a coworker. Is that right? Is that right?
She and I never discussed her thinking about an affair.
Is that the context of the conversation you were having that day, that she believed he was having an affair with a coworker? And that's why she was upset with her marriage and talking about divorce?
I don't recall that.
Were you aware of it at that time, that there was an affair going on between Eric and a coworker?
I don't recall that conversation versus when I found out.
When did you find out?
Or wait, I'm sorry, will you repeat that question?
When did you find out that Eric was having an affair with a woman that worked with him?
These are facts, not in evidence. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Foundation. You got to lay a foundation for this. I'm not sure this witness knows anything about it. Why don't you ask her?
You just testified that when you found out, you weren't sure if it was during this conversation. So when did you find
No.
out?
That's not accurate. You have to ask him open-ended.
Okay. When did you find out? Was it any time near this conversation?
Will you repeat that question with more detail?
When did you find out that Eric was supposedly having an affair with another woman in context to this conversation? Before, after, during?
I'm having a difficult time understanding because help me understand affair. Because like, I think there was a friendship with a lady, but I don't know exactly what was going on.
Understood. That's fair. So let me rephrase it. Did you become aware that Eric had intimate feelings towards a woman that he was working with?
Your Honor, assumes facts, not in evidence.
She's
Argument in the
asking
question.
whether this person ever became aware of it. Overruled. It's a yes or no question. Ms. Wright, could we start there?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you become aware that Eric, at around this time, 2019, had intimate feelings towards a woman, that another woman that he worked with, that was causing problems in their marriage?
I don't remember when I became aware of it.
Ballpark.
I'm sorry. I think I'd heard of it like twice, and I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
When you were having this conversation with Kouri, did you know at that time?
I don't believe I did.
All right, these vacations, you had vacations with Eric and Kouri on more than one occasion, didn't you guys?
Yes.
And then at some point, those totally stopped, didn't they?
Yes.
And what happened that made you guys stop going on vacations together?
COVID was the next year.
Besides COVID.
Our family life was busy.
In fact, didn't Cody and Eric have a big falling out? Your husband is Cody Wright, correct?
My husband is Cody.
And how does Cody Wright know Eric?
We were friends in high school. They went on to work together, broke off and started a business together, and maintained their friendship.
So
for
they were business partners.
Correct.
And they both owned C&E Stonemasonry together, right?
Correct.
And at some point, your families quit hanging out. Personally.
We continue to go to birthday parties and like that kind of an event. No longer vacations. I think we had a vacation plan in 2020 that got canceled due to COVID is the one that I recall.
In fact, didn't Eric and Cody have a falling out over Cody calling the police on Eric?
Cody didn't call the police on Eric.
Did Cody provide testimony against Eric with relation to an investigation against Eric for violating hunting laws?
Lack of foundation.
Well, this is a different question. Ask her if she's aware.
Are you aware that Cody provided information to law enforcement against Eric for a violation of hunting laws?
Yes.
Okay. And Eric and him, as I would say, fell out over that. I don't know another word. Had a disagreement about that.
Yes, temporarily.
And you guys never vacationed together again after that, did you?
No.
All right. Now you said that you did the payroll and the bookkeeping at C&E, is that right?
We have a payroll service company.
Oh, sorry, sure. Okay, but you do the bookkeeping.
Yes.
So you know how much money is coming into that company, right?
Correct.
And you know how much money is going out, right?
Yes.
And do you and your husband have joint, do you share your marital money or does he keep his business money separate?
We share our marital money.
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Messer. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
Outside the scope, correct?
Sustained.
All right. Setting aside your personal financial affairs, you're very aware of C&E's financial affairs, correct? Because you do the bookkeeping.
Correct.
All right. And
Objection, Your Honor, this is still outside the scope.
no, it's not.
Yeah, please approach. I'm not sure where you're headed here. Your next question, please, Ms. Nestor.
Since Eric's death, you and your family have grown pretty close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor.
Goes to
Outside the
bias.
scope.
Goes to bias.
Overruled. If you would please restate the question.
Since Eric's death, you and Cody have become very close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
I would say the relationship didn't change.
So you were very close to them before.
Yes.
All right. And it's true that since Eric's death, your husband has even accompanied them to court hearings and sat beside them. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
And I think everything else is going to be when we recall. Ma'am, we're going to recall you later. We would ask that you're not releasing your subpoena and the judge will instruct you about that. That's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything within the scope of cross, Ms. Sherman?
I could just have a minute.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wright. You're free to go today. You're still subject to the subpoena that you were served with. You may be called back. Between now and then, please do not speak to anybody about your testimony, including your husband. Okay? And please don't watch any coverage of this case. Don't read, listen, watch anything about it. Do you agree to do those things?
Yes.
Very good. You're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good time for a lunch break, counsel? Or do we have another short witness you want to get on and off?
Your Honor, we can break. I understand there's some legal issues to address too, so.
Understood. Okay. Any objection to a lunch break, counsel? All right, please rise for the jury. Folks, quick reminder, you know what I'm going to say. Please don't discuss the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about it. Please don't do any research. Enjoy your lunch. 12:40, counsel, is that reasonable?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:40. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I close enough to the mic?
Thank you. We're on the record. Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, we're gonna quickly next call Detective O'Driscoll just for a phone download. He'll have perhaps more time later.
Okay.
But then it's Mr. Cochipimos, and I understand the defense has some objections related to Mr. Cochipimos.
Mr. Ramos, tell me more.
Thank you, Judge. I figured we'd do this just outside, that way we can speed things along. We've been provided with some exhibits that appear to rely, and correct me if I'm wrong, on some CDR data, call detail records, from Verizon and T-Mobile, I believe, and AT&T. Those items, we were not provided notice of their use under 901.11. And so we would just make an objection under that.
Forgive me. They were provided some reasonable time after being received by the state.
Yeah, no, the information was provided to us. We've had that for a while. Just notice of their use under that business record exception.
Can you give me that citation one more time?
Yeah. Apologies. Rule 902.11, I believe is what they would be coming in through. And specifically, I'm referring to the written notice.
Why isn't inclusion of these records on the state's exhibit list fair notice under 902.11?
Just based on the case law, Judge, I could give you a citation. I have two cases I think are fairly on point. 32P3D 976, State v. Webster.
What's the other one?
And then 322 P3D 624, State v. Pereira. We just bring this up, Judge, now. We could have a ruling after lunch is fine. And that would be our only objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Bloodworth, I made an assumption there, if you could just confirm it for me. These call detail records were in fact included among the state's proposed exhibits on its exhibit list?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further on this, sir?
Yeah, right, Your Honor. Just to clarify that, they had been disclosed and the disclosure included the certification from whoever returned the.
Right. The declaration. I understand your point to be slightly different than the self-authenticating piece. Got it?
Correct.
But Okay, pause there for a minute. I'll take a look at those two cases, Mr. Ramos. We can pick this up at 12:40. After Ms. Crosswhite testified and after we took that break, one of the jurors passed out the following note. I'll read it. I don't think this is an issue, but just letting you know. Quote, Judge, I have met witness Molly Crosswhite professionally. She has done one transaction for a home where I work. Any concerns, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
My to-do list.
Sure.
Either following lunch or at the end of the day, may we address the motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar following the mention of jail calls by Ms. Gibson?
Yes, sir, I'm prepared whenever you are.
All
Just
right.
let me know.
Let's do that after lunch as well.
Okay.
Thank you. We will be in recess until 12:40. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, y'all. This means that after lunch, he's going to try to argue for a mistrial because the evidence lady called the phone recordings a jail call. I don't think that's going to work out for her. I do not think that will work out for her. Let me get over here like. Excuse me. Can y'all hear me? I hope so. Well, now that's a fine how do you do. How many people think that blonde lady looks like Ursula from The Little Mermaid? The Ursula lady has a real heavy widow's peak, but that lady has that little piece of hair that floops over and her neck works right into. I should not talk about her appearance. She's very smart. I wish I made as much money as her. I wonder where she went to school. We'll have to check. Oh, wow. Just think about it. Okay, now I made a thing about when we're coming back from lunch and then I lost it. There it is. Court will be back from lunch at 12:40 p.m. I didn't put a space. Let me correct that a little bit. Oh, you have to hide before you can correct it. That's what I'll just leave it like that. Nope. What did I do with it? There you go. We're real professional around here. If we were trying to be professional, we'll have to hire one of those podcast companies to come set up our backdrop and buy us one of those neon lights and the whole shebang. I like it, but now it's overdone. It's not. I wanted one until I saw them everywhere. So, oh, I just got a good idea. Never mind. I better write it down because my brain will forget a good idea. The spring weather is upon us, and I hear my neighbors running their machines. Let's see what the last thing that Caitlin Hart is in for Nate Eaton today. And I really like Caitlin Hart a lot, but Nate Eaton has the fastest fingers in the state. Did I think? I think I would like to go back and listen to yikes. I'm looking for a different version of it so that we could wonder if I can do that. Y'all hang on just a minute. I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to go back and listen to this pretty lady again because no, I'm not, because that was too boring for us to have to watch it again. But we could listen to this, the drug dealer.
Now, please proceed.
Robert? How are you? Confused. I imagine you are. We'll get to why we're here in just a minute real quick. Let me just get a little basic information from you, okay? How about an address for you? 16 East, 350 South. What city?
Robert, I'm so sorry, but you were going to give an instruction?
That is true. I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crozier's side of this interview, this conversation, you may consider that for the truth, give it as much weight or as any as you determine it deserves. There are other speakers during this conversation. So the other side of the conversation, there may be.
Y'all, what I'm doing is I am going to let us listen to this video of the police interviewing the drug provider. And I'll put something in the, I'll put a thing up here in your, so you'll know that this is not live. I mean, we're watching, this is a replay of the video. But I've got the other one on cue because I'm waiting for them to start back. I'll be ready.
Maybe 2 or 3 other people on the other side of the conversation. You cannot consider any of what they say for the truth. The only thing you can consider them for is to explain why Mr. Crozier is responding or to provide context for his responses. But the non-Robert Crozier side of this conversation is hearsay that cannot be considered for the truth. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please proceed. That's all right. I'll fix it. Scott, please give it a try.
And a phone number for you.
County.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
I'm about to say, I haven't been in Summit County.
I know you haven't, but you had involvements with people in Summit County that we're looking at. That's what we're talking about. Phone number for you, Robert.
tell you, I'm so confused right now.
Okay.
I really can't, my phone's doing anyways.
Okay. Tell me your phone number then?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to why we're here to talk to you in just a minute, but before I do that, I'm gonna advise you of your rights because you're obviously in custody here in jail, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney with you during questioning if you wish. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed for you before questioning. If you decide to answer questions now without having a lawyer here, you can stop questioning anytime until you've spoken to a lawyer. You understand those rights I've explained to you? Having those rights in mind, you want to talk to us today? Okay. So we're here to talk to you about a transaction that you made a little over a year ago with a female named Carmen Walber that Nicole put you in touch with. You met her at a Maverick and Draper on 2 separate occasions in February of last year, so a little over a year ago.
Okay. It's not
Ringing a bell at all?
not ringing. Just hit it up.
Okay. Well, let me give you a little more information then. So we've talked to Carmen, we've talked to Nicole. We talked to Nicole yesterday, got her phone and downloaded everything we needed off of her phone. You sold Carmen blues on 2 separate occasions there at the Draper Maverick. As a result, somebody died from that transaction. So we're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that. We're simply here for information. But we know that you sold those and we can prove that through cell phone records and that kind of stuff. But right now, your information for us is more valuable than you being charged federally with selling fentanyl that results in death. Like, now you're hearing in on some drug stuff. Do you know anything about the federal rules with fentanyl and 30s? And
I don't know anything. I know you have that distribution of, I got a cop of 30 of them in December.
the M30s?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us what you know. Like I said, right now, your information is more valuable, but at this point, we can prove, we know that you met with Carmen at that Draper Maverick on 2 separate occasions, sold her fentanyl. That fentanyl was then used in a death case, basically. So we tracked it back to this point, but we're not interested in jamming you up. We're here to try and corroborate information. Validate.
I know
what Carmen and Nicole have both already told us. So you're in the position right now of either telling us what you know about it and basically not hurting anybody because Carmen and Nicole have both already talked to us here and you're verifying information we have. Or if you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We will pursue it federally because we know that you sold them the fentanyl that resulted in the death. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm just kind of laying it out exactly how it is right now.
So I know who Nicole is.
Okay.
About a year ago.
February 5th and 25th is when Carmen messaged Nicole. Nicole gave her your information.
Okay.
When you guys set up 2 transactions at the Maverick and Draper.
Okay. Of last year?
Yes. So not this previous February, a year before.
Okay.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I'm so quite a bit. So I'm not trying to be a douchebag or nothing, so it's hard remember that much time passed. And do you have a number that she bought from me? Was it a quantity?
She said between 20 and 30 pills both times.
Okay. Then probably, yeah.
Do you remember going to that Maverick and Draper? Were you living down there at the time, or?
She lives, I want to say she lives pretty far away.
She lives in Hebert.
Yeah, so like that was just where we would meet.
Where were you coming from? Where were you living at the time?
I've been living a little bit everywhere. Maybe the last couple of years.
So it's kind of ringing back. You're kind of getting a little bit more. Well, tell me what you can remember about it.
I remember Nicole calling me and saying, "Hey, can you be my friend?" And I was like, "Yeah." So and then she was like, "Oh, she wants a lot." And I was like, "All right."
Is 30 a lot for you, or is that a lot for Nicole? Or?
I think it was a lot for Nicole. It wasn't a lot for me, but I was like, I didn't know anybody died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we didn't expect that you knew that. And like I said, that's why at this point, your information is more. We're not interested in jamming you up or the distribution of or anything like that. We're doing our investigation. You're kind of just on the edges of it a little bit as kind of an involved player, as being a hook basically for it. We're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that, but we are interested in the information you have to provide to us that validates what people have already told us.
Okay, as far as I know, yeah, I met her just 2 times. I think I talked to her a couple more times after, but just to see, you know what I mean? Hey, You know, because somebody's spending, you know, what I mean, you know, $500-600
Is that what 30 would run about $500 or $600?
Yeah,
So,
something like that.
okay. And did you hit her up afterwards to see if she wanted more, or did she hit you up afterwards?
I think I asked her one other time, and then she just didn't.
She's like, "Hey, you looking for any more?" or something.
Yeah, something like that. She just didn't respond to me. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how you contacted her? Was it through text messaging, a messenger?
Well, I want to say it was through text messages, but I haven't had that. I haven't had it go somewhere the longest time.
What phone would it have been on?
My phone. Fuck. Maybe a 333-6156 number.
You still have that phone? Okay. The phone you have now is a newer one then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you contacted that Carmen at all? Not phone or anything? Do you know where that old phone would have been that would have had those text messages on it?
No, I lost that phone. A while ago.
Okay. But what did you think the phone number was, you said?
385-333.
Okay. So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted, you know.
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxygen? What did she ask for?
No. I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her at 30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that. She got the answer.
Right, no.
Okay. So she knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
Absolutely.
Okay. You remember where you got those pills from?
I don't. She said they're good.
Okay. What else can you tell us about that? That's all we're here to talk to you about was that transaction, those two transactions, I guess, a little over a year ago. We don't care about anything else, but what else can you remember about those?
She was with the older guy.
You remember what kind of car they showed up in?
No. Well, I think one time it was like a truck. Like a white truck or something.
Okay. When you say she was with an older guy, do you remember about ballpark how old he would have been?
I don't know. 50s, probably.
You thought maybe one time in a truck, but you couldn't remember the other one.
No, they were in a car the other time. I don't remember what car.
Okay.
Like the first time she was in the truck, though, for sure.
When you guys would have show up at the Maverick, where would you go? Would you go around back of the Maverick, or just right there at the
Right in front.
box?
Yeah.
Just a quick hand-to-hand.
Yeah, there you go.
And you said about $600 or so of what you charge for those.
Something like that.
Okay. Do you remember? So I think she would have ordered more the second time. Do you remember the quantity?
I don't remember the exact.
But you remember meeting her twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really remember meeting her twice because you guys told me I met her twice. I would have said once.
But do you remember now? They're kind of
Yeah.
jogged your memory.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think of anything else about those meetings with her or anything?
No, that's the only 6 times I talked to her.
Okay. How do you know Nicole?
This dude named Cam. I was staying with him, Roy, for a while. And she stayed there for a little while. And then she took off. And then Cam's a fucking widow. And we all ended up taking up one point or anything. So,
Okay. So Nicole just hit you up and said, "Hey, would you want to be with my friend?"
yeah.
You're like, "Yeah, that's cool." We were in the
Yeah.
apartment. Did she call you or text you? Do you remember?
I believe she called me.
All the time, or just that one time? Or
I think she was like saying, like, she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one of us called the other one.
like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
How long was your
Like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
how long was your
I think she was like saying, like, she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one of us called the other one.
Would you press pause? We'll fix that. Yeah. My apologies. Go ahead, Scott.
Out there, or drug court or some shit, wherever she was living. She was on, yeah, she was either on AP&P or on drug court or something. I don't remember, and then she had to hurry, because it was always in a hurry, like, she was like, okay, well, I'm leaving here now, so I can meet you like halfway. Can you meet me halfway? Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And halfway was that Maverick there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You said one time she came with an older guy. Do you remember if that was the first time or the second time?
I believe it was the second time.
First time, do you remember if she showed up with anybody?
I don't.
Okay, I think those are all the questions we had for you. If we have any more follow-up questions, you want to talk to us again as we kind of progress with this a little bit further?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you talking to us, Robert. Like I said, we're not here to jam you up over anything. We're we're just here to try and get some information and see what you
Not
got.
gonna fucking one day wake up with some fucking manslaughter charges.
No, we're not going to pursue that. Like I said, if you didn't want to help us out or anything, we kind of have this view right now that the people we're interviewing, we've got enough information. We're just trying to verify it. You're kind of either helping us out or you're not. And if you're not, you might, honestly. But all you've done right now, so we've already talked, Carmen's already talked, and Nicole's already talked. So you're not telling us anything we didn't know. You're not protecting anybody by not talking to us. All you'd be doing is basically rolling dice with your future if you didn't want to talk to us. Because when the deaths are involved, the prosecutors do get a little spun up over it. And with fentanyl in the federal system, if you don't know this, if you get caught dealing fentanyl that results in a death, you could potentially face federal charges. It doesn't matter if you intended to cause the death or anything else like that. They're cracking down on it. So I don't know how long you're in for with. I know you're on possession with intent stuff, but if you are still dealing, don't be dealing with that shit anymore because the feds are coming down hard on it, and it's only a matter of time, especially with how nasty that shit is.
And most of this gave me my name.
Well, we'd already verified it through phone records. We already knew who they got it from. It wasn't like they told us anything we didn't know either.
Yeah.
We've been able to find everything we need through digital evidence, and all the contacts, all the messages on Facebook, all that stuff.
Yeah, we knew all of that before we made contact with anybody.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were diming you out or anything.
Yeah, but I don't think me and Carmen even were friends on Facebook.
We actually were the ones that brought up your name to Nicole because we already knew that Nicole had put you in touch with Carmen, and we already knew all of that information.
Oh, okay.
So we're just trying to verify stories is all we're trying to do at this point.
Okay.
So, do you have any questions for us or anything like
No.
that?
Other than is he gonna backdoor me here?
No.
No. All right.
I'm not here to jam you up or anything like that. We don't give a shit about what's going on down here or anything like that.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, do any of your people ever tell you what they're going to use it for themselves, if they're going to try to sell it to anybody else, what their intents are?
Everybody that I deal with does it themselves. You know what I mean? Like I do it myself, they do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's
Carmen never mentioned anything about hooking it up for somebody else or anything like that.
like I said, like she was just like, I met her twice. But, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I figured it was a long shot. Twice you met her a year ago. I knew it was going to be a bit of a stretch for you to remember. But anything else you can think of or anything else you can remember?
No.
Okay. As you think about it, if you do think of something, let one of the COs know or one of the investigators here at the jail know. They'll reach back out to us if you think of anything else you want to talk to us about or anything like that. Okay. Any other questions or anything like that for us? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead. All right. We'll go grab the CO and let them know you're ready. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Excuse me, get up here to cough on y'all. Excuse me. That was very, very interesting, y'all, because they kept saying you can't take it for the truth of the matter. Hold on, y'all. I got to cough again. Sorry, y'all. Let me turn myself down. Automatically adjust my mic. Cuts me back down, but I'll have to cut that off and get it to be louder. Ooh. So they kept going on about the truth of the matter or for just information. So those policemen told that drug dealer that we know the fentanyl came from you, even though whatever he said about it, you know. Most of the drugs that people get are street drugs, and they're made by God knows anybody, and no telling what's in them. Actual prescriptions are harder to come by. And what happens is either somebody stealing somebody's prescriptions, or sadly, I have known of elderly people to sell part of their meds to pay their bills. It's really a terrible situation to put yourself in, but I've heard of that before. So if a person was getting actual prescription from somebody, I guess those drugs would be trustworthy to not have fentanyl in them. But I would say that's very rare for most of the street drugs to be actual prescriptions. They're made to look like copies. People are so damn particular about every shots and all kinds of stuff, but then they'll just take something crazy from off the street. It's really, especially people with money, that just, so I don't know if I was him and I was, I'd be getting, what do you call those? Who was the Chinese people that stick needles in you? Acupuncture. I'd be trying everything for that. Everything I could afford besides running out in the street and ruining my health over. These drugs are bad. If they don't kill you, if you just own them, you get addicted to them and they make you sick. You don't make good decisions. Even if you can do your job, you don't do the best job you could do. So I don't know if Eric was, we talked about in KJ's live this morning, KJ asked, was Eric an addict? And most everybody said that they didn't really feel like he was an addict, but that he may have been taking some pills. And if he was getting them from, you know, and I'm guessing the ones, I don't know. I'm fixing to say, let me see if I don't want to, that KUTV Salt Lake City that we've been pulling from, they stop their lives every day at lunchtime, and we have to wait for them to put another one back up. And so they haven't gotten another one back up. So I'm guessing I need to just kind of keep court TV up so I can know if court has started. No, I didn't mean to do that. I was going to share my screen, and instead I put leave the studio. That wasn't good. Here. You'll show that until the other one comes up with something. I'm not sure why they do that at KUTV, but they wait until it's time for it to start almost to put a new one up. So I'm going to be looking back there and checking this and checking that to see when they do. But wasn't that something that, let me take that down. We don't need that up. That it was the, what they told the people is that you sold some pills that somebody is dead now. That's pretty scary. Very scary. Let's see how everybody's doing here. Yeah, detective's daughter says you can't touch fentanyl powder; it absorbs through your skin. Yeah, that's what isn't that what the doctor said whenever he was the forensic medical examiner said that you don't even have to take it. You can just get it on your skin. It could be a patch and all that. Yes, fentanyl is a dangerous drug. I don't know why anybody would want it. I'm guessing that I think that it doesn't. People are so fangled. It's so much stronger and cheaper that people who sell drugs mix it with other things to sell. I don't understand it at all. Thank goodness. It's such a good thing to not understand. See, I'm addicted to YouTube, so let's see. Y'all hang on a minute. I'm going to see if KUTV Salt Lake City is ready to rumble. And it is not. I really do like them and I appreciate them. Every once in a while, I have to go and look at the, let's see what Caitlin Hart has to say. She'll probably have a new. She doesn't have anything to say yet. It's 4 more minutes till they start. They're still getting their stuff together. I'm refreshing KUTV Salt Lake City. I need to make this one of my bookmarks because I have a terrible time figuring. Every day I'm saying, now what is the name of that again? As if I couldn't write it down. I am definitely feeling better. I still don't want to go dancing or for a 2-mile walk or anything, but I feel better than I did. I am going to have to start exercising. Y'all, my mama, when she's in there sitting down, she's doing leg lifts and arm this and arm that. She always was something. She was walking when I was a kid. She was going, we had a lot of land and there was a big circle road driveway and she'd walk around that driveway every day several times. I guess the main thing is to keep moving. I do miss my job though. I don't miss the drive though. That drive was, traffic was, the traffic was the hardest part of my job, getting there. I think I could have had less trouble if I had rode a horse. Okay, let's see. Mr. I guess they're waiting till the judge starts up to put up their live, so y'all just hang on. when this starts, I may pull it and put the other one up. So y'all be prepared for it. Also, when they come back, I will change my mic. I'll turn off. There's a thing that kind of moderates the sound, but it's a damper on the sound, and we need to hear all of the sound. Man, exciting day. It's just so weird. Oh, no. That was not it, y'all. Our trials resume. That was an accident, y'all. Well, devils, all of y'all. I have to find my place again. Come on now. Your Honor, that was an old video. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. So we got our stream back up from, I believe it's KT Channel 2, y'all. I subscribe to it. KUTV 2. They're doing a fine job and not putting all their logos all over the place. It's like, wow. And we're going to have stuff tonight, too. I'm so excited. What are y'all cooking for supper? Now we're past lunch. Mom and I hadn't even had the lunch, but that's okay. We don't eat breakfast till really, really late. I have to beg her to eat all the time. But what are y'all cooking for supper? I think I'm going to put baked potatoes on after a while. And some green beans. And I bought some those little like petite, I forgot now what they call those kind of steaks, the little small ones that have the bacon around. These don't have the bacon around them. These are, you can put the bacon around if you want to. What do they call that? Anyways, I've got some of those to cook for our supper. They're small, but it's enough. It's kind of like everything else. It's like if you eat the cake, the first little bit of it is good, but as you eat it, you don't get that same sparkle as I eat the rest of the dang cake. So, meat is so expensive, just a little bit of good meat once in a while. Little petite steaks.
We're back on the record 231-500-139. Mr. Ramos, may we talk about the defendant's objection regarding the call detail records that I understand Mr. Kontradimos is going to testify regarding? Is that correct, Mr. Bloodworth? Ms. Shervanek?
That's my understanding.
Kontradimos is the gentleman that they'll come in through.
I'm not going to be seeking to admit the call detail records.
I'm confused.
I imagine they were used for some of their demonstrative exhibits.
He relied on call detail records to create some of our exhibits.
Got it.
But
Good enough.
But I'm seeking to admit the visual representation of those call detail records that he helped create, that he'll testify came from the call detail records, although the call detail records themselves, the state is not seeking to admit as an exhibit.
Got it. Okay. I've looked at the Webster case. It certainly talks about notice with respect to Rule 807, which has a notice provision, and case law talking about how that notice provision works. The Webster case doesn't mention 902 at all. I'm not sure I was following your argument, Mr. Ramos.
Judge, the 902, 803 rules and those identified in the residual exception in Webster, they reference the same language, which is the notice language. That's what we were focusing on. I think Your Honor has enough to make a ruling.
Okay.
I understand your position.
Got it.
Yep.
All right. So under Rule 902, subsection 11, records that can be self-authenticating under that rule before the trial or hearing, the proponent, in this case the state, must give an adverse party reasonable written notice of the intent to offer the record and must make the record and certification that makes the record self-authenticating available for inspection so that the other party, in this case defendant, has a fair opportunity to challenge them. All of those things have occurred. The call detail records and the certifications under Rule 902 that are included with them from the mobile service providers have been made available to defendant for inspection through the discovery process. And by virtue of the fact that those records have been part of, or at least the portions of those records that the state seeks to publish to the jury have been part of the state's exhibit list, the state has given the adverse party reasonable written notice of the intent to offer the record. The court finds that defendant has had a fair opportunity to challenge those records. Any objection to the admission of that call detail record information under 902.11 is respectfully overruled. Anything further, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge. There will be through Mr. Kontradimos some testimony regarding the .tmg files or the GIFs. I would, at that point, probably ask why you the witness, assuming they're going to be asked to be introduced to evidence. So I just let the court know now, and Ms. Shervanak.
Which file type was that?
They're like GIFs. They're those GIFs that were presented during the
Oh, the pathways that link to those.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask just a general question just to avoid, because I think it's going to come up. So it's my understanding that the extractions have now been put into evidence, correct?
Yeah, but not the physical documents,
But
but the extraction, but the testimony about who extracted or downloaded the phones. Yes.
And we put the phones in, but we have not put in the actual, we've not put in the report, the data that's been fed into the Celebrate software platform. Is that in?
The raw data is not readable.
I know. The raw data is in through the phone, but is the the Celebrite data that has been extracted by Ingtow, was that put in?
Not yet.
Okay, so if that's not in, how do we have from Costradimos, how can he put in the demonstratives that are based on that? Because it's just basically it just makes it into a picture, but it's the data from what's not in yet.
So you have witnesses talking about the physical device containing electronically stored information was secured.
Correct.
You have testimony creating a chain of custody to the people that downloaded it through a two-step process.
Right.
The gray key,
Right.
forensically mirrors that phone. And then Cellbrite is how, among other people, I imagine Mr. Katradimos would say, I was able to read and process and parse out, quote unquote, that information. Not everything on that phone is relevant, so not all of it goes in. We're going to see what parts the state believes are relevant through Mr. Katradimos. He hasn't testified yet.
So he's going to be allowed to testify what's the information that's in something that hasn't been put in yet. Because without putting in the extraction,
There is
it's
no
not
basis
readable.
to admit the extraction. There is a lot of information on that phone that I imagine is not relevant under
Sure.
401 or 402.
Agreed.
So there's no basis to put in the entire extraction.
So
It's
this
not
is-
like an encyclopedia.
Well, then this is getting to the core of what my concern is.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking out loud to try to avoid wasting Costradimos' time. But let's say, hypothetically, we want to get some of the extraction information in at a later time.
Do you have an expert that has looked at those extractions with Cellbrite and can testify and lay foundation?
We do.
Okay.
No problem. But my question is whether our expert can do the same thing theirs is doing, which is relying on data they saw in Celebrite and parsing it out without the Celebrite extraction coming in. Because as long as we can do it too, I'm totally fine with this whole process. But what's worrying me is we're going to get to my side and they're going to say the extraction's not in, your expert can't testify. So I guess I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. The extraction doesn't have to come in as long as our expert has reviewed the extraction and they've laid a foundation for authenticity of the extraction, which, by the way, I don't think either side is challenging the authenticity of the extraction ultimately. But the same thing's going to apply when our side gets up and our guy says, this is what I pulled out of Celebrite. I'm going to use this in what we're going to present.
Are you talking to me or them?
I'm talking to you.
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I'm asking if we need to have a hearing now about whether the extraction has to be admitted for all this to come in, or if the extraction doesn't have to be admitted, there's no problems.
The only reason we've talked, as I understand it, about the extraction process at all is to lay foundation for the expert testimony of people like Mr. Katradimos.
Perfect. So you will not require for Costradimos to testify about the data that he read from the extraction. You are not going to require the extraction to be admitted into evidence. Because if that applies, then that applies to us too, and we're fine with that.
As long as your expert is an expert and doesn't say or do something else objectionable, I don't know who your expert is or what they're going to say. So I need to be a little bit circumspect here. But the fact that a copy of the extraction from Gray Key on a portable hard drive has not been admitted as an exhibit is not an impediment to this kind of expert testimony.
That is exactly what I needed to know. Because if it is, we need to have a hearing on it. And if it's not, then there's no problem. But I just want to make super clear that we're all on the same page, that it doesn't have to come in for us to pull things out of it and admit it.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind the life cycle of these things. There's information gathering, there's chain of custody and information preservation, and then there's what's admissible and how it comes in.
Sure. The only reason it's just unique is because the phone itself, without the extraction, the hard data is not readable, as the witnesses have talked about.
Right.
I mean, like if the juror was given what was extracted out of the phone, they couldn't do anything with it anyway.
You and I agree.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't do that wrong so that the extraction, the hard drive extraction itself doesn't have to come in and we can all pull pieces out of it that we want because the foundation's been laid.
Yeah, I want to be careful. You're saying the extraction. There are several.
There are.
I'm familiar with the ones for which foundation has been laid so far. I don't know whether you're talking about some other devices regarding which foundation has not yet been laid.
Eric, Kouri's phone.
This is, again, I feel like you're talking to the state, not me.
No. I think we're all in agreement that the extraction doesn't have to come in. As long as the extraction doesn't have to come in and we can use pieces of it, I'm totally fine.
Provided sufficient foundation
Sure,
for the
to show it's
extraction has been laid.
admissible. To show it's admissible under other grounds, 401, 403, hearsay.
Authenticity, yeah.
Well, authenticity is an issue, right?
If you're talking about a device that we haven't talked about yet, you're going to have to lay some foundation.
No, assume for purposes of this conversation, it's only devices that have been admitted. So
For the purposes of this conversation and putting aside other 702 related objections that the state may make when your expert witness is testifying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander with respect to the extractions.
Perfect. Perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you very much for taking the time. I do think that's really complicated and strange because of the way that the extraction is a different data set than the actual guts of the phone, which is unreadable. So that's why I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you very much.
Okay. I forgot how that began.
Oh, the juror issue. We got to talk about the juror issue.
We can switch to that. Anything else regarding Mr. Katradimos before he takes his stand? Ms. Sherbanek?
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Ramos? Okay. The juror note. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, we do have some concerns about the note that came out from the juror. First off, I believe that had we had this information during jury selection, this juror would have been weeded out in the process because they had a business transaction with the witness. So now we have someone on the jury who I believe, based on our parameters, wouldn't have even made it to the final pool. So that's concerning. The other concern is we don't know anything about the interaction with Ms. Cross-White, positive, negative. I did have to push back a little. That concerns me a little bit that, if he thinks very highly of her, that could be some bias that I did have to get up and push back. And our position would be out of an abundance of caution. We dismiss that particular juror.
Are you prepared to address this now, Mr. Bloodworth, or do you need some time to think about it?
Your Honor, we can address this now.
I want to be transparent. I'm not going to rule in this moment. I will need to just take a look at what legal standards, if any, there are regarding this. But if there's anything you want to put on the record now.
Can I just add, I'm sorry, Brad. It is our understanding that Ms. Cross-White went by a different name. So I'm not implying this juror intentionally withheld information. He may have known her by a different name.
Understood. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I don't know that the jury note provides the court with sufficient information to make a determination at this point. It seems to the state that a little bit of voir dire would probably benefit the court, but based on what the information the note contains, I don't see cause to strike or dismiss this juror.
All right. Ms. Lewis, my sense of this is I don't need to rule on this right now. I can give it some thought. There's no harm in leaving the juror right where they are for the time being.
Agreed. Okay.
I won't lose track of this. Let me think about it for a minute. It may be that I just need to ask this person a few questions and then we'll go from there. Okay. Motion for Mr. Ramos.
Sure. Just really briefly. As the court will recall, during the time that I had Ms. Chelsea Gibson on cross, I was trying to lay a foundation to later get in some of the home wave calls that had been downloaded. According to her reports that we were provided, she was the individual who downloaded all of them and stored them into evidence. And I believe that I had to at least lay a foundation of authenticity if I later wanted to admit those calls. So I was trying to do that. I was trying to do it very carefully. I warned her to please copy my language. I looked right at her. I used very specific language, and her response was, "You mean the jail calls?" I understand things like this happen in trial, but the case law that's relevant, I believe, it implicates Ms. Richins' Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. It affects the presumption of innocence because if the jury is aware that she's been incarcerated, there's been case law that says that can impact your presumption of innocence. There is a pretty recent case in Utah, State versus Bernejo, Bernejo. The site is 476 P 3rd 148, which acknowledges that evidence of custody status can carry the risk of prejudice. I will absolutely concede all the case law gives you so much discretion in this area because every circumstance is different. Every situation is different. They really, really do rely on the trial court judge to make a call in the moment. Now we have this situation through no fault of mine where the jury now knows that at least for some period of time, my client was in jail and communicating with family. And she did use the phrase calls with an S to indicate there were multiple calls, although she didn't say how many or for how long. And I concede that. So we would, and also the case of State versus Atkin, Atkin, 135 P 3rd 894. Again, there's a quote, "It may be prejudicial in certain cases." Full disclosure, both of these cases, the court did not find sufficient prejudice to overturn the call the court made in the moment. I think actually Bernejo may have been not, that they weren't, they were challenging whether the lawyer was ineffective, I think, for failing to make a mistrial objection. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Bernejo. So I'm not even sure the judge made a call on that case, but I do believe on Atkin they did. So based on the authority, the recognition that it can bring prejudice, based on the fact that this case did happen so long ago, so the jury would put 2 and 2 together and realize my client's been in jail the whole time, possibly. It's an inference that could be made. We did move for mistrial. I will state for the record, the court did provide a special instruction, limiting instruction, warning the jury not to consider that. That's one of those, difficulties because it does then again highlight that comment was made, but we were trying to do in the moment the least amount of damage going forward. I did agree to that instruction being made. I did not object to it because at that point I felt like something needed to be addressed. But that was the basis of the motion, and that's all the record we need to make.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Valero? I think I have this firmly in hand.
Yes, Your Honor. The state rests on the record that we made at the sidebar.
Okay, very good. The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial made by defendant following Ms. Gibson's reference to jail calls, quote unquote, during her cross-examination. The court finds that statement, while improper, was not intentionally elicited by either party. It was inadvertent. It was made in passing. It was a short, quick reference. It is relatively innocuous in light of both the volume of testimony that the jury will hear in this case over the course of 5 weeks it is relatively innocuous in light of the fact that this is a homicide trial. And so it would not come as a surprise to jurors that the defendant in a homicide trial may have been in custody at some point in the case. And moreover, the court gave a curative instruction that specifically instructed the jury not to consider that comment and not to speculate about whether defendant was or is in custody at any time in this case. Based upon those findings, the court finds that a mistrial is not required. Defendant's motion is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Shervinack, anything else before we invite the jury in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Lewis? Ms. Nestor? Okay. We're ready for the jury.
Okay.
Folks, have a seat as you come in, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Shervinack, the state's next witness, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, please.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''DRISCOLL,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
I am a detective in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit.
During your investigation of this case, did you seize a cell phone belonging to Miss Carmen Lauber?
Yes, I did.
Was that in April of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Was that a black Samsung phone?
Yes.
Was the phone number on that phone ending 6127?
I believe so, yes.
Did you book that phone into evidence at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I think it was collected by crime scene technicians on the scene and they booked it into evidence.
Did you later retrieve that phone from evidence and with the help of Miss Chelsea Gibson download that phone?
Yes.
Was that done using the Celebrate software?
Yes, it was.
Those are all my questions for you.
Just to make very clear, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms.
You are the O'Driscoll, that's the chief investigator in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness step down, Ms. Chevron?
For now, please.
Yeah, okay, very good. The state's next witness, please.
Chris Kotradimus.
Sir, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Right.
Thank you. That's-
Please proceed.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Sure, it's Chris Kotradimus, Kotrodimos.
Let's go through your employment background. Where are you currently working?
I currently own my own business. I own a company called M20 Solutions.
What's that company?
We do investigations, training, and consulting for prosecutors, defense teams, and law enforcement.
Is part of that business focused on digital forensics?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I worked in law enforcement. I started my career in North Carolina with the Raleigh Police Department. I worked there until 2003. I took a position with the Salt Lake City Police Department, where I worked there until 2017. My last 5 years at Salt Lake City were spent in the homicide unit. In 2017, I took a position with the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office as an investigator in the homicide unit and worked there for just shy of 6 years until my retirement in 2022.
And that's when you started your own business?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze phone downloads and phone records for this case?
Yes.
Were you asked to do that process, look at the phone downloads and the phone records for 3 phones belonging to Kouri Richins?
Yes.
1 phone belonging to Eric Richins?
Yes.
Phone belonging to Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
Phone belonging to Josh Grossman?
Yes.
And phone records related to Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about your qualifications. What type of specific education or training have you received to be able to analyze all of this phone data?
Sure. As it relates to this case, I've taken some formal training. Of course, once you get the formal training, then you get a lot of your experience in the field, in practical experience using that training. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator course. I took that. I took the Cellbrite certified physical analyzer course as well. And then from the call detail records standpoint, I am certified and took a course in, it's called TRAX. It's owned by LexisNexis. It's a location and data analysis program for call detail records and geolocation.
Have you testified before as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
How many times?
At least a dozen times in major cases.
And have you testified for prosecution and defense in those cases?
Yes.
How many phones have you done analysis for in your time doing this work?
Phones, hundreds, and I'm call detail records. I'm probably over 1,000.
Have you done downloads yourself?
I have.
For other cases?
I have.
So let's start. We'll treat it like a funnel. We'll start big picture. Let's talk about digital forensics. What is digital forensics?
The best and easiest way to describe it is the analysis of electronic devices. As it relates to this case, and my specialty is mostly phones and some computers.
So let's talk about specialties within digital forensics. What is, you mentioned that you're certified Cellbrite analyzer
a user
Yes.
or certified
Yes.
in that program. What is Celebrate?
Celebrite, they have several products, but generally what they do is they provide extraction tools to extract data from devices, and then they also provide analysis tools so that you can analyze then those readable files.
You mentioned call detail records. Is there an acronym we refer to those in shorthand?
Yes, CDR.
What is a CDR?
So a call detail record or a CDR is exactly what it sounds like, pretty much. Okay, it's a record from your carrier, from your cell carrier, like Verizon or AT&T. And what it is it is a record of all your call details. So your incoming and outgoing calls, texts, data sessions, things of that nature.
You mentioned location analysis. How do you perform something like location analysis using cell phone data or CDR data?
Yeah, so you can map both, but prevalence is call detail records. So law enforcement can obtain call detail records that include location data with them. And location data is essentially, the carrier reports and maintains a record during their normal course of business, which towers you're using, where that tower is located, and what antenna or sector of the tower that you're utilizing for that communication.
When you're analyzing phone data, what are the two main sources of that information?
Oh, so like for phone data, like in general?
Yeah, when you analyzed phones for this case, what were the two main sources of the data?
So the phones themselves, which is the content of the device, and then the call detail records, which are the communication records associated with those devices.
So when we're talking about call detail records, I think most people understand the phone contents that comes from the actual device, correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, you said they were stored by the carrier, is that correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, would those be located on anyone's device, or are those solely maintained by AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile?
Yeah, the records themselves are maintained by the carrier.
And what is contained in a call detail record?
There's a lot of information in there. There is typically a timestamp, so there's a date and a time that the communication occurred, amongst whom the communication took place, between which carrier or which numbers the communication took place. So, which phone numbers, whether it's incoming or outgoing, the duration if it's a phone call, and then of course the tower information, the tower location information.
Would a CDR record contain, for example, it would say a text is incoming or outgoing? Would any of the content of those messages be in the call detail record?
No, not in a call detail record.
How do you start or how do you analyze the contents of a phone? What do you use to do that?
So in this case, I used Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And how do you use Cellbrite Physical Analyzer? What does that provide you to allow you to analyze the contents?
So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer is a software package, and what it does is it allows you to analyze readable files from the extraction. So the phone is downloaded, a readable file is created, you load that readable file into Analyzer, and then you can analyze those results.
How often is, are there other programs besides Cellbrite that can perform that function?
Yes.
Is Cellbrite the most commonly used one?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's very popular because it's got a very user-friendly interface. It's widely known, it's widely regarded. Analysts and people that do extractions and downloads and have learned that they can rely on the results of those. They're pretty good, and so it's commonplace in this industry, particularly in law enforcement.
So now you testified that you've done downloads yourself of some phones.
Yes.
Can the person doing
the download, extracting that raw data from a phone, can they change the contents of the phone when downloading it?
No.
Can they manipulate it in any way when it's going from the raw data into the Cellbrite reader format?
No, I don't know of a way to do that.
Why might a cell phone be downloaded or extracted more than once?
Usually it's different products are being applied to the phone. There are software updates, but more importantly, there's different products that might be available to obtain more data versus the other, particularly.
When you receive the download report from the phone in the readable format, what is contained in that report?
In the report is going to be all the system files. So there's going to be, most importantly, is the calls, texts, the web history. There can be biometrics. There can be like activity movement of the device, biometric information, web searches. There's pretty much everything that is contained in a phone that a user might utilize or it would be available in that download.
Can a download report show if there have been things deleted off of the phone?
Yes.
How does it show that?
Yeah. In Physical Analyzer, if the extraction software recovers something from a database that has been set for destruct or for deletion, it can find that and then repopulate it into the phone as to where actually into the report for where it belongs. And when it does that, in the program, it signifies that with like a small red X in a column next to it to let you know that it had been previously deleted from the device as an active user or by the active, the active file. But the software has been able to go in, find it in the database and repopulate it.
So if a user deletes an item, it might still be stored on the phone that can be pulled by that report.
Correct. They may not be able to see it and think it's gone, but it may still be within a database that can be retrieved and repopulated.
Now, is that possible for all items that a user deletes?
No.
Why not?
Some of those deletions are system files, and so they're maintained in the background. The average user would not, or probably be able to delete system files. They're just, they literally run the phone.
So if I'm a common user of a phone and I delete a photo, how long would it be in the background of that phone and able to be downloaded by this report before it's gone forever?
Well, it kind of varies, and it varies by, there's a lot of variation there. But typically, when an item like an image is deleted, the image itself, that process, the original, like if it was sent to you or whatever, and you deleted it, it would be gone from your view in the phone, but it would be in a deletion file. And so that deletion file eventually has to make room for more deletions, so that it pushes deleted files out to make room for more deletions, so that it can it can refill it. It only has so much room, so it has to purge that at some point. And that time can vary. More deletions are going to make that process typically happen more rapidly than less.
So if items have been deleted by a user and that phone gets downloaded in maybe that sweet spot where it's still somewhere in the background of the phone,
right, that
could be in the report.
It could be.
But if you miss that window and then the item is gone for good and can't be found in one of those extraction reports.
Pretty much. Once it's deleted from the system file, it's a process called a vacuum. Once it's vacuumed out and those files are reduced, it's essentially, you're probably not going to find it.
Now, if a user deletes a text from a phone, from their own phone, does that affect how the text message would show up on the receiving end?
No.
shifting over to the CDR, the call detail records, you kind of described what that is and that it's stored by the cell phone carrier. How long is that data stored by the different major cell phone carriers?
They're all different, so they maintain their records for varying amounts of time. Verizon typically will keep call detail records for 18 months to 24 months, but they will only keep the associated location data for about a year. Whereas AT&T and T-Mobile will keep that information for a much longer time.
Now, because this data is maintained or kept by, AT&T or Verizon, can a user access that information?
No, those are business records maintained by the carrier.
Okay, I feel like we have a good groundwork now, and I want to turn your attention to what you
I hope
did,
so.
what you did in this case. When were you brought on to work on this case?
I came on in May of 2023.
And in general, what were you asked to do for your part in this case?
Analyze phone downloads and analyze call detail records for pertinent information related to the case.
And so you analyzed phone downloads for this case, and you talked about the process for doing that. Did you perform any of the downloads for the phones in this case yourself?
The downloads, no.
And in viewing the download reports for the phones you analyzed, did you learn who the phone belonged to?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, besides the record or file being designated as belonging to that person, when you open the physical analyzer report, it gives details about the phone number, the IMEI number for the phone, and whatnot, and that can be matched to the user, whomever was using it at the relevant time.
As you analyzed phones for this case, did you generally become familiar with the people involved?
Yes.
Did you become familiar with what they look like?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with what these people look like?
Again, law enforcement shared that information with me, but in most instances, when I looked into the phone downloads, there are pictures of those people inside those phones doing various things, hanging out with family or, contact photos, that type of thing.
I first want to turn your attention to Eric Richins' phone. Did you do an analysis of Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And was that a phone with the number 801-792-9317?
Yes.
Did you receive a download report from the Summit County Sheriff's Office for that phone?
Yes.
And was that download performed by Changi Entau and Marcos Garicachia?
I believe so.
When you reviewed the report for Eric Richins' phone, did you find any evidence of mass deletions on his phone?
In Eric's phone, mass deletions, no.
How would you be able to tell if somebody had made batch or mass deletions from their phone?
Usually, if it's not evident in the actual phone download, whereas you can actually see the software has reported that those items were found as deleted and recovered. Outside of that, you would compare it to other types of evidence, such as like the call detail records.
So how would you be able to tell if there were deletions when comparing the phone to the call detail records?
It's basic. You just take the call detail record and you look and you see who that person was communicating with through their call detail record. And then you would be able to verify if those communications were maintained in the call logs on the phone themselves. So if I called you 5 times today, it would show in my call detail record. But if you downloaded my phone, it would also show in my call log that I called you 5 times today and what time of day and how long our phone calls were.
Did you review text message conversations from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And in addition, did you review device activity data?
Yes.
You mentioned biometric data. What type of biometric data can you recover from a phone or review?
Right. It's kind of hand in hand with the activity report that you just mentioned. When a device moves or a connected device moves, it reports that movement to the device and it's found in that activity censor report portion of the download.
Did you look at Eric Richins' phone, for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
And did you find text messages between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins as it related to THC gummy use?
Yes,
Was that 3 conversations?
it was.
Okay. Was that 1 conversation in November of 2021
Yes.
and 2 conversations in January of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness 2-118D. Is it on your screen?
It's not. I got
Okay.
desktop.
You have Blueberry Law showing. Oh, my apologies. That's okay. 1 second. Counsel.
Is this the conversation you referenced from November of 2021?
You may need Scott to zoom in. It's pretty small.
Oh.
It is. I'm wearing my.
There we go.
Yeah, there. Yeah, better. Thanks, Scott. Yes, this is a November of 2021 conversation.
And that's between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins.
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-119D, please. Is this a conversation between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
It is.
Thank you. And Scott, if you could show the witness 2-124D. And is this another conversation from January of 2022 from Eric Richins to Kouri Richins?
It is.
Did you also analyze Eric Richins' phone for information about illicit drug use?
Yes.
Did you find anything in Eric Richins' phone about illicit drug use?
No, outside THC, I didn't find anything.
Any communications on Eric Richins' phone about buying drugs?
No.
Now I want to talk about Kouri Richins' phones. Did you analyze 3 phones that belonged to Kouri Richins
I
for
did.
this case?
I did, yes.
Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is an exhibit that represents the 3 phones that you just mentioned that were being used by Miss Richins that are relevant to this case.
Did you help create this exhibit?
I did.
I'm going to move to admit 337D.
Okay. States 3-37D is admitted.
And publish, please. Okay. I have a pink pointer that I'm going to try to use.
All right.
What do you think, Scott? Okay. Let's start at the top.
All right.
What phone is at the top of this exhibit?
Okay, so the phone at the top of the exhibit on the left-hand side is Miss Richins' white iPhone. And the 2 numbers that are there, the next to the 1 and the 2, those represent the phone numbers that were being used on that device during the time of September 2020 to April of 2022.
What do those dates represent?
That's the duration of the time that phone was being utilized.
So you mentioned for Kouri Richins' white iPhone that there were 2 numbers on that phone. What number were you able to determine was maybe the primary or most used number for that phone?
Right. So the number ending in 1987 is going to be the primary number. That is the carrier subscriber number through Verizon that phone was utilizing. And then the 1152 number is a VoIP number that was being used on that device as well.
So you said VoIP number, but tell the jury, how do you get 2 phone numbers on 1 phone?
You just use an app.
How is, in this case, the number 1152, how is that different than what you called the subscriber number, the 1987? How is it different?
Right. So that number, a VoIP number, it uses the internet to make calls, make and receive calls, make and receive texts. You can use that number like you would your normal carrier number. The difference is it uses data, and so it typically doesn't show up on your call detail records when you use it.
Did you view a download from Kouri Richins' white iPhone?
I did.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
It did.
And that download was performed by Cheney Ingtao and another download by Marcos Gary Cuchilla?
I believe so, yes.
Did that download contain text messages, call logs, web searches, things like that?
Yes.
In addition to that, were you also able to view what we were calling activity data or device sensor data for that phone?
Yes.
When you did the analysis for that white iPhone, was there evidence of deletions?
Yes.
Was there evidence of text message deletions?
Yes.
Evidence of call log deletions?
Yes.
Describe what time frame you were able to recognize those deletions happening.
The time frame essentially for that device is mid-March. So specifically as it relates to some of the other items I looked at related to this case, we're looking basically January 1st through middle of March 2022.
What was missing from that phone for January 2022, February 2022, and March 2022?
Hundreds of text messages at least. They were also missing most of the web history artifacts in that device.
Call histories as well?
Call logs, etc.
So turning your attention to the middle phone here, what are the dates for the use of that phone?
April 14th, 2022 to May 8th, 2023.
Now I noticed that silver iPhone has the same number as the white iPhone. How did that occur?
So this is a new device that Ms. Richins began using on April 14th, and she basically just had her old number assigned to this new device.
Were you able to view a download for this phone?
Yes.
And that was performed by the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, comparing Kouri's silver iPhone that she began using in April of 2022 compared to the prior phone, the one that she was using leading up to that point, were there patterns of deletions in this phone similar to the white iPhone?
There were some deletions noted, but not in the same manner as the previous phone. No.
What do you mean not in the same manner?
Meaning there were not big chunks of hundreds of texts missing from the device that I noted, compared to the new phone did not have that type of deletion in it.
So now let's talk about the third phone on this exhibit. It says Kouri Richins' blue iPhone. Did you also view an extraction for this phone?
I did.
Or I guess extraction and download. I'm using
I
them
download,
interchangeably. Is that
so
okay?
do I. That's fine.
They're the same thing.
Yeah.
And that download came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, similar questions about the blue iPhone. It seems that the date ranges for that are the same as the silver iPhone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So based on your analysis, Kouri Richins was using the blue iPhone and the silver iPhone at the same time.
Correct.
Same question for the blue iPhone. Were there mass deletions on the blue iPhone when comparing it to what you looked at for the white iPhone?
No.
Now you did an analysis of a phone belonging to Carmen Lauber, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the phone with the number ending 6127?
Yes.
Did you analyze CDR data for Carmen Lauber's phone?
I did.
And did you view an extraction or a download for that phone?
Yes.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
On Carmen Lauber's phone, were you able to tell if there were deletions on that phone?
Yes.
What were you able to note about items being deleted?
Essentially in the same manner as with Miss Richins' original phone. When comparing Miss Lauber's call detail records, there were hundreds of texts and dozens of calls contained in those call detail records for that period of time, but they were no longer contained inside the device. Like there was pretty much all of it was gone.
Did you also look at call detail records for Robert Crozier's phone?
Yes.
And was that for a phone with a number ending 0540?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Robert Josh Grossman. Did you analyze a download for a phone belonging to that person?
Yes.
And that download was given to you by the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
One download that was performed by Marcos Garicachia. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that phone had two different numbers associated with it, 1260 and then 0904.
Correct.
When looking at all of these different phone downloads, did you analyze communications between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show Mr. Koudredemus Exhibit 2-3D, please. Just zoom in a little bit so he can recognize it. Is this a message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from December of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-5D. Is this another message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from June of 2021?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-17D. Is this a text message between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, before we jump into communications between some of these other parties, I want to see if you have analyzed these messages as well. Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-121. Do you recognize this message as a text message thread that you analyzed from Kouri Richins' phone from December of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-112. Similar question, do you recognize this as a text message from Kouri Richins' phone that you analyzed from February of 2023?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2-113. Do you recognize this message as a text thread with Kouri Richins from March of 2023?
Yes.
And Scott, 2-14, please. Do you recognize this as a message from Kouri Richins' phone from March of 2023?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and, I know he goes by Josh, but Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Did they communicate as far back as 2020?
They did. Yes.
And through October of 2022?
Yes.
What were the typical volume of calls and texts between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Particularly from November of 21, which was essentially when the 1152 number showed up on his phone, daily, with a few exceptions.
Now, Scott, if you could put up 337D again, please, for the jury as well.
One moment.
Now, you mentioned that the 1152 number showed up on Josh Grossman's phone. What number did Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman, from Kouri Richins' side, what number did she use to communicate with Josh Grossman?
By text, 1152.
Were you able to tell if she communicated with other people using that phone number, or was it mostly Mr. Grossman?
Mr. Grossman.
Did you find information on Kouri Richins' phone about these communications, or was that mostly from Mr. Grossman's phone?
I found none on Miss Richins, and everything I found was on Mr. Grossman's.
In analyzing Kouri Richins' communications with Josh Grossman, did you locate documents that pertain to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 3-1. And then if you could, I believe there's a second page, if you could show the subsequent pages. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is
Generally speaking, is
generally
it a
speaking,
document you found?
Yeah, it's a vacation reservation made, or that was located inside Miss Richins' device.
I'm going to move to admit 3-1.
Can you zoom out for a second, Scott? Go back to page 1 for me. It's a 2-page document, is that right?
I don't know if there's a third page. There's a third page that's the
fourth. Okay. 4 pages. Mr. Roman. Talk to me about authenticity. Why don't you folks approach for a second?
These people have lost me with this technical talk here. We'll have to get a review of it. Chris Contra, whatever from M2 Solutions, you're going to have to dumb it down for me. The prosecutors having to give the witness water. Kouri and Ursula. Good heavens, y'all. The prosecutor's bored with their arguments. He's not even looking over there. Blue suits do look very nice, don't they? I'm trying to see if I see the poor family back there. There's 2 people on the back row that are about to argue, it looks like. The lady in the striped shirt. That's my opinion. allegedly. Well, they're even getting these people down here going, will y'all be quiet down there? Ursula, Debbie, and Kouri. It's not very nice. I'll never learn that boy's name. I should try to quit doing this. Miss Lester. No, that is not right. Miss Nestor and Miss Lewis. I was mixing them together. Ooh, maybe I should go make another pot of coffee. Okay, boys and girls. Y'all have talked about this about long enough. Poor old daddy on the back row. And you know this witness can hear everything they're saying, which could prejudice him to say one thing one way or another, in my opinion. I don't know what they're, maybe not. He's just answering to the fact of the matter. This prosecutor has rolled his eyes completely around. At this point, I don't even really know what they're arguing about. They've been arguing for so long. Kouri looks like someone hit her in the head. Lack of pillows and blankets is not what she thought it would be. Oh. Y'all hang on and talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
All right, let's pause here for a moment. Let's see. You can see that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you ask the foundational question one more time? That was
Certainly. Mr. Cochademos, in analyzing Kouri Richins' phone, did you find documents that were pertinent to this case?
Yes.
And you located those on Kouri Richins' device?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit 3-1 in front of you, is this one of those documents that you located on her phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-1.
Mr. Ellis, any other objection? Okay. So the record is clear. The objection asserted at sidebar is overruled. Scott, forgive me, you got to go back to page 1. 3-1, a 4-page document is admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please. And Scott, if we could zoom in on. Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
Did they begin communicating around December of 2021?
They communicated prior to 2021, but in relation to this case and in relation to the cell phone, the CDR records, in relation to that extraction or her phone download, yes, 2021, December.
From January of 2022 to, say, March 15th of 2022, what was the volume or approximate volume of text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 3-month period?
Between the two of them, about 800 text messages.
Doing some quick math, that's about 11 per day.
Yes, about 10 or 11 a day on average.
So from March 16th, 2022
to the end of that year. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Approximately how many text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 9-month time frame?
About 600, 650.
Okay, we're going to do some quick math. Is that about 3 per day?
It's about 3 per day.
Now, to be clear, I'm not asking you if they communicated 3 times a day, right? Just
Correct.
doing the average, that's about what it would come out to.
Right. It's about a 70% decrease if my math is right.
Where does that data come from?
The call detail records between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
And because it's a call detail record, we don't have the content of any of those messages.
Correct.
They've been deleted from Kouri Richins' phone.
Yes.
They've been deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone.
Yes.
We don't know what they said.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to February 11th, 2022. Did you analyze CDR records for Kouri Richins from that time frame?
Yes.
If you could look at Exhibit 3-6, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this a call detail record for Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Is this one of those documents that you reviewed in your analysis for this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-6.
States 3-6 is admitted.
If we could please publish that document. Okay, we've been talking about call detail records. Is this a call detail record?
Yes, this is the billing version of it, but yes, this is a call detail record.
Why does it say Eric Richins at the top?
He's the subscriber, the Verizon subscriber, so it has his name on it.
Now, when we're looking at the phone number at the top, this clicker is not
pointer.
liking me, but I wanted to point it out. It says 1987, and that's the number that belonged to Kouri Richins, correct?
Yes.
So when we're looking at each of these individual calls on this particular document, how do you know if it's an incoming or outgoing call?
On destination, so there's, what is that, about 7 columns over where it says destination. There is it denotes that in there. So it'll say incoming. If it's got a switch location on there, like Salt Lake, Utah, that typically is an outgoing.
Does this call detail record show the duration of a call?
It does.
Where is that on the
So
document?
just to the right where it was highlighted, where it says minutes, MIN, right? The abbreviation, that is the minute, or that is the amount per minute of the call. Or sorry, it's in seconds sometimes. So yeah.
Is this duration in
This is in
minutes?
minutes. Yes.
Okay.
I apologize.
Did Kouri Richins make phone calls on February 11th, 2022 at 11:27, 12:36, and 12:39?
Yes, I think it was 12:27, but yes.
I might have said the wrong minute.
It's okay. Yeah,
Did you determine who these calls were made to?
I did.
How did you do that?
I Googled the numbers.
Okay. And who do those numbers come back to?
Those are IRS numbers.
So on those 3 occasions, Kouri Richins was calling the IRS.
Correct.
Still talking about, thank you, Scott, for that. Still talking about February 11th of 2022. Did you analyze communications or CDR records for Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber from that day?
Yes.
And did they communicate that day?
They.
And do you know that from the CDR data?
Yes.
For February 11th, 2022, do you have location data related to Carmen Lauber's cell tower use on that day?
Yes, from her device. Yes.
And did that come from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 3-8D, sorry, 38D. If you could zoom out just a little bit so that we can see the whole.
We can, it's that screen.
Oh, it's my screen. I see. Everyone else can see the whole thing. Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
And did you do that using the CDR data we've been talking about?
Correct. I provided the call detail information to the graphic designer that created this exhibit.
Does Exhibit 3-8D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-8D.
States 3-8 Delta is admitted.
If we could please publish. So what are we looking at here? Describe for the jury. And if it's easier for you to step down, you can. But what's at the top?
You know what? Yeah, maybe I will step down actually.
Because I have this clicker, but maybe it will
Gotcha.
work better for you.
It's
You can try to use this. It's just a little.
That does not work.
Glad it wasn't just
Mr.
me.
Contreras, would you tap that mic, see if it's working? Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So
go ahead and describe what we're looking at here.
right. Well, what we're looking at is a representation of the call detail records that Ms. Shervinick mentioned. What you have on the right-hand side is going to be the text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber for February 11th, 2022. There's just a photo so you know whose device we're referring to. A photo of Ms. Richins, a photo of Ms. Lauber. The blue bubble with the 3 dots indicates that this is a text message, and then the arrow is going to depict which direction that call. So, for instance, the very first one at 3:22:44 is an outgoing message from Ms. Richins to Ms. Lauber at that time. And so these are on the right-hand side. These are going to come up so that you can see when they communicate, when the two communicated, the volume of the communication, and then also the direction. Okay. On the left-hand side is a representation of essentially the Davis County and Salt Lake County Valley areas. And you're going to see locations pop up on these on this map as we move through the record chronologically. What those, for instance, there you go. Thanks, Scott. So this is a tower location. It's pointing to the location of the tower. That's important, not the device, but the tower of that Miss Lauber device is utilizing at 4:11 p.m., for instance. Okay. Mr. Crozier's record was also populated into this as well. And at the same time, at 4:11 p.m., Mr. Crozier is pointing towards a tower location in the Davis County area. So you know which tower their devices are using. On the left-hand side, these are going to move. And what that depicts is the movement of the device as they reacquire different towers. Okay. And then on the right-hand side, as we go through the slides, it's going to start populating. So Scott, you can start populating. So at 4:11, this represents a phone or a communication between Miss Lauber and Mr. Crozier, and this is their respective locations. You can see on the right-hand side through the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour, beginning in the 5 o'clock hour, Miss Richins and Miss Lauber continue to communicate via text. At 5:05, Miss Lauber is still in the Heber Valley area. And that picture that you just saw was a photo from that time frame that was recovered from Miss Lauber's cell phone device. All right, so you can see at 5:05, Miss Lauber is now, her device is now hitting on a tower in the Provo Canyon area out near the reservoir. And Mr. Crozier's device is using a tower at 5:20 p.m. up in the Davis County area. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see Miss Richins and Miss Lauber continue to communicate with one another. And Miss Lauber's device is traveling down Provo Canyon and into the Utah County area. That device is now heading into roughly the Utah County area. It's utilizing towers in those locations. And eventually it's going to move north. And you can see Mr. Crozier's device has now jumped significantly. I want to explain this to you, the jury, because this is important. Mr. Crozier's carrier is T-Mobile. Okay, so his carrier does not provide location data for these records for text. It's only calls. So the only time Mr. Crozier's location is going to appear the change is when his device is utilizing a tower for a call. Ms. Lauber's was more detailed. This isn't all of every single pinpoint of every single tower, because every single text she made utilized a tower. But for the sake of not cluttering this up with a bunch of repeats on top of each other, you can assume that from the previous point to the next point, she was utilizing the tower before it. So she was utilizing the tower near the reservoir for several texts, and then now she's using this one in the Utah County area. All right, Scott. Yep, so Mr. Crozier's device is now moved a little bit farther south and utilizing a tower there. In the 6 o'clock hour, Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins are communicating via text, and Ms. Lauber is now arriving on a tower at or near the area of, it's in Draper, Utah, near the area of a Maverick store that's there. Mr. Crozier is heading in the same general direction, utilizing a tower in the same area. You can see on the right-hand side, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber are continuing to communicate via text. And then at 7:21, we have Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber utilizing the same tower. They're on different, they're not talking to each other, but they are utilizing the same tower near that Draper location. And this is that location. So on the left-hand side, you can see there, Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber at 7:21 are making their respective communications. Their devices are using this tower, which is located across the freeway from this Draper, from this Maverick store in Draper, right off the freeway. Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins continue to communicate into the 7 o'clock hour. This photo was recovered from Ms. Lauber's phone download, depicting her with another woman during this time. And there's another photo. And by 8:20, Ms. Lauber's device is now moving south and utilizing towers south of that Draper location. And by 8:47, Mr. Crozier has made or received a phone call, because we know that's the only records his denote towers, and he's moving back north towards the Davis County area. And then Ms. Lauber by 8:56 is utilizing a tower in the Heber Valley area. Ms. Lauber remains in the Heber Valley area, and then on the right-hand side, sorry, Scott, but if you can go back one slide, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate into the 9 o'clock hour via text. Yeah, so from 3:42 to 9:02, the defendant, Ms. Lauber, communicated 34 times via text. During the same time, Mr. Lauber or Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier communicated 50 times via text and 6 times via voice call.
Did you also look at communications from February 11th, 2022 between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did they communicate on that day?
Yes.
And is that information from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 3-33D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Similar to the last exhibit, something that you helped to create?
Yes.
And using the call detail records that you were just describing?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 3-33D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-33D.
Your Honor, no objection. If the following testimony is going to be similar to the last one, perhaps we can have some questions. I think we all understand where they're traveling and what it means now. Just to move things along.
3-33D is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so similar to the last exhibit that we looked at, is this one laid out the same way?
It is, yes.
And the last exhibit was depicting communications between Carmen Lauber and Kouri Richins. And this one is between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, the different indicators, the bubbles, the arrows, those things remain the same as the previous exhibit.
Yes.
The map that we're looking at, the area of the Salt Lake Valley remains the same.
Yes.
And then similarly, as we see the different pictures of the people moving, that is the cell phone towers that their device is utilizing at those different times.
Correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kotridimus, if there's anything that you want to note regarding the communications between Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber.
Right. I think if we just, for the sake of time, like Mr. Ramos just said, we can just slowly click through those, Scott. And I can just describe to the jury what they're saying. It's the Miss Lauber and Mr. Crozier are communicating at 11 p.m., almost noon, and then into the 5 o'clock hour. And then again, you see Miss Lauber's device move out of the Heber Valley area into the Utah County area, where it will ultimately end up in the south end of the Salt Lake County area. And I believe utilize a tower at or near the Draper once again. And Mr. Crozier's device is moving south out of the Davis County area once more. They're located in at or near the exact same location for a period of time, and then they return. Mr. Crozier returns back to the Davis County area, and Miss Lauber returns back to the Heber Valley area. Yeah, there's another. That's that representation of that 721 phone call.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 14th of 2022. If we could put up Exhibit 3-6, that one's already been admitted.
Do you want to show it again?
Yes, please publish it to the jury.
One moment.
And Scott, if we could expand on the phone call at 8:53 a.m. So from these records, did Kouri Richins make an outgoing phone call on February 14th at 8:53 a.m.?
Yes,
Did you determine who that number belongs to?
I did.
Who does it belong to?
That is the Mirror Lake Diner.
Thank you, Scott. For February 14th of 2022, did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-27D. And scroll through so we can see all of it. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help to create this, or did you create this?
I created this one.
And does Exhibit 2-27D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for this case?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 2-27D.
No objection, Judge. Thank you. States 2-27D is admitted.
If you could publish that, Scott. And if you could scroll through the pages, and then I'll ask Mr. Kotridimus about the last page. What are we looking at that's depicted here on the last page of this exhibit?
So this is an image that was contained within that text thread that was sent by Ms. Richins to Mr. Grossman.
And it was sent approximately an hour before that arrival time. Is that correct?
Correct. This follows the text in which Mr. Grossman asked Ms. Richins about an hour, and she sent this photo.
Thank you, Scott. Did you also analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
If you could show Mr. Kotradimus 2-28D and scroll through it so he can see the whole exhibit, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Does exhibit 2-28D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 2-28D.
States 2-28D is admitted.
We could publish, please. And Scott, similar to the last exhibit, I'll have you move through. And Mr. Kotradimus, it's kind of clear from the to and from, but who is going to be typing the messages that are in the green bubbles?
All right. So the green is from, and that's the 9317. That's Eric Richins, and the 2 or the recipient in this would be 1987, which is Kouri Richins.
And so her responses, Kouri Richins' responses are in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I may, perhaps for purposes of these messages coming in, if you're on, you could give the instructions that you've done in the past as to the figure shape, as to Mr. Richins. Maybe we just do it once. We all know that it applies to all of them.
So, fair reminder. The statements by Ms. Richins on her side of that conversation, you may consider those for any purpose. You may give them the weight you deem appropriate.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Y'all may have to talk amongst yourself. I have the hiccups. I'm going to do my best. Got me a drink, but I lost it on the way in here. That's not anything unusual either, is it? Ugh. Kouri. Bad decisions, girly. One right after another. But presumed innocent. And I'm just going to say, if I was on the jury right now and I didn't know all this other stuff, I probably would be having a doubt or two about it. This judge is like, come on now. And this poor prosecutor is like, are we going to get out of here ever? I wonder if they do play the white noise in the courtroom.
This is a good time to take a restroom break. If everybody would please rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Did you actually want to take a break, Mr. Valero, or do you want to have further discussion regarding this issue?
Both, Your Honor.
Which order would you like to do it in?
Perhaps discuss first, break second.
Understood. Mr. Ramos. So we're talking specifically regarding 2-28D. And Scott, I don't have control over these, so I need you to go back to page 1, zoom in for me. Okay.
Do we need to excuse the witness or are we good?
He's an expert. I imagine the state's going to tell me the exclusionary rule won't apply to him, but
I was just curious.
yeah, so I don't think
Take a
so.
break.
Yeah. If you need to use the restroom, that's one thing.
Good.
Okay. So the first green bubble in 228, I've already ruled is a present sense impression and is admissible. Any further record there, Mr. Ramos?
That was early on.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
you've ruled on it.
So keep scrolling, Scott. Then we have a blue bubble that represents, I need the second green bubble, please, Scott.
Just the green ones.
Second green bubble, please, Scott. That's the first one.
On the first page.
There's your first page, there's only one green on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can we go to the second page, please? And then the,
No, we did that one.
no, we didn't. It's okay. So highlight that one for me, Scott. Oh, I can see it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Scott. Go back to page 2. Unzoomed. Green bubble states, "Are you home?" Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No.
Okay. Third bubble says, "In the office, I've been sleeping out here." That I think is also present sense impression that I previously ruled on. Okay, go to page 3, Scott, if there's one. Green bubble. No, it's quiet out here. I think it's the same. And then, Mr. Ramos, I'm going to pause if I
No,
just,
I'm just-
okay. And then get to the end of this 228D, Scott.
It's a total of 7 pages. This is the.
Oh, I'm sorry. One page at a time. I just need to analyze each green bubble.
This is the next set of green bubbles here.
This one's good. You can go to the next one.
No, we're not seeing the same thing Scott is. Hold on a second.
Oh, we're not seeing what you're seeing. That's fine.
My apologies. Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in for me, I'd appreciate it.
I think we're on page 4.
Page 4, Your Honor, didn't have
Just-
any green
just
bubbles.
blue.
Understood. Let's go to page 5. Okay, wish you were here. And then a question mark. Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, go to page 6. Thanks for answering. Any objection? Okay, page 7. I can't read it. It's got a, sorry, can you? Thank you, sir. We are headed in there. Food is on the front seat of my truck. Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No.
Okay, so with respect to 228D, there are no hearsay issues. We've already admitted certain exhibits. Ms. Shervanek makes a fair point at sidebar. We'll need to be a little bit precise about these going forward. So we can just slow down. If there comes a time when you need to make a specific objection regarding a specific part of a conversation, just say objection, may we approach.
If we can go slow through them, and then I'll just. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Shervanek?
Yes, Your Honor, only that, can you give the jury an instruction now that what you told them before,
I didn't complete the thought, but I can clear it up.
if we could just clarify for them that that blanket
Yeah,
rule
I
does not
can-
apply to this exhibit.
Well, not, and also I shouldn't call it a blanket rule. So that they may consider both sides of 228D for any purpose. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What we'll do is, we'll meet with them during this break real quick and see if I can just go through them.
I appreciate that. All right. Let's come back at to allow you time to do that, 2:40. Thank you. Court's in recess. You're welcome to use the restroom. Don't talk.
Great. That's a 30-minute break because they got to talk to somebody and do what they should have already done. All right, that's how it's going to be. Well, the request to have a mistrial was handled correctly by this judge. These judges have to be techno and everything else. Excuse me, now, in order to tell people, what to do. I hope this KUTV don't go off. Sometimes they don't like the long breaks. Too many breaks. I agree with that. The judge has a radio announcer voice. He sure does. Christie Crime Time Q6 Sunshine 1985 says Christie Crime Time. Yes. He has a sound like a baseball game. He does sound like a baseball player. He does. Let me go back and what other. Salt and Pepper says he rolled his eyes so hard he sprained something. I saw that. He's like so tired of their whining over there to the judge about stuff. I'm reading the comments. It's going to be a long 30 minutes, isn't it? So we've heard from the hotshot Utah medical examiner that also examined Tammy today. And a couple of police and a lady that I have no idea what the point of her being here was. That one lady that bought a house from Kouri. Have no idea why they even had her here. I think there's an awful lot for the jury to be scratching their head about. Yesterday, I set a fire because I had so many sticks and leaves. I put this in the chat, but before I went in, I went around and put the fire out before I did not pour water on it, but it was not burning. There was nothing left but some big timber that we're not going to keep burning without some kindling on it. So now there's a fire on the other side of the fence, but I should say that there is a grove of trees between me and the other side of the fence, so it's not like it could have just burned over there. It would have had to jumped all my trees that got over there. But still, that kind of scared me a little bit when I looked up and saw that smoke coming from out there. We do not have full-time fire departments out here in the rural areas. There's volunteer fire departments with old equipment. Into the wind chime. I went out there and looked, and I hollered, to ask if it was somebody out there with the fire, but nobody answered me. But yes, that's what I would like, for somebody to stand up there and explain this madness to us without the madness, without the object, without being objected to. I saw that lawyer, and his father talking about it. And they said that sometimes lawyers mean to confuse you, but they, they do it for a reason. They don't need to do it so bad that they get the judge and the jury and have the viewing audience completely confused. Too many breaks. Oh man, can you imagine how long the Charlie Kirk trial will be if this is how that team? I don't think it's the whole team, but the blondes. She must be a well thought of Utah attorney. Utah. Just making sure that we're still working on live. Bathroom break. What did he say that he was going to go back and ask him? Let's see. I tell you what we can do. Find out what Nate tells us. Nate probably asked somebody. Let's see what Nate has to say. Come on, Nate. I don't know how to do your show more. Okay. Sometimes we're back from lunch. There are new posting updates. The defense and prosecution were discussing evidence related to the cell phone data. A witness will testify about the information. Okay, we did that. Brad Bloodworth says the note from the juror likely doesn't provide enough information for the judge for him to make a decision. Okay, so we're waiting on the judge to decide whether to throw out one of the jurors. This is Jeff O'Driscoll. That was on the. Okay. Trust. Okay. I'm trying to find Nate's latest post. Okay. Nate's saying that there's messages from Kouri's boyfriend on there. So I'm guessing that's what this is about. So let's see. Nate. So I'm going to put his comment in here. So you can see that about I love you and Valentine's Day and all that stuff. I would show y'all that, but I can barely see it. What a big dummy this lady is. They're all dummies. These criminals are the dumbest people. Very dumb. Okay. So Nate says, the judge says, we are going to take a restroom break. He dismisses the jury. Judge now is going through an exhibit with the defense and prosecution. He says the parties need to be precise with the witness testifies about them. We're in recess to 2:40. So that was Nate's latest tweet. We're almost there, folks. Crazy, isn't it? Go back here and make sure that I hadn't messed around and threw a fit and got something undone right. Eesh. Yeah, let's see what else Nate says. If anything, he probably, I don't know if he's posted anything else after all that. I had a hard enough time finding it too, Nate. I sure did. They have poodled around long enough, haven't they? Just when you think, okay, I kind of understand about that celebrate stuff that he's talking about. And then he talks a little more, and I thought, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But it ain't no joke. They can read it and tell who all you've been. There are no secrets. There are no secrets. Only the ones they want to hide. I've got to get a new chair. I grazed this one and it still sounds like a freight train squeaking. Or maybe I should sit in a hard chair whenever I'm doing this. That's probably the smartest thing. Okay, Judge, Your Honor, hear my plea before you open up your court. I know it is nerve wracking to be and have to be a witness to a thing like this. I said I was a witness one time, and the defense lawyer tried to make me stupid and a drug addict and every other thing to try and impeach my character. And the cooler you are and the more you don't let it bother you and the more you let it roll off of you, the better it is. But it's hard whenever you're the one sitting up there taking all that.
On the record, 231-500-139. Mr. Ramos, before we invite the jury back in, any objection me to describing State's Exhibit 228D as a February 14, 2022 text exchange between Eric Richins in green and Kouri Richins in blue?
No, Judge. No,
Okay.
There was only one other message and one different.
Okay, very good. Anything before we invite the jury in, Ms. Shervnak?
No, Your Honor, you'll give them a clarifying instruction about, okay.
I intend to fall on my sword on that one. All right, we're ready for the jury.
All rise to the jury.
Folks, feel free to have a seat as you come in, please. Have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we took a break, I misspoke and created some confusion. Let me clear that up now. State's Exhibit 2-28D, as in Delta, is a February 14, 2022 text exchange between Eric Richins, as depicted in the green bubbles, and Kouri Richins, as depicted in the blue bubbles. The jury may consider either and both sides of that conversation for any purpose. You may give either and both sides any weight you think they deserve. Ms. Shervnak, take it from there.
Thank you, Judge. If we could put 228D up on the screen. I don't know if we got through the whole conversation before. I forget where we left off. So I'm going to have Scott go through this conversation for the jury with that new instruction in mind.
addition to these text messages, did you also analyze Eric Richins' device data, sensor data, I guess, for February 14th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Exhibit 314D, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit you helped create?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 3-14D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-14D.
States 3-14D is admitted.
If we could publish, please. When you analyzed the movement data from Eric Richins' phone on Valentine's Day 2022, we're looking at a graph here. What does this graph depict?
The graph depicts travel, so in distance in blue, and in energy exertion basically in green, and the and frequency hour to hour on February 14th, 2022.
Was there a gap in Eric Richins' movement and the other data that you just referenced during the middle of that day?
Yes.
Is that denoted here in the blown up portion? What do we see?
It is. There's a data set on the left-hand side for flights climbed, distance traveled, and steps depicting. So this is a portion. Well, actually, this is the 12 o'clock hour. And then on the right-hand side, there is device activity for depicting steps and distance traveled at 1:32.
And so from this data, we can tell that from approximately 12:05 to 1:32, there was no movement data recorded on Eric Richins' phone.
Correct.
Did you analyze his phone for similar types of movement on other days?
Yes.
And did you compare the data from Valentine's Day to those other days?
I did.
Was it unusual for Eric Richins to have an 87-minute gap in his activity in the middle of a workday?
It wasn't typical, no.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 26th of 2022. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-16D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
Is this using the CDR data that you analyzed for this date?
Yes, this is essentially the same type of exhibit that was created for February 11th.
Does Exhibit 3-16D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed for February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-16D, please,
States 3-16D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. So we saw an exhibit like this before for
Yes.
February 11th.
Yes, we did.
Are we looking at information now pertaining to February 26th?
We are on this. This exhibit is text communication between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber on that day.
And similar map of the same area,
Yes.
arrows denoting who sent the message.
Yes. The times they were sent and received and direction. Yes.
Now, these pictures are kind of small, but similar to the last exhibit from February 11th, Ms. Richins is denoted with the red background. Is that correct?
Correct. She's on the left side there.
And Ms. Lauber is denoted with the green background.
Correct.
And then we also see Robert Crozier on these exhibits, and he's in the yellow background. Is that correct?
Yes, he will come up. There he is. He'll come up on the map there on the left-hand side.
And again, Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kotradimus, if you could describe what we're seeing as we go through this
Sure.
process for February 26th.
Sure. On the right-hand side, similar to the other day, there was text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber through the 2 o'clock hour. It picked back up in the 5 p.m. hour. And at some point during the 5 p.m. hour, Ms. Lauber's
device started utilizing towers in those same locations from the previous day. Provo Canyon, Utah County area, traveling north until it finally stopped in the area of the southern end of Salt Lake County. Same thing with Mr. Crozier's device, beginning once again in Davis County and moving south and utilizing towers along the way. So Miss Lauber is now on the left-hand side. You can see by 7 p.m. or so, she is utilizing towers back in Provo Canyon, heading back to the Heber Valley area where she ultimately ends up. Mr. Crozier has returned back into the general area of the Davis County area by 8 p.m. And then you saw all the communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber, 71 texts between 2:25 p.m. and 10:33 p.m. that day. And Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, 65 texts and 3 phone calls.
Now, similar to February 11th of 2022, did you look at the communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier for February 26th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Mr. Kotrodemus 3-34D, please.
Excuse me.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
And does 3-34D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that date, February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-34D
States 3-34D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. Okay, we've seen one of these before.
Yes, we have.
We know the data that's on here. If we could, Scott, move through this at Mr. Kotrodemus as you just described.
Yeah, so there's the 4:01 p.m. Call from the previous slide. Mr. Crozier is in Davis County. Ms. Lauber is in the Heber Valley area. To the right, those are the communications between the two. There's text and some phone calls. You can see the date stamps next to those. Essentially, what this exhibit shows is the other side of that communication or that incident or event between Ms. Lauber and Ms. Crozier, Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. The two devices appear to travel in the same direction until they come to the same generalized location, utilizing those towers, and then return back to their respective starting points.
And that location that they're meeting up at, same as February 11th, 2022?
Yes, it's consistent with that, with the Draper area near that Maverick.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze, moving now, to March 2nd of 2022, did you analyze CDR data for Kouri Richins' device from March 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kotrodemus 3-17, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the call detail records for Kouri Richins that has March 2nd?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 3-17.
317 is admitted.
And if we could show the call from 10:22 a.m., please, from March 2nd. And 10:27 a.m. Is that the same number that we see from the call at 10:22 and the call at 10:27?
It is the same number, yes.
Are
And
those-
again, 1040.
Are those outgoing phone calls from Miss Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Who was she calling at 10:22 and 10:27?
That's the IRS.
What is the duration of the call made at 10:27?
The first call is 3 minutes, and the second call at 10:27 is 101 minutes.
Still talking about March 2nd of 2022, did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on that date?
Yes.
If you could show the witness 2-37D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Is this a text message thread between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
We will talk about the content of this exhibit at a later time. I just wanted to lay out the information that you're aware of what it is and where it came from.
Okay.
I now want to turn your attention to March 9th of 2022. Same questions as February 11th and February 26th. Did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for March 9th of 2022?
Yes,
We could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-35D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create
It is
using the CDR data that you just talked about?
correct.
Does 3-35D accurately depict the raw data contained in that CDR information?
Yes,
Move to admit 3-35D
States 3-35D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. Okay, so we've seen these before.
we have.
We're looking at the same area of the Salt Lake Valley, and again, communications for March 9th, 2022 between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And this is just the same representation of those records. It shows essentially the same travel, and it depicts the conversations, text conversations or communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber's devices. We've got 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour. Ms. Lauber's moving. She moves a little north in this. If you want to stop it right there, Scott, just for the 12, 11, 12, 13. She moves north out of the Heber Valley for this particular event. That tower at 12:11 p.m. is located very close to the Richins residence. Other than that, the travel is going to be depicted in a similar manner. Ms. Lauber is going to travel same route through Provo Canyon into the south end of the Salt Lake County area, in an area consistent with being at or near the Draper, the Maverick and Draper. And Mr. Crozier is going to do the same thing. He's going to travel south, and his device is going to utilize towers in that direction as well. On the right-hand side, you're just seeing more communications between Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins from that day. So Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber's devices are coming together, utilizing the same tower in that area. Again, that's the tower across the freeway from the Maverick in Draper. Then the two will depart. They're presumably depart, and their devices are utilizing different towers until they return to their respective starting points.
Did you look at communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier from March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
We could show the witness 3-36D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Is it using the raw data from March 9th, CDR data from March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Does 3-36D accurately depict the raw data you just described?
It does.
Move to admit 3-36D.
3-36D is admitted.
Again, we've seen this before.
Yes.
This is for March 9th of 2022. And this exhibit, who are the communications between in this exhibit?
This is communications between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber for that day, March 9th.
And Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And you've essentially seen the map before on the previous slide between Ms. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. The thing that's different on this is the communications are just between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, or Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. Again, 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, they're communicating. The devices essentially come together into the same general location, utilizing a tower there. Again, that depicts the tower and across the freeway from the Draper Maverick. two parties continue to communicate until they return to the Heber Valley area and the Davis County area, respectively.
So far, we looked at communications and location data for February 11th, 2022, February 26th, 2022, and March 9th of 2022. Other than those three occasions, did Carmen Lauber ever visit that Maverick and Draper in all the data that you reviewed?
No, her device never was never in that general area.
Did she ever meet up with Robert Crozier? Did their devices come together at any other time other than those three occasions that we've talked about here?
No.
I want to turn your attention to March 3rd, 2022. Did you analyze data from Eric Richins' phone from the night he died?
Yes.
You looked at call records
Yes.
and you looked at text messages and web searches.
Yes.
We could show the witness 3-39D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Does it accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-39D.
3-39D is admitted.
You could publish this to the jury, please. So you might want to step down for this so we can just describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this is at the top. The heading is Eric Richins' phone activity, March 3rd, 2022. This is from 8:30 p.m. that evening until midnight. It's basically just a moving timeline, so you can see what Eric's device was doing during that time period in context to text messaging and web searches, that type of thing. So at 8:30, there's a text to a contact named Pedro Sonora. And then there's a text from like 9 seconds later. Those continue. There's a few of those. And then there are texts between Eric Richins' device and a contact named Scott Wagner in that device. Those continue into and through 8:30. There is a discussion going on between Mr. Richins and Scott Wagner, kind of back and forth during that time. And then at 8:50 p.m. on that day, Scott Wagner calls Eric Richins and they talk for 8 minutes and 32 seconds. At 9:45 p.m., a Google search is made from Eric Richins' device. There's a misspell in it, but he's basically searching how far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales. And then at 10:18 p.m., there's an incoming text from a contact titled Raul C&E.
Thank you. For that last text message that's listed in the 10 o'clock or 10 p.m. hour, was there any indication that that message was opened by Eric Richins?
No.
During this time frame from 8:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on March 3rd, how many phone calls were made on Eric Richins' device?
One.
That's the phone call that you talked about to Scott Wagner.
Correct.
No other phone calls made on that device that night.
No, between 8:30 and midnight, no.
Talking about same time frame, the night of March 3rd, 2022, did you look at Kouri Richins' phone for that same time frame?
Yes.
Did you analyze the data and device events for that phone?
Yes.
If we could show 3-18D1. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
Yes.
using the raw data from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes,
Does 3-18D1 accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed?
it does.
I'll move to admit 3-18D1.
318D1 is admitted.
If we could publish this, please. Similar to Eric Richins' device, I guess not showing communications, but what are we looking at here for this device data?
So there's the activity sensor and device events for that device.
When you say device events, what do you mean?
So there are certain events that are captured in a device in the system files that detect various things. One of those things is locks and unlocks, meaning when you locked or unlocked your phone. The activity sensor is device movement. So there are accelerometers and gyroscopes and whatnot inside your device. And when it moves and it detects movements, it reports that to the system files and it retains that.
I now want to talk about March 4th of 2022. For Kouri Richins' phone, did you look at movement and device events for Kouri Richins' phone for March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show exhibit 3-18D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create it?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-18D.
3-18D is admitted.
So walk us through, there's some different things here, and maybe you want to step down to the screen to show the jury what these different markers on this exhibit mean.
Sure. So we have a device event. The first thing we have for a device event on that day or in that morning is 3:06:50, the phone is unlocked. That unlock is for 28 seconds. At 3:07:04, there's a speaker activation. What that is there's an audio output route. There's audio routing in a device through the system files, and it detects when the speaker is activated. So anytime the phone is using the external speaker, you should get a system file report or an audio output report on that, and it'll tell you that the speaker's in use. Okay. At 3:08:10, the activity sensor picks up that a device travels 243 feet. So the 3:08:10 is the beginning of that trip. It's not the end of that trip. And at 3:10:37, the phone is unlocked for 1 minute 40 seconds. At 3:15:59, the phone is unlocked again for 37 seconds. At 3:19:07, the phone is unlocked once more for 28 seconds. And at 3:19:39 a.m., the phone is unlocked briefly for 3 seconds. We have a timestamp for a 911 call at 3:21:05. We have a receiver activation. We have a device, another activity movement, meaning the device is reporting that it had moved again. And then at 3:22, there is a receiver activation. And a receiver activation is when you hold a phone or a device up to your ear, say presumably your face, to make a phone call. There's a proximity sensor inside the device that activates the receiver. And so there's an activation there at 3:22:12.
Thank you. You talked about the receiver activation. Is it possible that a call can start before the receiver is being used?
Yes.
How does that work?
If you dial a number, for instance, the receiver activation only reports when you place the phone up to your. It has to detect the proximity sensor.
So it's a movement.
It's a movement, yes.
Did you also pull or look at data from Kouri Richins' phone from the morning of March 4th, 2022.
Yes.
We could show the witness exhibit 3-19. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
These are 3 thumbnails, PNG files recovered from Ms. Richins' device.
Does 319 accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Ms. Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-19.
So they got to talk it over again about the locking and unlocking of the phone. Because none of us or the jury is bothered about whatever bothered they're bothered.
Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
Looking at exhibit 3-19, you testified these were located on or in the analysis of Kouri Richins' phone. Where specifically in that data were these images located?
They were in the image folder. They were in the image files.
What does describe what the image file is? Is that a camera roll or just more description about what an image file is?
So as it relates to these are PNG files. They were located in the image portion of, so if you open the extraction and you're analyzing it and you look under images, these are actually found in the timeline as well. Like you can just see them in there. But when you click into those, there's information that's presented to you and it will tell you the file path of where these belong or where they were last seen by the device. And so in the image file, there's a pathway. And so these images were last seen in a SMS, so a text like an iMessage, photo search section is the pathway for those, meaning it was related to the messaging system inside the device.
I'll move to admit 3-19.
Mr. Owens.
If we could just lay a little bit more foundation in terms of which people in the text message chain indicated that they were in the.
I'm not sure that's what he said, but.
Or if we could get clarification on that.
Sure. Ms. Shervanek, ask another question about I heard the words photo search related to the SMS function.
Right. So let me be a little more precise with my questions.
Okay.
Were these part of a text message?
At some point, yes.
Do you know if that text message was incoming or outgoing from Ms. Richins' device?
No.
Why not?
Because the original images and the source of these images was deleted from the phone. It no longer exists on the phone. These 3 PNG files, or what we call ghost or orphaned images. When an image is, like when a text is built and you add images to it, or when you receive images and you click those, it creates a print of it, like basically a thumbnail of it. Now, if you send that text or receive that text, and then you delete it from your system, and then the database overwrites it because of time has passed and there's no more room in that file, you'll never know the source of that text, whether it was incoming or outgoing, who sent it, that type of thing. All you're going to see is the remnant of that. And that's what these are, the small PNG files.
Again, move to admit 3-19.
We were in your objection. At this point, it seems like it's what Mr. Cortadivas found, it's a remnant, something.
I understand defendant's objection. It is respectfully overruled. You can explore these topics during cross-examination. State's Exhibit 3-19 is admitted.
We could publish, please. So these are the images you were just describing.
Yes.
And you described that they were found in the image files as a remnant of possibly a text message.
Right. I wouldn't say a remnant, it's a thumbnail. I mean,
A
it's
thumbnail.
a PNG file. I mean, it's a thumbnail. Yes.
From the data that you analyzed, were you able to tell if these images were accessed by Ms. Richins' phone?
They were accessed by the system in her phone. Yes.
How do you know that?
It gives an accessed indication in the file path, in the data and the extraction. It'll say when the device was accessed, and it will give a timestamp.
When we say accessed, what does that mean?
It just means when the file, or when that image was either selected or viewed, or, I mean, it's accessed.
But it means it was selected or viewed by the person with that device.
Correct.
You mentioned there was a timestamp. When were these images accessed on Kouri Richins' phone?
8:29 a.m. on March 4th.
Was the phone also manipulated in some way during that same time?
There was activity on that device, yes.
What do you mean activity?
There was prior to that at 8:28, there was an unlock event that lasted the duration of this access point. There was the device event log shows that the device was actually turned into portrait view, and then turned into landscape view, turned back into portrait view, until ultimately it was locked again. I think the lock was at 8:34, but I'm not 100% sure on the time.
So those, the turning of the phone, the unlocking of the phone, those correlate with the time that these images were accessed.
Yeah, around the same time, yeah, during the same unlock event.
So now I want to turn your attention to the post April 13th, 2022 phones from Kouri Richins. We know from, Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please. And you can publish that to the jury. It's been admitted. So I'm referencing this, the date on here when the silver phone and the blue iPhone were being used by Ms. Richins.
Right.
Did you look at, when you were analyzing the blue phone, did you find web searches during April, that time frame the phone was used, that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 3-26D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Are these web searches that were located on that blue iPhone?
Yes.
If you could show Scott 3-29D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
These also web searches that were located on the blue iPhone?
Yes.
And then Scott, also 3-30D. Same question. Is this a web search that was located on that blue iPhone?
Yeah, this is web history.
A web history.
Yes, which meaning the difference is one thing is a search, the other is a site visit, a website visit.
And do these three exhibits, 3-2060, 3-2090, and 3-30D, accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that blue iPhone?
Yes.
I'll move to admit those three.
Mr. Ramos?
You don't have an objection to these searches we have an objection as to how they're going to be presented, meaning that redaction. My understanding is that Mr. Kouri did not make those redactions. So I'd like to approach and present a proposal on
Sure.
how to
Yeah.
submit it.
So it was 26, 29, and 30, correct, Ms. Sherbanek?
Yes.
States 3-26D, 29D, and 30D are admitted. We're going to publish those. I have an instruction for the jury. Scott, could you go to 26 for me for a moment? Ladies and gentlemen, as you look at 26, 29, and 30D, you'll see these blue blobs that have no text behind them. Those are intentional redactions of information that has no relevance to this case. Please do not speculate about what was behind the blue bob. It's irrelevant. Just ignore it. Ms. Sherbanek, please continue.
So as we were talking about these three exhibits that we will go through in turn, you mentioned web searches versus site visits. What are we looking at here?
These are web searches.
What's the difference?
So when you type a search into your device and to presumably search for something on the internet, when you type it in and you hit send to search, it logs the search that you had typed into your device.
And so someone could search for any multitude of things. We're all aware of that, but maybe not if the results come up. If they actually click on a result, that would be a site.
Right. We normally see, analysts will normally see corresponding web histories related to those searches. So if you were looking for a type of vehicle, you would have a search for a type of vehicle, like a 2026 Toyota 4Runner. You're looking to buy one. And then right behind that, you'll see web history, meaning what happened was you typed in that search field, it popped up, and then there's some suggested websites for you to go to based on your search. And if you click through to those will show as a web history, meaning a site that you actually visited.
And so what are we looking at here?
Right here, we're just looking at the search function. These are just searches that were inputted into the device.
And this is in that blue iPhone, right?
In the blue iPhone, yes.
Scott, if we could do the same expanding for each page of 2-26D so the jury can see the different entries. So we saw some web searches on 3-26D that related to remotely wiping an iPhone or remotely deleting text messages.
Yes.
Was the blue iPhone being used by Kouri Richins in the time after her original phone, that white iPhone, was seized by police?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up 3-29D. So when we're seeing this activity on the phone, does that indicate a website visit?
Yes.
Again, this indicates a website visit.
Yes.
And Scott, if we could move to 3-30D. And these are the website visits.
Yes, correct.
a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you at the moment. I think the defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
Need some more?
I need a little more. That'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Zach, can we get a refill for the witness, please?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ramos, did you want a break before beginning?
Thank you.
Yeah, I take a break. We'll gather my thoughts and we'll get out of here on time.
Don't commit to anything. But let's just take a stressful leg break. We'll come back at 3:45. Thank you. Please rise for the jury. All right, folks, we'll be in recess until 3:45. Mr. Contreras, if you want to stretch your legs, use the restroom, that's fine. Just don't talk to anybody. Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
Possibly have time.
No.
Break, break, break. The poor, think about us, how many breaks. Just think how many times they made them get up, leave the room, come back in the room, leave the room, come back in the room. It's a lot. Those were Kouri's Google searches. How much fentanyl does it take to kill somebody? How long does it take before you can get benefits? I didn't read all of them, but none of them are going to look good to the jury. DJ's allegedly, in my opinion, true crime. I know that you're quite new, and I'm going to check out your channel later tonight. You keep coming back and visit us, and I will post your channel later, but not right now. But I am going to check it out before I do, because it's not my channel. I don't feel comfortable doing it, but I'm going to check it out and see what it is. I'm glad you're here. These people will make me want a gummy, so I'm having some lifesaver gummies. Something smells so bad about all this. It does. It's just Robbie. It does. I tried to go to find Mod Chat the other day, and I couldn't find my way back into it. Maybe I'll link it this next time. It's just Robbie has been working on us a website. And the link is in our chat over here. If you want to go and sign up for it, you just like signing with your Google thing, then we can start to build a community over there, so that whenever something happens or we need to talk to everybody, but maybe YouTube is too crowded or what's going on, we can just go straight to the people. So y'all, please go over there, sign up. It's free to sign into the website and chat. She's got her taters in a ring. I thought thighs in a ringer, if you ask me. I think she does too, Detective's daughter. I think she's in it too big. I do. I think it's a big mess. I cannot believe I went and got me a Dr. Pepper and I lost it before I got back in here. I don't know what I did with that thing. It seemed like I've done that twice when I drank Dr. Pepper and got back in here and didn't have one. It's just Robbie says we can directly message each other, and the vendors for the chat even offers an app so you can download and log on to so you can chat with the community anywhere. I can see it being worth if we use it. Okay. DJ, allegedly, in my opinion, true crime 1990. Have you heard about Sebastian White, Drake Rogers case? No, yes, we have, and we've talked about it too, because this channel was started because of Tylee and JJ being missing. So we have talked about Sebastian, and we'll talk about him again. Thank you for asking. It's just Robbie says, but I'm thinking of a forum would be better. I haven't really done anything serious with the traffic we're getting, but we can do whatever Krisha wants. It's so techy, I'm not sure that we know what we want. It's just Robbie. Oh, I've got the cell phone data man's banner still going. Let me take that down. Because he's gone now. Gone and gone. I don't see the judge is back. They got a whole nother minute. Yeah, I can see you wouldn't want those Google searches in. And he doesn't seem like he was a bad man at all. I mean, maybe the financial thing was weird, but I don't think he was mean to her or the kids. They really didn't seem to want for anything that they needed. So I'm not sure. I am surprised that policemen would talk to people the way they talk to those two drug dealers, and told them it was all up to them, and if they didn't, blah blah blah. That seems like that's knowing it's going to be repeated. Cool.
Go ahead and have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Ramos,
Thank you,
please
Judge.
proceed.
Mr. Kouri Richins, how are you?
Doing great, Mr. Ramos. How are you?
Good seeing you again.
Good to see you.
You know what? Let's just dive right into the GIFs,
Okay.
the PNG files.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Sure.
Could we pull up those, that exhibit? And just for the witness, Judge. So I have this document here. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 340. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were testifying earlier, you informed the jury that it was all the image files that you received, correct?
Well, just for this representation is just for that, for the 4th.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
So what we're looking at are
It's part of
images-
that. Yes.
Images, data files for that day. Specifically, though, I think there was a range. It was for the March 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that, there were 39 images, right?
Correct.
Now, of those images, obviously, we've seen 3 of them. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to focus on those. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up those 3 images that you've seen.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm going to show you the MAC, right?
Okay.
Which is the modified access created.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. You can pull that up. Now, could you see those on the left-hand side there?
I do. Yes.
Okay. 1 second. That's what he can see, right? Okay. Sorry, I have a smaller screen here, so I just want to
Okay.
make sure we're on the same page.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. On the left-hand side, can you tell me or tell the jury if all of these images were accessed on the same date and time?
Yes. They
down
were.
to the second.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that these are .png files. Okay.
Yes.
Now, if we look to the right, there is what appears to not be a GIF, I guess, or it is a thumbnail, but it is of a, how would you describe it? What's the picture? What's that picture of?
I don't. Which one are we looking at?
The one on the right-hand side, it looks like a house almost in the distance.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a photo of a piece of property. It looks like. Yes.
Are you familiar with that property?
I can't tell what it is from the photo.
Fair enough. Now, can you just look at the time and date?
Yes.
Okay. Does that match the .png files that we saw?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
To the second?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
So just practically speaking, okay, we can take that down. Do you find that odd?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Let's walk through it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna walk through an example for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then I want you to explain it to me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in fact, let's do this. Come on. So if I pull up my phone right now, I just unlocked it.
Mhm.
Now I'm going to send a text message, okay,
Okay.
to my son.
All right.
Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a thumbnail,
A photo. Yeah.
photo,
Uh-huh.
okay, and I'll do a GIF, okay.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for one. I found one, so I just clicked on that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I just clicked on another one,
Okay.
and I just clicked on another one.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to add also a picture, okay, just for my folder.
Okay.
Okay. Now I've selected those 4 items, okay,
Mhm.
and I'm about to send it.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get my phone and put it in your system, extract it, and you analyze it, obviously it would be a text message,
It would. Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, the modified access created, would all of those be the same date, time, down to the second?
They could be.
Could be.
Yes.
There's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
Okay. For example, the type of iOS I have,
That could affect it. Yes.
the type of extraction that's done.
I don't know if the extraction type would determine that or not.
Logical versus physical.
I still don't think in the way these images were in the database.
Okay.
I don't think that would be I don't think that would be accurate.
So then let's look at the database.
Okay.
Where exactly were these images?
So they were in the database. That is, there's a pathway in there.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
Yeah,
again,
so that's
please.
where they're at.
Okay.
Okay, so they are in an SMS photo database essentially. All right.
So is it up there now for you?
It is not yet.
Okay. Now, the source file, is that what we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I see here has a bunch of numbers, underscore files, full.zip, right?
Yeah.
Private var, mobile, library, cache,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Talk to me about cache.
All right. So, caches or folders, they're just places where the system stores data.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I were to go to my phone right now, I could find those .png files, that image I just sent, right? If I go directly to my text message, correct?
You could. Yes. Yep.
Right, because I just
Yeah.
sent it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, here in this file, this doesn't lead you straight to a text message.
Correct.
Okay. And so it is, and I think what you said in your direct, I think it was the system, I think is the word, you were very specific. The system in her phone, I logged it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are databases.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So fair to say, and you indicated in your testimony early, so I think I'm right, that there are certain things in our phones that are there, but we can't necessarily access them.
Correct.
We need a process to go kind of below the surface.
Right.
Okay. Now, in this case, these .pngs, you had 39 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you only selected 3.
Yes.
Okay. Did you select those? I shouldn't put.
I provided what I provided. Like
And-
I provided the entire extraction report, and then I provided the part of the extraction report for that day.
Okay, so
Yes.
you provided the full 39.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Now, I want to go back to that other image. Okay.
Okay.
Now, these have the exact same date, the exact same time, down to the second. Okay. Are they tied together?
I don't know that.
You don't.
No.
In fact, it's impossible to know.
It really is.
Now, in what you do, there is, we heard the word a lot, analysis, right? You
Yes.
analyze.
Right.
Okay. Now, we know that you can, we get the information from Grey Key, it's extracted, then we put it in Celebrite. The analysis comes in reviewing the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and you were also very careful in your direct testimony that it's not necessarily, I don't think you use these words, but it's not infallible, right? This Celebrite report.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, Celebrite itself recommends its operators, is that the word?
Yes.
To make sure that they validate their data.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
For example, you do have a hardware that you use, correct?
Yes.
You want to validate it's working.
Correct.
And then also the software that you use, you want to validate that that's working.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this might be an oversimplification. So
that's okay.
But I'm trying to process it. Okay. A lot of money went into making those phones.
Yes.
A lot of the data and how it works is all of it's proprietary. Correct?
Yes.
Now, in a way, Celebrite is trying to hack the phone to get the information.
Doesn't really hack it, but it parses the data. In there.
It parses
But yeah,
the data.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it spits out, that's not a common term. When the report gives you this information, you can't take it as God's truth.
There's context to a lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I can take it as God's truth, quote unquote.
Yeah.
that is how the system files within the are constructed.
You can take it that that's how Celebrite put the data or extracted the data.
Correct.
Now, you've heard, I suspect, of the epoch time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to the jury epoch time in terms of digital forensics.
I cannot.
Cannot?
No.
Why not?
I don't have enough familiarization with it. I just don't.
Okay.
Not on the stand.
All right. Well, is it fair to say that let's look at this created and modified and accessed, that date and time?
Okay.
Are you aware that that time isn't actually how it's stored on the phones?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sure. So the epoch time, if you're not familiar with it, it's the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Oh, sorry,
For a
Judge.
minute.
I
What was the
apologize.
objection?
He said he couldn't testify about what epoch time is.
So
So
foundation.
foundation.
I think you're laying foundation.
I am,
right?
Judge.
Let's see where this goes. Overruled.
So-
If you would, I interrupted you, gentlemen, if you would ask that question.
Absolutely, Judge. So the epoch time, and I'm just gonna, I'll explain it how I know it, and if it refreshes your recollection, great. If not, we'll move on.
Okay.
Okay. So epoch time is the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Okay.
Yes.
Don't know why they did it this way, but that is how the phones have registered the information. Or were you aware of that?
Yes, and I don't know the technical aspects of it, but it's a programming reason.
Correct. And because we're not going to do the math together.
No, we're not.
We rely, or in this case, you were relying on Celebrite to do that.
Correct.
Correct. Now, you also, a way to validate your data, because things even as little as time, you also have the ability to cross-reference the data that you have in your phone, in the Celebrite report, excuse me, okay, the extraction, with other information, correct?
Correct.
So for example, the call logs, the text messages that you sent out, right? That's presented in the extraction.
Yes.
You could then compare it to the call detail records,
Correct.
right? And you could say, oh yeah, you know what? This matches up.
Yes.
Okay. And you do that in a way to make sure that the information you're getting is correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we look at this 4 images, the 3, I'm going to call them the what's been admitted as the 3 PNGs, okay, which we all saw, or just call them GIFs, even though I know they're not right now.
Right.
But just so everybody's aware.
Okay.
And then we have this photo that appears to be of a home. Okay.
Right.
Now, you have records and you have call logs for March 4th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see who all communicated that day.
Correct.
Correct. And you could also get that through call detail records, correct?
Not always.
But the call detail records you indicated mark the time that a call was sent out and a text was sent out.
If it hits the carrier. So if it's a Wi-Fi call or if it's like iMessage, like iPhone to iPhone, iMessaging,
Okay.
it can route around it and it won't hit the call detail record.
Perfect. So you had on March 4th at least some information in what you received from the extraction report that some calls were made, some text messages were sent from Ms. Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with that information, you can, if you wanted to, you can attempt to see whether this image was sent or received by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did not do that.
I did do that.
Okay. And who did it come back to?
I don't know. It was not available in the system file.
Okay.
Would you like, can I explain why?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Why I think based on,
Yeah.
There is, from the time this event occurred on March 4th till the time the phone was seized on April 13th, I believe, 2022. there's an extended period of time that has passed in data terms. Okay. So the reason why going back to the source on this is challenging is if the text source of this, incoming or outgoing, is missing, you can sometimes go into the data file, like from the timeline and from the extraction, you can go into the database information. You can go in there and you can look at that to see if that information is contained in the database still. The problem is that data is overwritten. Once it's deleted, the database then overwrites it. So then what happens is the source in there goes away. There's small amounts of data that are in there.
Like traces.
Well, like PNGs.
Yeah.
Okay. That are still there. But like I kind of explained with the data space, think of it as a.
Oh, 1 sec. Is that like the garbage collection?
Yeah, we're talking about that, right? So so deletion. So think of that as, think of that deletion file as like the trash can in your house, like in your kitchen. Okay. So you delete things, you throw things into that. Well, eventually it gets full and you got to take it out to the curb and the garbage man comes and gets it and it's gone.
Right.
Okay. So the more you use it, the more you have to take it out.
So
okay.
Let me stop you there.
Yes.
Because what I'm asking about is, I understand that you tried.
I'm getting there. I promise.
Oh no, real quick.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. So those databases store that information for a while. Okay. Then what happens is that text information, that the text threads, they're stored in a different place than these. What happens is every, I don't know, 30-ish days, don't hold me to that, but it's roughly, this iOS system performs a vacuum. And what it does is it takes deleted information that's in there that it no longer thinks it needs for the system files, and it vacuums it out, and it basically takes it out to the curb, and then it goes away. So to answer your question, I did attempt to look for the source for this, but there is none of that data remains in the device or in the databases at all. All I have is these, what I referred to previously as orphaned images.
Or ghosts.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, and I understand that.
Okay.
My question is, there are other things you can do outside of that. Obviously that's your first one, right? You
Right.
try to go straight to the source. For whatever reason, it's not there.
Okay.
But there are other things you can do to see if you can locate whether they're tied together or where they could have gone. Correct?
Correct.
So you indicated that at a minimum, this is on the mobile messaging system, right?
Yes.
It says mobile SMS, correct?
Yes.
So you know that at one point it was sent or received to somebody from Miss Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay, so you have contacts in her phone, correct?
I do.
And if you had call detail records, for example, or just in her log, or any number of things, right?
Right.
You can go to those and see if the individual on the other end maybe did still have that message, correct?
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Now, you didn't do that in this case.
Are we talking physically contacting these individuals? And
absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that statement.
Okay. That you didn't do it.
That I didn't do it.
Okay.
But I would also add to that my role in this case is as an analyst, and I provide the information, and then any following, any update or a follow-up investigation is
100%. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that when you were asked to pull those images on that day, I imagine you explained all of this to the prosecution.
I did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you explained to them that, hey, you know what? These did pop up.
Yep.
39 of these.
And to your point and your question, I did go through call detail records. I did go through those types of things to see if there was a corresponding communication that would be contained in the call detail records that matches this.
Absolutely. And you did this because that is your job.
Correct.
Right. You're trying to say, hey, I have this orphan ghost.png. I'm going to try to find a tome.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And hey, prosecution, I know you're going to use this just so you know, I can't tell you who received it. Correct?
Correct.
I can't tell you who sent it.
Correct.
I can't tell you if it was viewed by Miss Richins.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
But I can tell you that at that time and date, the system in her phone, as you said, registered it.
Correct.
Now, for example, if we were to find out that the image there, right, of the home, okay, if we were to find that other recipient, right,
Okay.
and in that recipient's cell phone, it had the day prior, okay, so March 3rd,
Okay.
say around 5 o'clock, okay,
Okay.
and that individual sent the image, okay,
Okay.
and then Miss Richins opened her text message with that home there, okay, and maybe those GIFs or those .png, those thumbnails were attached. It could have been that the computer registered as it accessed it as it was opening up, correct?
Correct, because it would
Okay.
create a thumbnail.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, like you said, we don't know that, right?
Correct. We don't.
Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to the web searches.
Okay. Yes.
A lot of those web searches, as we saw, have no dates,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And we do see some of them when they were searched, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with, I think it's called like lifestyle analysis?
No.
Okay. Did you perform any searches around the time on those that you can see on the web searches that you can see the date that they were searched? Okay. Did you do any searches on Google or any validation to see what, if anything, was relevant to what was being pulled up?
No, like, did I perform the searches myself? And
Not
then-
not the searches. So, for example, are you familiar with a certain Real Housewife in Salt Lake City?
Recently?
Yeah. In
Yes.
April 2022?
Oh, no.
Okay. Are you aware of somebody maybe being sentenced around that time?
No.
Okay. And now that would provide context to you, correct?
I could.
Yeah. Because right now, just as we see the searches, we don't know why that would be a search, correct?
I don't know
We have-
content or can't speculate on anything.
You can't speculate.
No.
You shouldn't speculate.
No.
You also can't tell me with the information that you have who actually did the search,
Correct.
right? It was done on the phone.
It was done on the device.
You could tell us the location of the phone possibly when those searches were done.
Correct.
You could tell us possibly the Wi-Fi that it was connected to, if it was connected to one.
Correct.
Okay. But you can't tell us who searched it.
Correct.
Now, you can't tell us if we were at, if this happened on the 4th, let's go back to the GIF images, okay?
Okay.
On that day, at that time, are you aware, were you told that there were other people in that home?
I'm aware of that.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you reach out to those, or I guess that's not your job. You could not tell us who opened that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I do want to talk to you about something you just brought up. It was you said, the Wi-Fi. You said not necessarily because it could be an iMessage, right?
Correct.
Was one option, and then the other one was that it was connected or sent through Wi-Fi.
Yeah. The file path on here indicates that it is a mobile SMS, which went through iMessage, and iMessage iPhone to iPhone typically will not hit a carrier, so it won't be in a call detail.
Right. And that also is helpful to you, right? Because you're able to see of all the people that she could have possibly contacted that day, you could then narrow it to like who has an iPhone.
Correct.
Okay. And so because of the communication, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing here, between iPhone and iPhone, it's a different connection, correct? It makes it easier to communicate?
It's a typical Wi-Fi connection, so it's not a different connection.
Okay.
It's just a different system, or it's the same. They're on the same system. It goes through Apple servers versus the carrier.
So, for example, can we pull up the Mr. Richins mobile activity on the night of March 3rd. Do you recall that state's exhibit where you laid out a graph of all the text messages that were sent from Mr. Richins to a Pedro Sonora?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I think it's up on your screen now.
Yes.
Okay. When we were talking about this, one of the last questions was about the text from Raul at 10:18.
Okay.
And I believe Ms. Shervanack asked if it had been read, or if you could tell if it had been read, and you answered it very curiously, which is, I'm left to wonder, I just want clarification, whether or not you could actually tell if it was read, or whether there just wasn't enough data to determine whether it had been read.
I didn't see any, I don't remember.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
fair.
I just don't remember the
No,
data
and
line
that's why I'm
specifically.
following up.
Yep.
That's why I'm following
Yep.
up.
There's no response. The indication was that it was not read.
Okay. Now, here we see all these text messages, correct?
Yes.
And we just talked about the iMessage that you just discussed. That
Yes.
sometimes that won't register on call detail records, for example, right?
Correct.
Now that's different than this, right?
That is different than this.
Okay. You would expect an iMessage to show up here?
Yes, because this is from the phone's timeline itself.
Correct.
These are system file.
Correct. Just want to make sure. Could we take that one down, please? Thank you. Okay. So the movement of the iPhone. Let's start with Eric's.
Okay.
You had indicated that you had done how did you phrase it? You had actually compared it. It said you had done some sort of analysis with his overall use in terms of his activity on his watch, right?
Yes.
And that those 87 minutes, that gap was off, I guess.
I don't think I said it was off.
What were your
I
words?
said it was atypical.
Atypical.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you please walk us through what exactly you did to get to that conclusion?
Oh, so those are spot checks. Those are looking at random locations within his activity. I did not take the totality of his activity and compare it day to day to one another. Those were spot checks and looking at the device patterns in his phone to see if there was large types of movement. Now, there are sometimes large spaces of inactivity, but not in this context.
So what spot checks did you do?
Just periodically throughout the timeline, through that activity timeline, just to look at and see if his activity indicates that his device stays in motion, and to what extent day to day.
Over how many days?
Oh God, I probably looked at maybe 20 days or so, just random days.
And how did you log that?
I didn't report it. I just made a mental note of it.
Just a mental note?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So what was the largest deviation?
I don't know that, sir.
What was the smallest deviation?
I don't know.
How did you come up to the fact that it was atypical?
Well, it's like I said, in context, right? So there's communications about with presumably Mr. Richins on the device, and
Wait,
there is
Mr. Richins.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richins on the device with Ms. Richins, right? And so there was
So right now, just so you're clear, we're talking about the physical activity.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Physical activity.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in conjunction with that, there are text messages. There are other things going on around this time, indicating in the other exhibits. I don't know if we published them, but there's some discussion about what Mr. Richins was doing that day around
Sure. So like this
11
one,
a.m.
So this one specifically, on February 14th, 2022.
Yes.
It was, you indicated that the gap was atypical.
Yes. And maybe I didn't put that in good context.
Sure, put it in
But
context
in
now.
context with what was going on at the time, it is not typical, based on what I looked at, for Mr. Richins to like lay down and take a nap, for instance, in the middle of the day.
So you could tell that he took a nap from this?
I cannot, but he indicated he was going to in the text. That's what I'm talking about in context.
Okay, so there's a bit of confirmation bias there, you would agree?
I would agree with that. And there's probably a little speculation there on that. The thing with
But
device activity is you only know if the device is moving or not.
Right, there is a bit of speculation, like you said, and we shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
Let's talk about, you can take that down. Let's talk about the activity sensor data, okay? Not in context of what was registered.
Okay.
But in the context of you as an analyst, okay?
Okay.
Now, we talked about how what you do is digital forensics.
Yes.
And that's considered a forensic science.
Okay.
Yes. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, it is.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that field, right, is what we, I guess, grew up knowing as the scientific method, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, here we identify a phone, an electronic device, okay? And then we go from identifying that to preserving it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we either put in a Faraday bag or we plug it in and we make sure that the hash values and the hex code and everything matches.
Correct.
And we do that so that when you get the information, you know that it's the cleanest version possible, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then once we preserve it, we then collect the information, which would be the extraction.
Yes.
Right? And then we examine it. Okay.
Yes.
And then we get into the analysis.
Yes.
Okay. So we examined it, and I'm going to go off of the activity sensors. Okay. Activity monitors.
Yeah.
So we identified it, we collected it, we examined it. Now let's talk about the analysis of it.
Okay.
Okay. Tell us what you did to validate the information about the activity sensor data. And we'll start specifically with the distance traveled. And this could be for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins' phone, okay?
In general?
Yeah, what did you do in this case for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins, okay, to validate the information that was presented to you in Celebrite regarding traveled distance or distance traveled?
So the distance traveled is just reported by the device based on the sensors that are contained within the device.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then what did you do to validate that that information was correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay.
I did nothing to validate that information, like outside of that.
Okay, so for example, that information that was there, it indicates, let's pull up Miss Richins if we wouldn't mind. The state's exhibit where it shows, this one right here.
Okay.
Okay. So can we publish this one, Judge? It's been admitted. So let's look at that 3:08:10 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the 74.14 meters, that comes straight from the extraction report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the 243 feet, I imagine that's something that you converted?
Yes.
Okay. And using what?
Just a Google conversion.
Google conversion.
Yeah.
Okay. And in this device travels, we know that it was 74.14 meters that was registered on the device.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what kind of iPhone was this?
I believe it was an iPhone 12.
Okay. And do you recall what iOS system it had?
I do not.
Okay. Now, did you, for example, going back to, so I can explain myself, did you grab your phone, a phone, and measure the distance from point X to point Y, put the phone in your pocket, walk over there, knowing the distance, walk back, plug in the phone, and see whether the Celebrite data that you received for what you just did in that controlled environment matched what was being produced?
No.
Okay. Did you purchase or have access to the iPhone make and model of Ms. Richins?
No.
On either of her phones that she had?
No.
Did you have access to Mr. Richins' iPhone make or model?
No.
Okay. And you did not do any tests, correct?
Correct.
So these numbers right here that we're seeing, you are speculating that is correct.
I'm not speculating. I'm relying on the data being correct inside the device.
But you have no way of knowing that.
Well, I mean, the examples you're giving are not 100%, wouldn't 100% verify this anyway, I don't think. I think you would have to use the exact device under the exact conditions.
Yeah.
In any way. For one.
Yeah, so let's go with that. So
and two, and
hold on
which
real
I
quick.
didn't do.
And-
Right, which I didn't do.
Real quick, keep going. So let's be clear. We understand you didn't do it. You did have access or could gain access to the environment, correct?
I could.
Okay,
Yes.
so then let's go from there. There are body cams in this case. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to the Richins home?
No.
Okay. Have you seen those body cams?
I've seen some images of the body cams. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen videos of the body cams?
Very few.
Okay. Do you recall a video where one of Miss Richins' phones is handed from one of the EMS to an officer, and then the officer walks over all the way to where Miss Richins is to provide her the phone?
No.
Okay. Had you been aware of that, or had that, rather, I'll be fair to you, had that been told to you by the prosecutors or law enforcement? Having that controlled environment, having this data, having access to the same phone, downloading the same iOS, could you have run a test to see if it was similar? And specifically referring to the 41 meters that's indicated there.
I could.
Okay.
But I mean, your statement just actually opened up why there's a device movement later on.
My questions sometimes tend to do that. Okay, so now let's talk about even the phone unlock lock. Okay, that seems pretty intuitive.
Yeah, the locking.
The locking and unlocking.
Yes.
So for example, when we look at the 319, I'm sorry, can we go back to the other one? I don't know if it was me. Thank you. At 319.39 at the bottom, phone unlocked 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So it was unlocked 3 seconds. Does that mean it was locked at 3 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And then, to be honest, this is just out of curiosity. Why don't we show an unlock before the 321?
Oh no, because that 3-night, I don't know.
Sometimes just things happen, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, we could take that one down. Now, going back to the web searches, okay, just briefly. This was all after, to your knowledge, I imagine you're aware that this was all after, all these searches were done after Miss Richins knew she was under investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I imagine at that point, and if not, you've probably been made aware of it now, and we've all seen during that January to March timeframe that you mentioned that there was a massive deletions between in her phone, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
As well as Miss Lauber's phone?
Yes.
You know that they were purchasing oxys, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Are you aware of what Miss Richins was doing during that time, either then or now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're a former law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever deal in narcotics?
No.
Okay. You're aware of them?
I am.
Okay. You're aware of purchases?
I am.
You're aware of the criminal mind, perhaps?
I am.
And you're aware that most individuals dealing in drugs might want to delete their information?
Yes.
And like you said, context matters, right?
Context does matter.
Bear with me. Are you familiar with Bayesian inferences?
No.
Okay. Or probability statements?
No.
I'm getting there, I promise. Just want to make sure. Oh, can we pull up the call record for Miss Richins? I think it was the 101, 110 minute one, please. Do you remember this?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. To be honest, I don't know why you were asked the questions, but this was in March. Could you zoom that in?
Sorry,
Yeah.
those.
No, yeah, I know, I know.
Those things are.
Zoom it in when you find it, please. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. You remember what we're discussing, right?
I think I do. Yes.
Yeah. If you can find the date, that'd be great. I believe it was March 4th or 8th.
And Your Honor, this exhibit on the screen is not March.
It's February.
It says February 11th. It's 3-6, whatever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Around March 1st.
Is it March 2nd?
So let's be clear for the record. The jury can't see what you and the witness.
No, we understand. I'm just, I want to make sure that Katie finds it first.
Okay.
And then we'll
Let me know when you're ready.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, if we could publish it and we could see the 101 minutes.
Mhm.
Now, the date is March 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you reached out and you found out that that was the IRS.
Yeah, I Google searched the number.
Okay.
I know the number.
Yeah. I was gonna.
It ends in 1040. I mean, it's.
It will, and it's a month before tax season.
Yeah.
Correct. So context-wise,
Okay.
not unusual, right?
Not unusual.
Yeah. We could take that down. I do want to make sure did you come on in May 2020? When were you brought on?
Retained. I was retained
Yes.
in May of 2023.
May of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that Verizon holds locations only for 12 months.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Richins' phone was seized on April 12th, correct? I'm
think
sorry, April 2022.
Yeah, April 13th, I think. Yeah, of 2022.
Of 2022.
Correct. Correct.
Now, so by the time you had come on, that information was no longer available.
The records were still available, but records with location data were not.
Correct.
Tower data.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that's never been obtained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We went through a lot of those PowerPoints indicating where Ms. Lauber
Yes.
was and the communication she had, I think, with Kouri on the right-hand side and
Yes.
then kind of following.
Yes.
I think you made it clear. Those aren't their actual GPS locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are cell towers.
Those are the tower locations. Yes.
Right. So every time that the jury sees that little image going with Mr. Crozier,
Right.
those are all cell towers.
Right. You're seeing the tower that device is communicating with.
Correct.
At that time.
And so there was a time during your direct that you indicated that I think it was Miss Lauber was near the Richins home.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
To be clear, it's not that she was there.
Her device was.
Her device was connected to a cell tower.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with all this information that you have, the call details records, the cell tower information, the Carmen's phone, right? All of that, were you ever able to see, or were you asked whether she went to 75 East, 100 North in Midway?
I believe I was asked to look at that.
Okay. And did you find anything?
It's the data is not that specific.
Okay.
It's not GPS location, it's tower location.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay, we talked about those. Okay, I think I'm almost done. I think I am done. Oh. Two things. Biometric data.
Okay.
Let's go back to the activity sensor data. Did you go into anywhere in the extraction to locate the height Miss Richins put in her phone?
I don't recall seeing that.
The whether her weight?
I don't recall seeing that either.
The stride?
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you do that or recall seeing that in Mr. Richins?
No.
Okay. These SMS previews that we had been discussing,
Yes.
are you aware of the different settings that one can do on their phone to either show a preview or not show a preview?
No.
You're not familiar with those?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have an iPhone?
I don't.
Okay. We disagree on a lot of things then. Fair. So you wouldn't have done anything there to check, or did you do anything to check her settings?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if on her settings in her iPhone, there was an automatic play previews?
No.
Okay. One second. May I have the white place, Judge? Okay. For clarification purposes.
Okay.
Because as I was talking about the web searches, I did not specify, and I want to make sure we get it clear. Those came from the blue phone.
Correct.
Okay. So those were after the April 13th, April 12th, when the white phone was seized, correct?
Correct.
After Ms. Richins obviously had been under investigation.
Correct.
Correct. After her, I'm not sure if you're aware, after her home was searched.
I don't know anything about
Don't know
that.
that. Okay, but it was on the blue phone.
Yes.
None of these web searches were on the other phones, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
Ms. Shervinack, within the scope of cross.
Sorry. A lot of sticky notes.
Few things I want to follow up with you on. We talked a little bit about CDR data and Wi-Fi, maybe why things wouldn't show up on Wi-Fi.
Sure.
What type of messaging can happen over Wi-Fi?
Most app messaging happens over Wi-Fi. So third-party apps like WhatsApp, Kik, Signal, those types of apps. But also, again, iMessage.
And so when talking about those 3 image files located on Ms. Richins' phone from March 4th, 2022 at 8:29 a.m., we don't know all of the information about those because it was deleted.
Correct.
If it hadn't been deleted, we'd know more.
We might.
Talking about the web searches on the blue phone, when you looked through and analyzed that blue phone, nothing indicated to you that that blue phone was being used by someone else.
Correct.
I want to talk about Exhibit 3-14D. And this is the device. Scott, if we could put that one up.
One moment, please. The witness has it. Do you want to publish it?
Please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now you made this exhibit in conjunction with the context of what was happening during this time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Meaning that you looked at messages between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins during this time frame.
Yes.
And in those messages, Kouri Richins was telling Eric Richins to go take a nap.
Yes.
And based on what you've created with this exhibit, does this movement in context indicate to you that during this time frame, Mr. Richins could have been laying down or
Yes.
not moving?
Yes.
I want to talk about this activity sensor data. That data is proprietary to Apple.
Yes.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but Apple probably puts a lot of money into making that data.
I'm sure they do.
They want it to be correct for
Yes.
their users,
Yes.
and they would want it to be accurate for their users
Yes.
because their users want that activity data to reflect what they're actually doing.
Yes.
Have you looked at activity data in other phone downloads that you've analyzed?
Yes.
And looking at phone activity data for other hundreds, maybe thousands of phones that you've analyzed, have you been able to tell if that data can be checked in other cases? Meaning that if somebody said, hey, I went for a 1 mile walk today, giving you a hypothetical, and then you could look at their phone and say that they went for a 1 mile walk. Have you been able to look at that type of data in other phones and verify that it reports in the way you would expect?
Are you asking about corroborating witness statements based on their activity in their devices?
Right.
Yes.
That activity data in other cases when you've analyzed it has been accurate and corroborated by other information.
In my experience, yes.
Just a moment. That's all I've got for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, within the scope of redirect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Joe.
Indicated that, oh, You indicated that Ms. Sherbanek was talking about the information that was deleted.
Yes.
Regarding those thumbnails, GIFs, correct?
Yes.
Certainly it would have been better for all of us.
It would have.
Does that file path and the information tell you who deleted it?
No.
And as you explained with the garbage collection, it could have been that way, correct?
It would have to be, it would have, if it wasn't deleted from the device, it would not have ended up there. There would be a remnant of it.
Right.
Yeah, it would be a data line.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about that you did not investigate or you don't have any reason to believe that anybody else had the blue iPhone. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you said that no.
Yes.
How do you come to that conclusion?
The big thing for me is there is a text in that phone from that device to Mr. Grossman in which the defendant indicates that.
So to be clear,
yes,
I'm not saying that the phone wasn't Miss Richins.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
My question is.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah. So I'll clarify my question to make sure I'm
Okay.
I'm asking it right.
All right.
Is your testimony that there was nobody else who had access to that phone at all?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's my question. Now, you were asked about Apple software and proprietary software, and did you attempt to get information from anywhere else, whether it's Apple, whether it's another peer, whether it's another case, where you can get the information that you have in these extractions to validate it?
Kind of don't understand that question.
Sure, I'll
And-
rephrase.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand that you don't work for Apple,
No, I don't.
that you don't know how it works. That you don't,
Well,
that
I
you don't
mean-
know how the activity sensor data is logged, correct?
I don't know what their programming looks like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you make any efforts in this case with this information to try to validate that the information you had was up to Apple standards?
No.
You indicated that you've been able to rely on other cases before. How many cases?
At least 100.
And so in those cases with activity sensor data, in those you did test?
Oh, okay. So analyze data in phones, at least 100 phones. There have
Oh.
probably been, I apologize, there have probably been a dozen or so cases where I've had to corroborate like witness statements and suspect statements, that type of thing, against their phones. And I have not found any inaccuracies.
I misunderstood. You, in those cases, corroborated the data that you received, but you did not run tests to make sure that the data you had was accurate.
Not physical tests, no, sir.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. You started to describe how you knew that no one else was using Kouri Richins' blue phone.
Yes.
There was a text message that indicated to you how you know that.
Yes.
How did that message indicate it to you?
Not word for word or verbatim.
Summarize the message.
The message summary was a text from the new number, the 9592 number, which is the blue phone number, to Josh Grossman's phone. And Ms. Richins indicated to Mr. Grossman in that text that she had activated one of, I believe it was her mom's phones, and she would be using that now. So, to that effect.
So she told him, this is the phone I'm using to contact you now.
Yes.
That's all my question.
May we release this witness, counsel?
Subject to rebuttal if we need him.
Understood.
If we cannot release him from the subpoena.
You are still subject to subpoena, so that means you can't, well, he's an expert, so the exclusionary rule does not apply to him, correct, Mr. Ramos? Okay. Maybe we'll see you in the future. You're free to go today.
All right,
Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Thank you. I appreciate
All
it.
right. Okay. Now it's a good time to recess for the day, Ms. Sherbanek, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Ramos? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. As always, please affirmatively avoid talking about or listening to anything about this case. Avoid any person that's trying to talk to you about the case. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case at all. No online or other research about the case. Please travel safely. Enjoy your evening. Please rise for the jury. Counsel, have a seat, please. Ms. Sherbanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
Do we want to address the juror issue?
What I propose, and let me just say it out loud, and then you can tell me whether you have any objection to this, is to let all of you consider whether you want to have the court voir dire that witness regarding his prior interactions with Ms. Crosswhite tomorrow morning. And if so, we can do that. Or if you'd prefer not to do that. But give that some thought overnight. We can pick it up first thing in the morning. Any objection?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection.
Okay. We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning. Please travel safe.
Let me unmute myself. Okay. So tomorrow night, we're going to have a difficult research live stream covering a different topic than Kouri Richins. And I appreciate everybody being here for Kouri Richins. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:30 to hit it again. So I wanted to let you know that instead of a live tonight, we're having a live tomorrow night. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Eric too. Love always wins. And we will see you tomorrow.